If we don't do that because we want to win election, oh, good luck. But even at that, that is not the person who called the police that wins in the court. There are still some people who are pulling up their head and say they cannot bow. SDP is still shaking their head. And of course, there's a platform that has had a coalition trying to at least show some sameness in Nigerian politics, so that the world will look at some people and say, some people here, in the name of politics, still have ideology. If not, if it's only that, the record, the history of Nigeria, we hold those people high. Instead of these one-chance politicians, you know, when you are moving around, then we always use the ENUGU way and staying as a point of excuse. Boss, if they're loading you are entering. That is it. So is this one-chance politicians, when they hear APC boss, they all jump in. Where are you coming from? They don't know. Meaning that they never ever had an identity. These are faceless, identityless politicians. That is it. They're not asking, where is the ideology? What ideology does the party have? Or are they collapsing all the ideology in what? So that the people who are coming to vote, we know. What actually makes some people vote is probably, some people say they have mother and child as their logo, meaning that they have welfareism and they will care for family. Where is that? What ideology do APC have? What ideology do PDP have? What ideology do all the parties? Have they collapsed it into one party? And at what point do they now sit down to adjust and say, let this ideology join this and do the puzzle? I call them one chance politicians, and they are jumping ship. If you are jumping ship with them, be careful. Is AMCOM, they're shutting down? Does it mean that AMCOM has finished the job for which...
I think we will need more insight on that particular story, because I'm not too sure whether it is AMCON shutting down or AMCON shutting down other companies.
Because they said AMCON starts shutting down process. I don't know. But a governor is threatening all the people. He say, it's either you defect or you resign. That's
Governor Eno of Akwa.
So that's it. If you don't defect with me, you resign. That's a good option.
Would you have resigned if you were in his cabinet?
If you have an identity, if you are one chance politician, why should you resign? If the person, one boy or you are Oga, did not resign and join, and is threatening you to resign and or resign or join, 90 million flies eat shit. So why not join them?
Interesting. Chris, many thanks again for your insights on the headlines on the daily. So we're back after this short break. Just 10 minutes.
Every second, every minute. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is the morning show here on Signature TV. It's 8:29 a.m. in the morning of the 23rd of May 2025. Hope you're good out there. All right, so we are going to be talking in the next 25 minutes about cybercrime and the importance of it across boards and the application of it as well. Because again, I don't know if so many persons know about the existence of the Cybercrime Act of 2015. We have with us live in the studio Dr. Edwin Arum is a legal practitioner. Good to have you. Thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Good to have you. Thank you very much.
Right. What for you is the primary objectives of the Cybercrime Act of 2015, and how effective has it been used to cater to cyber-related offenses across Nigeria?
All right. Thank you very much for that question. Cyber Crimes Act originally was intended to be a savior to the numerous cyber offenses that have been going on in the country for quite some time. It's also good for us to know what cyber offenses are. They are just criminal activities that are perpetrated using the computer networks, or other related system with the intent to defraud or defame businesses or governments. So any illegal activity occasioned or perpetrated using the computer or the computer networks targeted at business, that's the financial aspect, targeted at the government, or even the reputation of individuals, we can call that a cyber crime. Now, before now, there have been several occasions of people defrauding others, like obtaining under false pretense, popularly known as 419, in the generations gone by, or about some decades ago. But now people do not go about defrauding people physically. They just stay in the comfort of their homes to manipulate the computer systems. And this has been going on for some time. Sometimes somebody calls you on phone, claims to be who he or she is not, and tells you, please make a transfer. Sometimes you go to the POS machine to make a transfer, and after that transfer, you now see deductions from your account. Sometimes you are doing some transactions online thinking you are dealing with real people. You won't know that you are dealing with some fraudsters. And because of the fact that many Nigerians are not so knowledgeable in these computer systems, they fall vulnerable to some of these smart people. And based on that, they lose money. So the government, in order to curtail this, decided that it is necessary to come by way of legislation to bring about a law that is all-encompassing. For instance, if you look at Chapter 3 of the Cyber Crimes Act, you will see several offenses that are covered as cyber crimes, even some things that people do not know about. If time permits, I can just run down some of those offenses, like computer-related forgery, fraud, even theft of electronic devices. Maybe somebody you are passing through or Holy Ghost, somebody picks up your phone. Even without any doing it, for the fact that the person has just stolen, it is not just theft or stealing under the law. It's also regarded as a cyber crime. Of course, we know cyber stalking. When people just come online to harass others using the internet, you might not have obtained money from them, but for the fact that you are stalking them using the computer system, it's already a cyber crime. Then we also have importation and fabrication of e-tools without going through the normal procedure, manipulation of ATM or POS terminals, and then electronic cards fraud, and several other things. Even child pornography is also captured as cybercrime. So the extent of this law is to make sure that some of these things are curtailed. However, there's a problem with implementation, because Nigeria is not devoid of laws. But our problem in Nigeria is when it comes to implementation of those laws, which is the second limb of the question you asked me. To what extent have these laws been used? I'll be very honest, the masses are yet to feel the import of these laws, because these cyber crimes are perpetrated
every day, and they are coming up with new devices almost every time. Yesterday, I received a call, and the person sounded like a very old woman. I mean, yesterday. So I asked the person, what's his name? She said, I'm Mommy. And to the best of my knowledge, I know the voice of my mom. So whenever she calls me, I said, which of the mommies are you? She said, oh, don't you know me again? I said, no, help me to know you. By the time she saw that I was probing so much, the person dropped the call. Now, they would have engaged me in a conversation which would have led to probably a transfer of funds. Some others, very dangerous. You see a message pop up on your phone, and Nigerians naturally are impatient, because normally when a message comes up on your phone, you are supposed to check what the message is all about before you click. And some people, out of them, what is this thing coming up? They just click, and once you click, they've already gotten access to your phone. But the law has not been able to get into some of these nooks and crannies. So based on that, in the area of implementation, the masses are yet to feel the impact of this Cybercrimes Act.
The institution that is actually used, or that is saddled with the responsibility to curtail these particular excesses, do you think that they're doing their job to that extent? Because up until some years back, I think it was just recently that the EFCC started getting into, cyber, criminality. It wasn't in their modus operandi from the beginning. But because of the, the resurgence of some of these issues, it looks like the EFCC has been co-opted into that. But is there a specific organization,
now,
apart from the EFCC, that we usually hear?
Well, the police is also part of it.
Okay.
In short, as a matter of fact, when you go through the act, every security outfit is responsible with making sure or curtailing Cybercrimes Act. Now, there's a problem. When you are implementing laws, there are two things you should ask yourself as a law enforcement agent. Am I implementing this law to make the nation better? Or am I implementing this law to also benefit from the crime? That will now help you to know the extent of implementation. The way the security outfits go to implement this law is very terrible, if I should use that word. Now, most police officers go after the Yahoo boys because they are the popular people know as the cybercrime perpetrators. But like I told you, cybercrime has a wide range, wide coverage. Not only the popular Yahoo boys, but several other things that are done also considered. Let me just focus on the Yahoo boy syndrome. Most times, police officers go after them. And once they get them, instead of going through the law as provided in sections 45, 47 of the Cybercrimes Act, they catch those boys and go for their phones. When they collect their phones, they go through their alerts. And there is a kind of money they will see. They will now force them to make transfers to them. Now, let me give you an experience one of my friends had. He was preparing to travel to, I think, Spain then. So he went to Lagos for his visa. So as he was coming back, he didn't take a flight. He went by road. And some police officers saw him, fresh boy. You know, it's now a crime to be fresh. So then I said, oh, you come down, you look like a Yahoo boy. Not that you are, but you look like. Now, what is the parameter for determining who looks like a Yahoo boy or not? Of course, to the best of my knowledge, the law did not set that out. Absolutely. Collected his phone, and the money, of course, you know that when you want to travel, especially coming under the education system, there must be a specific amount that should be in your account for you to process your visa. Yeah. So they saw the money. They said, definitely you're a Yahoo boy. And they commanded the vehicle that he was in to keep moving back to Delta, where he came from. And they left him there. They were on his neck. They carried him in their vehicle. They went some distance. They came back. They did several things and say, are you transferring or are you not transferring to us? At the end, they made sure he transferred to their personal account the sum of 200,000 naira. Whereas this law said in section 49 that any proceeds recovered from cybercrime should go to two people. Number one, restitution to the persons that those monies were taken from. And when that is not possible, you restitute back to the coffers of the government. But the police officers restitute to their personal coffers. And that is why they are very diligent in running after Yahoo boys. Something happened a few days ago when they were pursuing a Yahoo boy and shooting, and they killed a secondary school boy in Ibadan. It's just a few days ago. Now, in a process of arrest, it's just because it's a bit different from what we are talking about, but there is a procedure for arrest under the Police Powers Act. It does not in any way require shooting as you are pursuing. Because when you are shooting and besides, sorry before I forget, section 45 of this Cybercrime Act, for you to search a person's house, search a person's device, you need a warrant from the court. Now, how many of those arrests that they do on the road, especially those Independence Lads axis and also that Liberty Estates axis, how many of those arrests do they do with a warrant? And if the warrant is not possible, the law provides that there should be a reasonable suspicion. And in law, there is what we call the reasonable man's test. What will a reasonable man, a normal man in this circumstance do in this particular time? And as a matter of fact, the police should understand that dreadlocks is a form of dressing that has not been criminalized in Nigeria. So, when a person decides to dress, I'm not trying to encourage irresponsibility and appearance. But to the best of my knowledge, wearing dread is not yet a crime in Nigeria. And police officers should go after criminal activities and not people that drive cars or that have iPhones or that carry drug, unless you can prove that those people have committed crimes. And surprisingly, most criminals or most suspects that have been paraded on TV, they don't wear dreads. They look clean, responsible. Most of those people that have been, I have never seen in the majority people with dreads being paraded as criminals. So the police needs to be reoriented. So answering your question, they have not really done what they ought to do in that respect.
Wow. Interesting. So this cybercrime thing has been on for a while now, and like you mentioned, you said these things keep evolving. The peoples keep, evolving the new means of, making money. I'm just wondering, where is the place of Yahoo Plus in all of these things? Because some persons try to mix it up with tradition. When they bring in tradition and then say it's Yahoo Plus, they'll tie a red something on the system. Some they'll wear red to use a computer. That is what their Yahoo, godfather said to them that they should do.
Yes.
So you wonder where is the place of this? Is it the same thing, or is it totally different from this issue?
Okay, now Yahoo is Yahoo, but the plus aspect of it is the spirituality they now bring in. But to the best of my knowledge, the Nigerian law is yet to recognize spiritism or charms as powerful. Nigerian law is yet to recognize that. Let me quickly make a statement. There's a case called the case of Ikone and States. The man killed the stepmother because he believed that the woman was disturbing her with witchcraft. So when he came to court, he pleaded that the woman was oppressing me with witchcraft. And in defending myself, I decided to deal with her. Physically. The law said, Nigerian law does not in any way recognize witchcraft.
Wow.
Another similar case, when some masquerades molested a woman, and they brought the masquerades to court. And when they read out the charge and said, okay, masquerade, respond to the charge. And immediately he started humming, those masquerade sounds. The magistrate was like, I'm not here for this thing, and commanded the remand of the both with his mask to the prison. Why? The law does not recognize officially those spiritism. It doesn't mean that they don't exist. But as it is now, witchcraft and spiritual powers are yet to be captured under the Nigerian law. However, in a situation whereby a person has been linked to perpetrate or to advance cyber crimes using any means which might not have been captured, Nigerian law enforcement agents can still go ahead and arrest the person. For instance, there's a popular man in Anambra State that was just arrested, which I believe you should be aware of it, that has done several publicities on social media, and based on that, he has aided several people. The law did not really say that because he's a spiritual man that they will not arrest him. The implications of his spirituality are the crimes that are happening. So based on those crimes, both those crimes and his spirituality were roped in.
Wow.
So Yahoo Plus is still the bringing in
It is a reflection of a failed government, because in a civilized climate, it is unheard of, despite what we are producing in the country, that today we are experiencing total blackout in the northern part of the country. But I believe with time it may extend to other parts of the country. So the government is not actually doing well. That is my own personal opinion. Because what effort are they doing? What led to it? It is not even made known to the public. Because sometimes they will just allow certain things to go bad, believing that the citizen cannot do anything. They are capitalizing on the complacency and what? Without the self-satisfied nature of the citizens. That's my own personal take on it. As far as I'm concerned, the government is to be blamed. Because when they have made up their mind to render essential services to the people, what aspect of the country is working effectively with respect to the services being rendered by the government? I suggest they should even allow the private sector to handle this thing.
See, I'm from Adamawa State, Temsa local government to be precise. And since I was born, we've not had light, not until 2 months ago. Since inception, since Nigeria was created, not until 2 months ago. Not my own part of, there are no bandits there. You understand? So we should stop the blame game. It's not the fault of bandits. Let's not give government upper head so that they will not have what they will use as argument against us. It's not the fault of bandits, it's the fault of the government. Because I remember there was even a time in my village when they brought transformers. The same government didn't wire those transformers. Till we don't even know what happened to those transformers. For years, for more than 10 years, those transformers were there. Transformers bought with taxpayers' money, Nigeria's money. Transformers, brand new transformers. How they vanished, till I left my village, was going for Christmas for years, more than 10 years. The transformers were there. There was no light on the transformer. So let's stop the blame game. The government is our problem. The government should sit up and do what they need. The government should see government as business, not as where you come and steal money and frustrate people.
It's not good, Sha, for the thing that is happening, because it's affecting the business and also it's affecting the productivity of the nation. For the citizens, and like for there's no light in the country now, is affecting the businesses of the masses. Businesses are not moving the way it's supposed to be. And for those that are behind the banditry, something that they're talking about, the government should please try and do something about it, so that at least people can go back to their various businesses, and it will help. It will also help to boost the
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumon Ado. In the headlines, suspects arrested by the Department of State Services over hacking of 2025 UTME results. Nigeria's National Security Advisor says sit-at-home order in Southeast now ineffective. Vice President Vance urges decisive military action at Naval Academy graduation. And Gaza hospitals overflow with injured as Israel intensifies northern offensive. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute.
State Services DSS and the Nigeria Police Force have arrested at least 20 suspects over hacking of a 2025 computer-based test, CBT, Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, UTME. The suspects are part of a syndicate believed to have over 100 persons who specialize in hacking of the computer servers of examination bodies like JAMB and the National Examinations Council, NECO. According to a report, security sources confirmed that the suspects have confessed to sabotaging the CBT system in order to discredit JAMB and discourage students from using CBT for future examinations to be conducted by NECO and the West African Examination Council, WAEC. The entire hacking process was to influence high scores for special candidates who paid between 700,000 and 2 million naira. The report further said that preliminary investigations revealed that several members of the syndicate own private schools and colleges and make huge sums of money from the special centers. Nigeria's National Security Advisor ENUGU Ribadu says the country has witnessed significant improvement in security under President Bola Tinubu's administration. Said this in his presentation at the All Progressive Party National Summit in Abuja. Ribadu reeled out security achievements of the Tinubu administration and said that sit-at-home on Monday in the Southeast has lost its steam. According to him, Nigerian security forces have neutralized 13,543 Boko Haram insurgents with over 11,000 weapons recovered and destroyed in 2 years. Speaking on the insecurity and instability in the Sahel region, said most neighboring countries with Nigeria are on their knees. This comes as Governor of Borno State, Babagana Zulum, recently raised alarm over the resurgence of insecurity in the northeast region. Senators from the southeast have lamented the exclusion of a region from the federal government's 380 billion naira intervention under Renewed Hope Infrastructure Development Fund. In a motion moved during plenary, Kenneth Eze, representing Ebonyi Central Senatorial Zone, lamented that no money was allocated to the zone out of a total sum of 380 billion naira in the 2025 budget. It's observed that although the intention of the project is national, the actual implementation plan as designed excluded Anambra Imo River Basin Development Authority, which is the only river basin authority serving the entire southeast geopolitical zone. He noted that the southeast zone is blessed with vast arable and fertile lands across ENUGU, Ebonyi, Imo, Abia, and Anambra states, and has historically contributed significantly to Nigeria's agricultural sector with cash crops such as oil palm, cassava, yam, rice, and vegetables. Senator Eze expressed worry that the exclusion of these projects of national importance and other critical interventions does only risk undermining the region's agricultural potential by the current administration's economic rejuvenation efforts. The Enugu State Government, Dr. Peter Mba, has inaugurated a 25-member Enugu State Ease of Doing Business Council charged with repositioning the state as a premier destination for business investment, tourism, and living. Inaugurating a council at Government House Enugu, Governor Mba was also the chairman of the council, said the council is in tandem with his promise to grow the state from $4.4 billion to a $30 billion economy. Ba noted that investors were not Father Christmas and will naturally tilt to areas where they find comfort in form of conducive environment and higher return on investment.
Philosophy is one that puts a premium on human capital development. We understand that the true wealth of any nation, and I dare say states, is not measured by the value of what they have beneath their soils. It is based on the quality of human resources. We have a baseline data, what we inherited, and we are monitoring that. So the essence of this council is also to entrench that monitoring scheme to ensure that we are closely monitoring the growth and the rate at which we're performing across these sectors.
After the inauguration, second Deputy President of ENUGU Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, Eric Chime, represented the chamber and its president described the council as another great leap for ENUGU State.
Today, inauguration of the easy way of doing business in ENUGU marks another beginning of what is going on in ENUGU. The president of the easy way of doing, which is the governor, stated all that he has done to make us attract. What we are going to do, we are going to be the wagon that is going to carry this message, letting people, investors to come, that this ENUGU is the safest place to invest. One is the security. Anybody that we are bringing in must always ask you about security. Governor are taking care of it. Technology, governor have taken care of it. Structure, infrastructure, governor have taken care of it. So we, being inaugurated today, we just carry the message and bring people to invest in ENUGU State. ENUGU State is a safe haven.
The Director General of the National Council of Arts and Culture, NACA, Obi Asika, has officially handed over the hosting rights for the 2025 National Arts Festival to ENUGU State Government. Asika will disclose this at Government House ENUGU during a courtesy visit to Governor Peter Mba, noted that the infrastructure development in ENUGU makes it an ideal venue for the fiesta. Said that over 55,000 local and foreign competitors will converge on ENUGU to experience, feel and see the state at its incredible locations.
The ENUGU is one of the best cities in Nigeria, and you have one of the best governors as well. So we've been observing what you've been doing, and the National Festival for Arts and Culture, which was established in 1970, 55 years ago, and has run about 38 or 39 times, will be happening live in ENUGU 2025. So I'm happy to announce that with the full support of the governor and ENUGU State. So the whole country will come here in November 22nd to 29th, to celebrate our culture. Our theme is connected culture, because we know that beyond all the noise, everybody's the same. Everybody has something to offer. And ENUGU, of course, is one of the most incredible places with incredible locations. And we're looking forward to 3,000 to 5,000 competitors coming to ENUGU, also international competitors as well. And they'll experience ENUGU, see ENUGU, feel ENUGU, and that's why I'm here today.
Governor Ba assured that ENUGU is ready to host the 2020 Fest, highlighting that the event will be a gateway into a fantastic December, saying to boost tourism and the state's gross domestic product.
They know already.
The ENUGU is one of the best cities.
Because we're ready and we're hungry for it. They know already that one of the major transformational agenda of this government is to make here the #1 destination for tourism and living. And we've set a target to attract 3 million visitors to ENUGU every year. And we understand that you cannot wish that into existence, that you have to work for it, you have to be very intentional. And this is why this is like a marriage made in heaven, because we're going to do everything to ensure that the objective of the National Festival is achieved, and that we provide you with the environment. And we already know that as a state, we've invested hugely in security. One of the biggest elephants we identified as we came in was to deal with security frontally. And today I can tell you ENUGU is by far one of the safest cities to live in, because we have built infrastructure to ensure that we nip crime in the bud. So we have line of sight of what is happening in the state, but we're not resting on our laurels. We continue to build on that. Once we have a breach, any security breach, we've built capability enough to identify, track, capture, and bring those culprits to, bring those criminals to justice. And so we want to assure you that you couldn't have made a better choice. And we built the infrastructure that would accommodate you. And what is more, you're going to be coming into a welcoming land, okay? The DG is a homeboy, so he's going to be welcoming, Nigeria to his homeland, So there's nothing to tell you about ENUGU. So on our part as government, be assured of our collaboration, our 100% support. And as I said, we're going to make this one of the most memorable NAFest in the country. Once again, I welcome you and your delegation to your homeland. Thank you.
States will participate in a festival which will take place between November 22nd and 29th, 2025, marking the second time ENUGU would host a prestigious event, with the first being in 2008. The leadership of Abia State Tricycle Operators Union has given out fuel palliative to tricycle operators in commercial city of Aba. The union says it's one way of celebrating the governance in Abia State. The chairman, Abia State Tricycle Operators Union, Victor Azubike, said the union was moved to give out the free fuel to show appreciation to governance in fixing the roads, which he said has greatly enhanced business opportunities and ease of doing business in the state. Flagging off the exercise, the State Commissioner for Transport, Dr. Chimezil Kebu, stressed the importance of commercial transport, which is said oils the wheels of most businesses. Ukebu said the state government believes that a seamless transport system would accelerate the development of the state, describing transporters as partners in progress with the state government. He urged them to keep complying with traffic rules and regulations guiding transportation in Abia State.
Because you can evident that His Excellency kept improving the ease of doing business. When there are good roads, good health system, good education, what it does will be to attract investors seamlessly, naturally. Because we realize that when you provide a conducive environment for investors, their businesses will grow. And if businesses grow, what happens? Our people will be employed, right? And apart from our people being employed, they will be able to pay into the IGL. Am I right? So we have come to make sure that your businesses prosper. We have come to make sure that we are highly protected even in this unit. And we are here to make sure that every one of us live in Abia happily.
Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on Transportation, Obioma Umogbe, stated that Transport Corps called on the operators and other transporters to work together with the state government. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has announced the creation of an Artificial Intelligence (AI) division under the ICT department. The Commission made this known in a statement signed by its National Commissioner and Chairman Information and Voter Education Committee, Sam Olumekun. Said that the approval for the creation of a new division is to continue to harness the positive aspects of AI and mitigate its negative impact on elections. According to Lumekun, the division would enable the Commission to coordinate and maximize existing technology investments through centralized AI governance and would also enhance decision-making through data-driven insights, risk management, and voter engagement. The All Progressives Congress (APC) has endorsed President Bola Tinubu as the party's sole candidate for the 2027 presidential election. APC National Chairman Abdullahi Ganduje, who announced this during the party's national summit in Abuja, said was making a pronouncement on behalf of a national working committee, the only recognized platform to field a candidate in any election. Ganduje said at an event attended by APC governors, ministers, and other political heavyweights of the ruling party that the president has done well and deserves a second last term in office. Senate President Godswill Akpabio said at the summit that the 2027 would be a smooth ride for the president. Endorsement came as a divided opposition struggles to challenge the ruling party, even as high-profile members of opposition, including the governor and members of the National Assembly, among others, have defected to the APC. Tinubu's policies, including the removal of fuel subsidy and the floating of the naira, the nation's currency, have been criticized for inflicting hardship on Nigerians. Meanwhile, past statements credited to Senate President Godswill Akpabio has resurfaced online and made a wave of defections currently rocking the Nigerian Senate. The statement, which was made in November 2016 when Akpabio was a member of the opposition People's Democratic Party (PDP), declared that any senator who defects from the party on whose platform they were elected must forfeit their seat. Akpabio stated at that time that as lawmakers, senators must not encourage political rascality, which was why, according to him, PDP senators staged a walkout to protest the purported defection of Senator Yele Omogunwa, who was elected on the platform of PDP but claimed he wants to defect to the APC to support the governor-elect of his state. Nearly a decade later, Akpabio, now Senate President under the ruling All Progressive Congress (APC), is under fire for allegedly shielding senators defecting from opposition parties, particularly the PDP, into the APC fold. In recent weeks, the Senate has witnessed a string of high-profile defections from the PDP to the APC, with all 37 PDP senators from Kebbi State announcing the defection to the APC after a meeting with President Bola Tinubu at the presidential villa in Abuja. Up ahead, troops neutralized 16 Boko Haram terrorists in Borno, NDLEA and USDEA to strengthen collaboration on drug war. Stay with us. United Nations Rights Chief has urged for warring sides in South Sudan to pull back from the brink, warning that human rights situation risks further deterioration as fighting intensifies. Since May 3, fighting has intensified with OHCHR, citing reports of indiscriminate aerial bombardments and river and ground offensives by the South Sudan People's Defense Forces on Sudan People's Liberation Army positions in parts of Fangak in Jungle State in Tonga County in Upper Nile.
High Commissioner Volker Turk is urging all parties to urgently pull back from the brink and to uphold the 2018 peace agreement. He is also calling on all parties to protect civilians and civilian objects and to facilitate humanitarian access in line with their obligations under international law.
Countries since the fall of Assad regime and also
we are warning today about a real risk of a further deterioration in the already dire human rights situation in South Sudan. This follows a sharp increase in hostilities between the South Sudan People's Defense Forces and the Sudan People's Liberation Army in opposition and their respective allied fighters.
Any questions for
High Commissioner Volker Turk?
Civilians were killed and 78 others injured by the fighting, which displaced thousands from their homes between May 3 and 20. The agency said civilian populated areas have been targeted, including a medical facility operated by Doctors Without Borders. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance addressed the Naval Academy's graduating class on Friday, ceremony punctuated by traditional cannon shots and a Blue Angels flyover, saw Vance highlighting the administration's foreign policy achievements and evolving global power dynamics. Vance commended the graduates as future military leaders and cited the administration's successful ceasefire in a recent conflict as an example of decisive military power. Pointed out that emerging threats from China, Russia and others, stressing the need for adaptation to technological advancements in warfare. Vance concluded by pledging judicious use of military resources and emphasizing the graduates' responsibilities as junior officers. His speech ended with congratulatory words for the Naval Academy class of 2025.
High Commissioner Volker Turk is urging all parties to urgently pull back.
Past leaders sent our service members on mission after mission with no exit strategy, no end in sight, and with little articulation for the American people or for the warfighters about what we were doing. The Trump administration recognizes that our most valuable resources, it's you. It's young people who are brave enough to put on the uniform and risk your life for this country. And we promise, I promise, to cultivate that resource, to protect it, and to use it only when the national interest demands. You will be junior officers, of course, answerable to commanders, captains, admirals, generals, and people like me. You will have to follow orders, even when you don't want to. But importantly, you are not just following orders. More often than not, you will be giving them. And just as I see you as our most precious resource, so you must see the men and women who call you sir and ma'am as your most sacred charge. Now, I'm sure some of you share my politics and some of you don't. But I know today I speak for a grateful nation when I say we are rooting for you. Naval Academy class of 25, we are proud of you and we depend on you. Congratulations, Godspeed, and do great work.
Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts blasted Donald Trump for his dinner for meme coin investors, calling it an orgy of corruption. Senior Democrats members of the House and Senate held a press conference earlier to highlight what they describe as Trump's corrupt crypto practices and to push for legislation that will ban such activities.
You're here today to talk about exactly one topic: corruption. Corruption in its ugliest form. Donald Trump is using the presidency of the United States to make himself richer through crypto. And he's doing it right out there in plain sight.
President Donald Trump has said that Apple will pay a 25% tariff on iPhones that are sold in the United States but not made in the country. Announcement sparked strong reactions in front of Apple's Fifth Avenue flagship store in New York. Residents voiced concerns about the broader economic impact.
It's stupid. He's got something in his head, and he just thinks everything's going to be cool, and it's not. And we're all going to suffer from it. And of course, he's a multi-whatever heir. So groceries don't mean anything to him. Nothing means anything to him. He's just the most corrupt president we've ever had.
U.S. President Donald Trump has expressed his concerns over Harvard University's financial practices and the academic abilities of some of its foreign students during an executive order signing on Friday. Trump questioned why the country is paying billions to Harvard, which already has a $52 billion endowment, and suggested that the Ivy League institution needs to change its ways. Trump also mentioned the possibility of future changes to immigration policy to allow more people to come into the country with a pathway towards citizenship. While expressed openness to attracting the best and brightest from around the world to study at Harvard, he also voiced concerns about the quality of education at the university, specifically referring to students who need remedial math classes. The President's remarks come amid an ongoing legal battle over his administration's attempt to revoke Harvard's ability to enroll foreign students. Trump, however, did not provide specific details about any immediate plans to stop other universities from accepting foreign students.
I do, but a lot of the people need remedial math. Did you see that? Where the students can't add 2 and 2 and they go to Harvard. They want remedial math, and they're going to teach remedial math at Harvard. No, wait a minute. So why would they get in? How can somebody that can't add or has very basic skills, how do they get into Harvard? Why are they there? And then you see those same people picketing and screaming at the United States and screaming at, they're anti-Semitic or they're something. We don't want troublemakers here. But how do people that can't, when Harvard comes out with a statement that they're going to teach some of their students remedial math, that's basic math.
U.S. President Donald Trump ordered the nation's Independent Nuclear Regulatory Commission to cut down on regulations and fast-track new licenses for reactors and power plants, seeking to shrink a multi-year process down to 18 months. The requirement was part of a batch of executive orders signed by Trump on Friday that aimed to boost U.S. nuclear energy production and made a boom in demand from data centers and artificial intelligence. Licensing for reactors in the U.S. can take over a decade at times, a process designed to prioritize nuclear safety, but which has discouraged new projects. The moves include a substantial overhaul of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission that includes looking at staffing levels and directing the Energy and Defense Departments to work together to build nuclear plants on federal lands, a senior White House official said. Administration envisions the Department of Defense taking a prominent role in ordering reactors and installing them on military bases. The orders also seek to reinvigorate uranium production and enrichment in the United States, senior White House officials said. Trump declared a national energy emergency in January as one of his first acts in office, said the U.S. had inadequate supplies of electricity to meet the country's growing needs, particularly for data centers that run artificial intelligence systems.
This executive order, among other actions, includes an invocation of the Defense Production Act in order to spur a closer collaboration with private industry to ensure that we have the fuel supplies we need for a modernized nuclear energy sector, and a number of other key building blocks to the overall nuclear industry that we're trying.
German Foreign Minister Johann Wadephol said that US President Donald Trump's threat to raise tariffs on European Union trade helped nobody, and that Berlin will continue to support the EU to negotiate with Washington. Trump said it would recommend a 50% tariff on the EU to begin on June 1, which will result in stiff levies on luxury items, pharmaceuticals, and other goods produced by European manufacturers. It, along with a separate threat targeting smartphone maker Apple, sent the global market rolling after weeks of de-escalation provided some reprieve. Waterfall said the European Commission has their full support in maintaining their access to the American market, and he believes that such tariffs do not help anyone, but will only lead to economic development in both markets to suffer.
But we see many new opportunities, many more opportunities. Today, for example, both with Mr. Wadephol as well as with Minister Reich and with the Chancellor, we discussed opportunities like railways, like semiconductors, transportation of various kinds, energy. So I think the scope is there. As you know, as India becomes more prosperous, more developed, the opportunities will grow, not just in India, for Indian companies also in Germany. Even in an area like defense and security, we discussed whether there could be collaborative possibilities between our tolerance for terrorism. India will never give in to nuclear blackmail. And India will deal with Pakistan purely bilaterally. There should be no confusion in any quarter in that regard. We also value Germany's understanding that every nation has the right to defend itself against terrorism.
Jentkin said he had discussed potential areas of cooperation such as railways, semiconductors and energy, as well as defense and security with Wadephol, as well as with Economic Minister Katrin Reche and Chancellor Friedrich Merz. California's famous Pacific Coast Highway officially opened for all motorists on Friday, months after the Palisades fire ravaged parts of a scenic drive back in January. The opening comes on the eve of Memorial Day, one of the busiest travel holidays of the year. Drivers patiently waited at Santa Monica as police officers and traffic enforcement directed traffic, removing one of the major traffic checkpoints and roadblocks. Before Friday, PCH had only been open to residents and contractors with a local permit allowing them to maneuver through the burned areas. Over a dozen checkpoints are still established across the fire-damaged zones where only residents have access. Work crews are still in the area cleaning up debris, and a strict speed limit will be enforced for safety.
Very happy. I've been driving this every day to take him to school to Malibu High, and it'll be great if it opens up.
I think it's a mess. It's a dirt. Haven't you seen it out there? It's a mess. I live out there.
I don't know how it is because I always take this route, but today I don't know how it is, but it's today's traffic.
At Gaza's Nasser and Al-Shifa hospitals complain of overcrowding and a lack of supplies to treat patients as the Israeli army intensifies its offensive in the north of the Strip. The World Health Organization said that Gaza's health system is at a breaking point as Israel's intensified military operations continue amidst worsening mass population displacement and acute shortages of basic necessities. 4 major hospitals in Gaza have had to suspend medical services in the past week due to their proximity to incidents. WHO missions attempting to reach Al-Wada Hospital and a donation hospital were impeded. Only 19 of the Gaza Strip's 36 hospitals remain operational, when at least 94% of all hospitals are damaged or destroyed, WHO said, adding that only 12 are in a condition to provide a variety of health services. United Nations Chief Antonio Guterres on Friday said Israel has only authorized for Gaza what amounts to a teaspoon of aid when a flood of assistance is required, and again signaled that the UN wouldn't take part in a new US-backed distribution plan. Guterres told reporters that without rapid, reliable, safe and sustained aid access, more people would die, and the long-term consequences on the entire population will be profound. Israel says about 300 trucks of aid have entered Gaza via the Kerem Shalom crossing since it lifted an 11-week blockade on Gaza on Monday. But Guterres said that so far only about a third of those truckloads have been transported from the crossing to warehouses within Gaza due to insecurity. Israel has allowed aid deliveries by the UN and other aid groups to briefly resume until a new US-backed distribution model run by the newly created Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is up and running by the end of the month. UN says the plan is not impartial or neutral and that it will not be involved. Israel said the blockade had been aimed, in part, at stopping Palestinian militants Hamas from diverting and seizing aid supplies. Hamas has denied stealing aid. The GHF plan involves using private security contractors to transport aid to so-called secure hubs for distribution by civilian humanitarian teams. Guterres said the supplies of 160,000 pallets, enough to fill nearly 9,000 trucks, are waiting.
Palestinians in Gaza are enduring what may be the cruelest phase of this cruel conflict. For nearly 80 days, Israel blocked the entry of life-saving international aid. As the world's leading hunger assessment found, the entire population of Gaza is facing the risk of famine. Families are being starved and denied the very basics, all with the world watching in real time. All the aid authorized until now amounts to a teaspoon of aid when a flood of assistance is required. The needs are massive and the obstacles are staggering. Strict quotas are being imposed on the goods we distribute, along with unnecessary delay procedures. Other essentials, including fuel, shelter, cooking gas, and water purification supplies, are prohibited. Today, 80% of Gaza has been either designated an Israeli militarized zone or an area where people have been ordered to leave. In other words, 4/5 of the territory of Gaza is a no-go zone for the people of Gaza. And so, beyond questions about the particular number of trucks at any particular moment, it is important to stay fixed on the big picture. And the big picture is that without rapid, reliable, safe and sustained aid access, more people will die, and the long-term consequences on the entire population will be profound.
Thousands of Yemenis took to the streets of Sana'a on Friday to take part in weekly protests held in solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza. A large crowd was seen in the Yemeni capital filling the city's main square, with protesters waving banners and carrying large Palestinian and Yemeni flags. Israel's military said it intercepted 2 missiles launched from Yemen, and that sirens had sounded twice across the country, including in Jerusalem and the occupied West Bank, as Iran-aligned Houthis stepped up attacks. Houthi military spokesperson Yahya Sari said a group launched a ballistic missile towards Israel's Ben Gurion airport and 2 drones towards the Tel Aviv area. Undeterred by Israeli strikes in Yemen, the Houthis said they will continue to fire at Israel, even though they've agreed to a ceasefire with the United States to halt attacks on U.S. ships in the Red Sea. Israel has carried out retaliatory strikes, including one on May 6 that damaged Yemen's main airport in Sana'a, and another last week targeting the Red Sea ports of Hodeidah and Salif. Since the start of the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza in October 2023, the Houthis have launched dozens of missile and drone attacks targeting Israel, most of which have been intercepted or fallen short. The group says it is acting in support of Gaza's Palestinians. A teachers' protest disrupted traffic near Mexico City airport on Friday. Several nearby roads were blocked, leaving passengers struggling to reach the terminals. Many passengers resorted to walking down the empty streets with their luggage, while others waited to hitch a ride with police vehicles. Arriving passengers also reported difficulty securing taxis to leave the airport. The teachers have been blocking several main roads in the city throughout the week, demanding a return to a solidarity pension system. The system was altered in 2007 to one where financial institutions manage pension funds. Additionally, the teachers are calling for a wage increase and a repeal of a 2019 educational reform. The European Defense Minister spoke ahead of what is expected to be the biggest prisoner swap of the war so far, said he hoped the exchange was a first step to the road to peace talks. Russia and Ukraine each released 390 prisoners on Friday and said they will free more in the coming days. The agreement to exchange 1,000 prisoners each was the only concrete step towards peace to emerge last week from first direct talks between the warring sides in more than 3 years when they failed to agree a ceasefire. Well-known Venezuelan opposition figure Juan Pablo Guanipa is under arrest for allegedly leading a terrorist plot, Interior Minister Diosdado Caballo said on Friday. Officials regularly accuse the opposition of conspiring with countries such as the United States to commit terrorism, overthrow President Nicolas Maduro, and attack Venezuela's power grid. The opposition has always denied the accusations. Guanipa, a lawyer, a long-time politician, has been in hiding since the presidential election last year. Machado was barred from running for president but remains popular among many Venezuelans, is also in hiding. Electoral authorities and the country's top court backed Maduro as the winner, but have not offered ballot box level tallies of votes. Position which has published detailed tallies says its candidate roundly won. Opposition and rights groups have decried a brutal crackdown, including arrests since the vote. 70 people, including foreigners, have so far been detained in the alleged plot to carry out attacks during Sunday's regional and legislative elections, Cabello added. Iranian and U.S. negotiators wrapped up a fifth round of talks on Friday, with mediator Oman saying there was some limited progress in negotiations aimed at resolving a decades-long dispute over Tehran's nuclear ambitions. The sides were made again, though the date and venue still have to be decided. There was no immediate comment from the U.S. delegation at Friday's session in Rome. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said there was potential for progress in the negotiations after Oman made several proposals, but the talks were complicated and more discussions were needed. Stakes are high for both sides. President Donald Trump wants to curtail Tehran's potential to produce a nuclear weapon that could trigger a regional nuclear arms race and perhaps threaten Israel. Islamic Republic, for its part, wants to be rid of devastating sanctions on its oil-based economy. Iran Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and Trump's Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff had led the fifth round of talks through the Omani mediators, Iranian media reported. Both Washington and Tehran have taken a tough stance in public over Iran's intensifying Ukrainian enrichment program, which could potentially give it scope to build a nuclear weapon, though Tehran says it has no such ambitions and the purposes are purely civilian. And that's the news this hour. Thank you very much for watching. I am Barry Kumo Ado.
It is a reflection of a failed government, because in a civilized climate, it is unheard of, despite what we are producing in the country, that today we are experiencing total blackout in the northern part of the country. But I believe with time it may extend to other parts of the country. So the government is not actually doing well. That is my own personal opinion. Because what effort are they doing? What led to it? It is not even made known to the public. Because sometimes they will just allow certain things to go bad, believing that the citizen cannot do anything. They are capitalizing on the complacency and what? Without the self-satisfied nature of the citizens. That's my own personal take on it. As far as I'm concerned, the government is to be blamed. Because when they have made up their mind to render essential services to the people, what aspect of the country is working effectively with respect to the
Well, good morning, good morning, good morning. This is New Day. Welcome on your favorite station, Signature TV, your favorite weekend show as well. Well, today, the 24th day of May, and also in history, wonder if you knew that this day, 24th of May, 1968, the federal troops took over the city of Port Harcourt after a prolonged battle with the Biafran troops. Well, this victory actually gave them a landslide victory, and of course the turning point in the Civil War, as federal troops gained control over the oil-rich region and of course the seaport. Well, now you know, because we promise to keep you informed and inspired, and we invite you to be a part of the conversation on YouTube, on Facebook at Signature TV Official. Go like, comment, share, tell someone to tell someone. And we are live 24/7 on SLTV channel 265. And of course, you can also download Signature TV app from Google Play Store. I'm your host, Chigiti Agorom. More to come with our newspaper headlines and review after now. Do stay with us. If you're just joining us, welcome again to New Day on Signature Television. Welcome also to our newspaper headlines and review. First up, on weekend trusts above the mast, or rather below the mast, Nigerians seek alternatives as beef gets out of reach. On 2027, ministers eyeing governorship seats. There's quiet over alleged plan for new Emirates in Katsina. Can be found on pages 12, 34, 24, and 29 respectively on the Weekend Trust. 2027 hurdles before the coalition. Bed space, manpower shortage hit Abuja hospitals on page 9. Federal government to sanction airlines bringing passengers without valid visas, page 27. And finally, Supreme Court dismisses 36 state suits over use of 1.8 trillion naira recovered loot on page 25. Over to the Weekend Guardian, just above the mast. Funke author worry at 98. I do not know what more to say than to thank God. Still above the mass, Sokoto residents will soon feel impact of the Skills and Entrepreneurship Development Ministry coming from Muhammad. Then below the mast, 2027 election in focus. Operation Jagabanese, Southern Nigeria on the rise. Ground rent payment default. Wike seals PDP Secretariat 4,793 other properties Monday. Federal government insists on local solar panel manufacturing to retain $400 billion access fund. Well, African leaders must strengthen collaboration against escalating security threats coming from Minister. And finally, on The Guardian, peeping into Adegoroye's book, Leadership in Nigerian Civil Service. Next is Saturday Tribune. And above the masts, Obasanjo, Atiku, Sambo, Ayedatiwa, Oyilola, Aregbesola, Oyetola, Ooni, others grace Owa Obokun's coronation, with Rider Tinubu Adeleke charged new Oba on duty. Then below the mast, unpaid ground rent. Government to seal off PDP headquarters on Monday, with riders parties Tuesday neck meeting at risk. PDP vows to challenge takeover. Action not politically motivated coming from Federal Capital Territory Agency and 4,793 other properties affected. Aregbeshola's drummers say Tinubu will lule in 2027. Ex-governor hosts Atiku hosts ex-governor, hosts Atiku Sambo in Oshun. Still on Saturday Tribune, Supreme Court strikes out 36 state suits over looted funds. And finally, my wife got me arrested by Amotekun over 500,000 naira debt. Next up, The Nation. And above the mast, 2025 UTME. DSS police arrest 20 for hacking JAMB websites. ASU mall strike over release of 150 billion naira revitalization fund, which rider that says wants federal government to address outstanding demands. Akwa Ibom, on page 4, governor's defection notice excites APC and jolts PDP. Riders, why I'm joining ruling party by Eno. We are set for Akwa Ibom political tsunami. Saraki Dixon, Dankwambo beg Enugu governor to stay. Defection to APC won't stop trial of corrupt governors coming from AGF. EFCC slams Atiku's aid over claim chairman met South-South governor. 36 governors lose bid to reclaim 1.8 trillion naira and 450 billion naira recovered fund, while the Supreme Court declines jurisdiction. And Nigeria turning tide against insecurity coming from Badaru. And finally, on Saturday Nation, Tinubu okays rehabilitation of Ilesha Ife Ibadan Expressway. On Saturday Times, above the mast, hold your governors accountable, states earn 85% VAT, says FIRS on page 6. Repositioning PDP, Saraki leads delegation to Enugu to meet Governor Mba. And below the mast, Obasanjo, Atiku, others grace new Owa of Ijeshaland coronation on page 2. Mona Lisa Stephen laid to rest in Lagos. Still on Saturday Times. Ground rent crackdown, 4,794 properties lost as FCTAI's May 26 takeover. Minister decries use of AI to undermine public officials. No genuine political party in Nigeria, APC sliding into monarchy coming from Lukman. Court dismisses 20 million naira fundamental rights suit against ICPC. Those can be found on pages 6, 10, 16 respectively. And finally, Governor Mufwang lifts Order 001 suspending mining activities and clears 159 operators on page 11 of Saturday Times. Over to Saturday Punch. Owa Obokun eyes 5 billion naira development fund as Obasanjo Atiku grace coronation. Dad, they've shot me. Heartbreaking moment. Police killed Oyo school boy. Emefiele's 753 duplexes. Federal government to sell houses to low and middle income Nigerians. With rider, reptiles overrun estates as housing experts doubt government's plan. Pregnant Ogun women flee to Benin Republic as healthcare crumbles. Kaduna housewife feeds co-wife's baby acid. Organ trade, federal government to launch registry after Punch investigation. Finally, on Saturday Point, marketers kick as Port Harcourt refinery faces shutdown. And that's the much you can take on today's newspaper headlines. And over to our review, and Chris the Oracle Madoka himself is here in person, live and direct, to bring us insights, deep perspectives to our review this beautiful Saturday morning. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning to you.
Wow, it worked actually. I did introduce you with a straight face and it worked.
I don't know, at each time you introduce me, it always worked. It has always worked.
Okay, good morning, Chris.
Last week, a lot of people are still calling me about your appearance on television. I don't know what.
Who are we to ask? We'll have to ask MTN if that's what you... What's with the orange? What's going on?
I don't know what that means. Okay. Don't put me in trouble. Let's just go out of the trouble that Nigerian headlines we have to deal with today.
Indeed.
Welcome. This is another day. It's a new day. It's bright and early. Glory be to God. Let's go.
All right. So I'm sure you had a lot of news headlines that actually gave you a lot of cringes.
On the emotional level.
Yes.
On the Punch that they shot me. The heartbreaking moment.
You could see I couldn't help it. I had to just pause.
You know.
So heartbreaking.
That is heart-wrenching, and it calls for, when our people say, just all the dads in Nigeria, both the president, the National Assembly, the ministers, all the appointees of government, the IGP of police, the AIGs, all the director generals, most of these people have called, even going down the line, the governors, the commissioners, members of the State House of Assembly, most of them are parents, some of them are fathers. Just put yourself in the position of a man who woke up in the morning to drive his boy bright and early. My boy filled with energy, with dreams to go and sit for school certificate examination. That's all. That's all the offense the young man committed, or the dad committed for being in Nigeria. And the people they say they are police are supposed to be civilian protectors. For God's sake. I've had some little training with the security agency. I started with the road safety I worked. The instruction is, there are some mad people you meet on the road. But each time you see one mad person on the road, think about billions of people who are not mad. It means the person, some trigger hungry people who don't have control. We go into a place like a Bado Street. If you see the viral video of this, you know that some people are animals. And we have them in our forces. The agency, the security forces. So, you know, when say any country, any group of people, a state, group of families, at any particular time, what they want is what they get. If you have this kind of politicians, and this is what, I mean, this kind of country, this kind of police we have, this kind of probably army, and all this is what we get. But how would the father of this young man, if you watch that viral video, went what you call real mad. He was so confused, he was hurt, he didn't know what to do looking at the young man. Somebody is just a boy of that age, your dream of a father to take him to where he will sit for, probably sit for school certificate, graduate, and he will look at it and he will be proud to say, I'm a father. Imagine if he's the only son. In a confusion, you see how the thing strikes. They're pursuing a driver, a mad driver. These people that wear yellow and red thing that wanted to arrest the man because, I don't know, the man was trying to escape and eventually scattered his vehicle and escaped. And the policeman started shooting. Shooting at
live ammunition.
Into an open air. Is he not flying blind? In Nigeria, you can see, you see a pilot, a blind pilot, flying aircraft. That is what it means, if they don't know what it means. And we have had so much issues with these trigger-hungry policemen. They've killed Nigerians. You calculate what the terror and bandits are killing. You calculate the one, the hunger and hardship are killing. You can then the one stress. So much accident on the road too, are killing. 10 cars tumbling and burning a whole village. People dying. Nigeria is the land of death. I'm sorry. But that's it. If you just wake up, that's why you wonder why Nigerians are religious. You just wake up. You can't close your eyes and say, this is what this country does to protect you. If you wake up, you thank God. If you don't, they count you on one of the numbers. It's sad, and I'm starting with it. It's sad, it's heart-wrenching. It's so emotional. And you look at your boy, when I was talking about that, remember, you know, things fall apart. Okonkwo, to prove that he's a strong man, with Ikemefuna, when the villagers decide to kill, he went, and the first person struck Ikemefuna, the young man turned and said, Dad, they killed me. And then to show them he's a strong man, he just delivered the final blow. That's the kind of cry this boy shouted. Daddy, they shot me. And they will sweep it under, people will come and talk about it. I just want every Nigerian, before you do anything and say anything, put yourself in such position. This idea of insensitivity and not thinking about the next man is part of the issue we have. We have come to a point. Is it fulfilling what the Bible says? The love of man has gone cold. There's nothing, no justification for a policeman to put probably AK-47 inside an open street or populous Ibadan city, shooting what? Throwing stone in the marketplace. And that man didn't think if he is anybody. He didn't even think about extended or nuclear relation where he has pointed his nozzle to shoot.
You begin to question the mental stability.
That is the kind of people we have in our forces. I'm sorry. If one bad apple spoils so let Nigerian police deal with it. Whoever will react to it, let them deal with it. And then don't think about, because the man who had fetched the anti-infested firewood will always bring this kind of lizard home. They will come for a visit. And the sooner they do it, somebody said, I need a wife. But it's only the day I go looking for wives that you have a lot of mad women in the market. We need the policemen to guide us. But we don't need the mad people. Nigeria needs security people. But this idea of opening the doors without proper scrutiny and then the road safety touted the idea of taking people to mental check before they employ them when they have not even given the gun. I wonder why Nigerian police who give guns to people that should be the highest check, because if you are not mentally balanced,
you shouldn't carry an.
And then they should look at it, because Nigeria has a lot of things that will even make the mental balanced person to be deranged. Yes. How much are they paying policemen? So they come and go to the barracks where they live. Some of them who can afford. Of course, there's no new barracks. For the last 10 years, I've not had that anything is building barracks. So they go live among the people, and they have families. They come with these. So most of them come with issues in the field. Who checks about them? It's like the doctor. Every patient goes there, like we are calling police now. Doctor, do anything. The doctor, if there's a mistake, hey, the doctor has made mistake, killed. Nobody asks about the mental health of the doctor or the imams and the preachers and the priests. All you need, Father, pray for me. Reverend Father, pray for me. Pastor, the person praying for you is a human being. He has blood running there. Some of them are married. Issues, yeah. They live in this country with hunger and hardship. So we will begin to analyze and look at why we are into this trouble. The government takes the highest blame. For now, Nigeria is at a bus stop. Bus stop of 2027. The bus stop, 2027, that's the bus stop. They are standing there looking for passengers to do that. Nothing. That's that one where you didn't pronounce the word very well. There's one headline here said the Jagabanize. And it's a new dictionary. Jagabanize. Operation Jagabanize. Southern Nigeria so on the rise.
Is that a political idea?
Operation stupid, hungry, appetite-driven politicians on the southeast. Not Jagaban. Jagaban is only a politician. They ask you what the meaning of Ekwensu in Igbo land means. Onyekwe Osu. If you did not nice, there will be no Jagaban. So if there's Jagaban and you nicer, you will have Jagabanize. And all of them work together. The Cameroon people will say, d'accord. If you Jagaban and come, and I say, I know nice, then we won't get a Jagabanize. So let's leave Uleni Sinku, the southern politicians have sold out totally for whatever reason. So let them not talk about all these ones are just talking. All of them are building up, trying to join. They say it's moving boss. When they got a brand new boss, and they made sure the boss died and finished it, they're looking for new one. So the ones that are running into the moving boss should check these ones coming, because what happened in the recent past will eventually happen in the recent future. And they have no sympathy. These people have no sympathy. They are the same. Nigerian politicians, they are the same. So they will come like this. Remember, they say when a commercial sex worker changes location, it becomes brand new. It becomes brand new. All these politicians are changing location. They think they are not new. They overused. And anybody admitting them just to win election, that's why, of course, they know they are bringing them to win election. They don't now value them. Because the person who sold his brother will not see you as a cousin, not sell you. And all these politicians who are admitting they know them. Look at that one. That's a very nice one who gave us weekend trust. 2027, the hurdles before coalition. Chiki, let's look at the hurdles coalition.
All right.
The one is who will step down for who is one of the hurdles.
Yeah.
Lack of support by governors, one of the hurdles. Defections to APC, one of the hurdles. Infiltration by ruling party, one of the hurdles. Mistrust by opposition leaders, one of the truth. And then you look at the coalition express. You have Obi, his bag is red, and Atiku's one is green, the L5's one is blue. On top of a small mold, small tuke bus, one, what they call this bus in Lagos?
Danfo.
The Danfo driver, I don't know who is inside. But who is on the load? Who own? They tag the loads. And that's a beautiful illustration by Weekend Trust. But we can write volumes about whose load is higher, whose was smaller, is following a revive, and the hurdles they're talking about. These hurdles are more than this. But who will step down for who, I think, is the top on the hurdle.
Yeah.
It's well captured. And they're on the road to 2027, and the boss has stopped. Telling you, they've perfected. These hurdles were carefully crafted and put on the track of 2027. And what they didn't know, I am not a prophet of doom. They have stopped Nigeria, and everybody is thinking of 2027. Now ask them, in their wisdom, since they are God, who among them will see 2027? Even among us talking, they don't know. But because they are politicians, they are not thinking about tomorrow. They are not thinking about, they are thinking about winning an election. That's all. From the first day you see any politician, he's talking about now. He's thinking about winning the election. He doesn't even know about how that place will. He doesn't think he knows how he's closed his eye and dream how he returned back his second tenor. He doesn't care. On State Trust, there's bed space, manpower shortage hit Abuja hospitals. This is for a start. For the last 6 months, we sat on this place, and the newspaper headlines have reeled out. In some day they say 60,000, another one say 30,000, someone say 15,000. Doctors, they are not talking about medical team. Chigi, I know you're a member of a medical team. Your likes and your specialty as jackpot, nobody can. They're talking about just somebody who thinks he's a leader of medical team. But when a leader of a medical team has gone, the other members of the team, half of them have gone. What do we have? It's the same country. The way we make our math, we lie on it. Nigeria is lying down on a keg of gunpowder, on terror, on banditry, on insecurity, on health issue, on governance, on economic failure, on everything in Nigeria is moving towards implosion or explosion. And all the politicians are talking about 2027. Somebody mentioned that they should ask the governors where they've kept the VAT that accumulated and they collected. It's in today's newspaper.
Yeah.
Oh, since they started talking about all this, the governors are putting back their money to use to support where they will go and buy second tenor. I was analyzing with some people. All of them, some of them have gone to scratch the roads, promising people they are doing a great work. Those more kind of works are stopped. If you check from the state where I'm coming from the places I'm staying, and the ones I've traveled around to see, everybody has stopped to put money in place to buy second position. Some of this money they're going to give to defect, to go to anywhere, is what the way they're defecting will use to settle the ones who are already on the ground. Because nobody comes, as they say in Igbo, Iyabo Obialka. I've been building a party for the last 20 years. Suddenly, you come in today and take over without sacrifice. Come to my house, you follow something follow. So as they are going to where the bus is moving, they will pay for the ticket. They must pay. Somebody must pay. There's no free ticket anywhere. And some of them will carry everything just to buy. Tell you how dangerous Nigerian politicians are. Selfish. They don't care. Even if it means using a whole state budget to buy their way, so that they give it to the party, so that the other party will use it to settle the landlords who are there before you, or monies. They will settle them. Because you can't come in my house and take over. You have to find a way of settling me, because everybody has a price. That's when they're talking about defection. Nigerians must know what this defection are costing this. Governor Eno, where did he say? Of Akwa Ibom. Yes. He has ordered all the people, it's either you defect with me or you resign. That's an order. What a better despotic, democratic situation can we be? That's the state of emergency. Declared. If you don't join me, because he's the sole administrator. And this Nigeria, nobody's talking. Who will talk? Me? And this is the Nigeria we're building. Government to seal up PDP headquarters on Monday. Tribune. Beautiful. We have seen it in other. The party's Tuesday neck meeting is at risk. This is the final. You know, it's still, when I refer to Okonkwo and Ikemefuna, it's the FCT minister is the strongest, one of the strongest man in PDP. And the final blow to destroy PDP, he hold the S. And he's leading. And he's telling you it's not political. So PDP office closed down, taken over. That is the final. That's, as he has promised that without him there will no PDP. There is the final nail on the coffin of PDP. When a political party like PDP does not have a headquarters to run in Abuja, and they counted PDP as among the 4,793 property affected, that will tell you the kind of country it is. But remember, there's nothing you do for your girlfriend's son to call you Papa. For all those working to placate the organs, better remember that someday, once you shit on your way to market, on your return, giant flies, we say welcome. Chigi, I hope you won't do what I have asked. Don't shit on your way to market. Let Nigerian politicians keep shitting on their way to market. But definitely, as far as Jesus carries, they will come back through that same route, and giant flies will receive them. God bless Nigeria.
God bless Nigeria. God bless you, Chris. God bless you at home, wherever you are watching this from. God bless you too. Don't go anywhere. New Day continues right after this break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories. Your pocket.
Welcome to our Saturday retrospect, where we bring you highlights of some of the conversation we had in the course of this week from Monday through to Friday. First up, on Monday, we had a very important topic of discussion, empowering the vulnerable groups in Nigeria. Guest was Chika Ujudu. Take a listen.
The basics of life. What do you think that we can adopt with what is happening across the world?
Actually, the government of the day tried to make them have that sense of belonging, but those representing them have not been able to do much. You will see them acquiring what belongs to those they are better off than. You will see them sharing it among themselves, their families. And it's wrong. So the only thing we can do is to create a committee and make sure that the vulnerable amongst them are co-opted in that committee, for them to have a voice, for them to know what is being given to them, how it's being shared, how it's being allocated. I believe by doing so, it will enhance most of their problems.
Many people would say creating another committee. I mean, isn't that what has caused the problem so far? I mean, if we have had several poverty alleviation up until now, in fact, still have the number of unemployed people, we still have people who... Okay, go ahead,
sorry,
please.
the right people have not been co-opted into the committee. We still have wolves under the sheep clothes. The right people, when you put the right people around, step in a round hole, you will see things working out. We still have people who do not have human feelings in managing the affairs of the vulnerable, even managing the affairs of, the society. They should dig deep and, get to the root of all this. They know it. When you're talking about the vulnerable, we are talking about those who cannot be able, who do not have the powers of their own, the adult, the low income, the disabled. But you see somebody, a flat, human being, come in bearing that, all in the name, to have what belongs to the lower class. Who does that? It's only people that with that conscience that, go into that such practice, and it's not helping the society. Neither is it helping the vulnerable people, our adults in our midst.
What role do you think education plays in alleviating poverty and even helping with the vulnerable population?
Education is the key. Those of them who wants to be enlightened, who wants to be educated, who wants to attend, tertiary institution, secondary institution, primary institution, should be given that opportunity to do so, should be empowered to do so. And by the time they're able to acquire it, they will be on their feet to take any challenges that comes across them. So if governments can invest more in their education, it will enhance their life, in my own thinking.
So many persons think that the most vulnerable people in the society are mostly women and children. Do you agree to this point? Do you think there are actually there are other people who are considered vulnerable people?
There are others, men inclusive, not only women and children. But you can only say that women and children are the weaker, side of it. And, they receive all manner of abuse.
Right, so...
when not checked.
So in terms of helping out with these, knowing that the numbers are actually more on women and children, how do you think that collaborative effort between the private sector and the public sector will be able to assist people, especially those in the rural areas, in order to be able to be better for, you know, whatever it is that they're out to do?
They should be allocated to a good environment where they can be looked after, where can they be checked on regularly. The communities, the private sector, the government, it's our duty to do that for them because they don't have that strength, just like we do. When somebody is about to rape you or having carnal knowledge with you or something like that, you can always be able to run away. But then they cannot. When somebody wants to hit you with a machete, you can be able to run away, but they cannot. So it is our duty to checkmate them.
And that was our conversation on Monday about how to empower vulnerable individuals in our society, and Chika Uju giving her take on the subject matter. If you missed this conversation on Monday, go back to our social media platforms, Facebook, YouTube, and of course Instagram, and go have a listen or take a listen to the full conversation, and also be part of it because you can actually comment and we will hear what you have to say. Then over to Tuesday, our guest Nadume Afakansi, the resurgence of herdsmen and farmers clash and other forms of violence in Nigeria. That was on Tuesday, and he spoke to the resurgence, I beg your pardon, of herdsmen and farmers on Tuesday. Do listen to Nadume Afakansi and hear his perspective on the subject matter.
It's a call of the case. They begin to roll out names of people the prosecutor said they committed treason. You must say, what type of treason they commit? You know, judge doesn't necessarily need to interfere. Not just read their charge and then maybe lawyers announce their appearances and then they say what they want to say as a lawyer. But she has to ask some few questions. She's entitled to do that as a judge. This crowd you brought here, you say they're committing, they're committed or they're about to commit felony, what do you call it, treason. He said yes. He said like how? Say, my Lord, they were in two buses going there, boy. I'm flying this flag and saying that they want to be Afro. Says that so. He said, did you find them close to the government house in ENUGU here? He said no. Where did you arrest them? At Bisala Road. Not Bisala, but Abara Avenue. Abara Avenue going to where? Tabakliki. Do you know where they are going to in Abakaliki? They say it is a field where they are going to do their rally. He said, how many of them had pistols? He said, my Lord, none. What about AK-47 assault rifle? My Lord, none. What about some machine guns? None has. Do you have any written statement they want to broadcast in any radio station? Because you are talking about treason. He said, no, my Lord, but they were flying the flags. You man just turned to me and said, if it were in my area, she's from Katsina State, if it were in my area, this kind of thing cannot happen. We were now forced to stand up and announce appearance for those boys. We now make our application. At the end of the day, the case was struck out because there was no basis for treasonable. Now, after that, you can now notice some soldiers, whenever they see these boys, they'll get them arrested, especially during the rainy season. Start turning them in the mud. Even lady soldiers are marching them on the leg. I warned in one of the trading houses I went, these things you are doing is not the way. The very day these boys retire to their cocoon, it is going to be worse. Confront these boys and call them to a round table. No war has ever ended on the battlefield. If they say they want Biafra, ask them what actually they want in Biafra. If they say it is confederacy, if they say they want to manage their own resources, now look at how you can include it in the constitution so that everybody can manage his own resources and these agitations will stop. They ignored that and they kept marching on their heads and turning them into mud water. Now it went the way it today. The story is now history. The Yoruba axis, their one is more dignified because even before Igbo came on board, the Yorubas we are talking about going to United Nations, canvassing for an Oduduwa state. Now, all these agitations are the precursor to the insecurity we have. It didn't just start just because somebody woke up one night and said, I want to start insecurity. No. Something happened and government rough handled it. After cleaning their anus, they want to defecate. That is wrong. You defecate first and clean your anus. So the thing they're supposed to do first, what they did last. So now, from Boko Haram, it's now turned into, the Boko Haram are human beings. When they are fighting, they may be hungry. They will then go to farms and tell people to give them food. If they refuse to give them food, they have arms. They will force them to give them the food or to pay taxes to them before they go to their farm. So the thing now continued and now started drifting down south. When they now came down south, it is no more a matter of people, Fulanis or headers trying to match their heads into normal grazing routes. But now, when they get to somebody's cornfield, for instance, they match the cows into the cornfield and tell the cows to go ahead because the cows hear their language. They go to cassava farm, they will uproot cassavas and give to their cows and tell the cow, they tell you if you come, because they have gone, they will tell you that the cows need it because they want to give the breastfeed, they are breastfeeding. Now, you come to a rice field, where you pack your rice, they will unleash the cows on the rice and eat up the entire rice. Something we labored and spent a lot of millions to convey for the year. So the thing now continued. It drifted from the north down to the east, from east down to the west. But there is no part of Nigeria that is now spared. And the problem, the other Fulanis, the other headers will still come and tell that these Fulanis who are doing this are imported Fulanis. They came from Niger, they came from Futajalon, they came from this, they came from that. But to ask yourself this question, the underlying question asked me after this my analysis was, is this now insurmountable? Has it then gotten beyond the government?
Absolutely.
That's where I will now anchor my answer before we go to the next stage.
Right.
The truth is that it has not gotten beyond any government. Sani Abacha told us that if insurgency or insecurity lasts more than 24 hours, government and the area. Sani Abacha, it is on record, it is in all the news. And you now saw our chief of army staff, just quite about 3 or 4 days ago, saying that they don't even trust NGOs anymore. That NGOs will tell you that they are carrying food to the people who are displaced by Boko Haram in the north. They will load trailers load of food. Somewhere along the road, they will tell you the food trailers don't spoil, that they are coming to town to look for mechanic. They will not look for this mechanic. In the night, the whole food there will disappear. And when the food has disappeared, tomorrow there will be no mechanic and the trailer will turn back and start coming back. So there are no more trust. They don't trust the NGOs anymore. Those NGOs, it's like they are fueling the insurgency. I don't want to go yet to Burkina Faso. Let us finish with Nigeria. Because if it can stop in Burkina Faso, it can stop. If it can stop in Ghana, it can stop anywhere. Only that our government, and you highlighted in terms of Buhari's government, that even urged governors to give grazing land. That even made investors who came to my little village in Oglogolo in Ezeagu at that time, farm. They wanted to go into commercial agriculture. Natural human beings who got the central bank loan. Our villagers said no, because they are talking about Ruga. It is like these people are coming to do Ruga, so we don't want to give them land again. We have signed the agreement, we have agreed with them, come and start commercial farming in that place, which could have benefited our people very immensely by now. But because of what Buhari said, that everyone became suspicious. Because we are former media organ, Osto Kechukwu was the boss of Nigeria, actually brought these people. And those that was in the government of
Nadime Ofokansi there with his very in-depth perspective as to the fact that a farmer-heather clash is not a standalone event or in Nigeria, rather it's a precursor, or there was a precursor to the clash, which was actually mismanagement of agitations from across the region. Quite an interesting conversation, and you can go over to our website and our social media platforms and get the full interview. Still, on Monday we had another interesting guest. Abdul Rahman Manga spoke to a question, more of a rhetorical question. Is Nigeria moving toward one-party state? I'm sure you want to find out. Take a listen.
The CPC bloc decided to give him vote of confidence that they remain in APC and they will support Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and support the governor of Kebbi State. That is a very good development, and I think for those who want to defect, I think it is a bad sign that the APC is a family and it's getting stronger every day.
Right. So many persons think that this move towards APC, these defections from all other parties to the APC would harm democracy in the long run. Given that, when you empty the opposition party into the ruling party, you are most likely going to a place of tyranny. It means that the government of the day can do and undo, and nobody holds it, accountable, because those who are supposed to be in the opposition would not really have a voice or even a teeth to bite. Do you think so?
Not at all. I don't think so, my brother. There are some countries that have one-party system and they are doing great and they are really boosting and economically and what have you. And if what President Bola Tinubu is doing gives room for one-party system, I think there's nothing wrong about that. Because what is important is the dividends of democracy, and it's really now showing that really the president is up and doing. Most of the policies that we have that are policies that are long-term policies, so people will actually feel the impact. They don't feel the impact, because sometimes short-term policies, programs or short-term measures, you just window dressing. But when you have a long-term, solution to matters, then you begin to enjoy or begin to reap the dividends of democracy. And that is, I think, one of the reasons why most of the senators in the National Assembly, members, House of Reps, are beginning to realize that it's good to be in the APC, and APC is really doing good. I want to give you an example with my state. We have more than 7 to 8 projects ongoing, and it's ongoing is approved by the President and the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Mr. Ahmed Bola Tinubu, and that has nothing to do with the northerner or southerner. It has just to do with the leader, and we are impressed with what Tinubu is doing in Kebbi State, because you look at about 4 or 5 major federal roads ongoing, and all have been approved by the President, and the projects are ongoing. I visited most of these places, and I want to tell you that the projects are really good projects. They meet up all the standards that is required, and I think we have no reason in Kebbi not to vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Having a project of over 550 billion naira in Kebbi, you can believe me that we have every reason to vote for the president.
I mean, when you said something around the lines of the other countries practicing one-party system, I understand that you probably may be thinking China. China is not a democracy; it's a communist, country, and you can't compare China and Nigeria, for instance. I mean, we're talking democracy, we're talking opposition, we're talking, holding government accountable. That is not, to say that, you can't praise the strength of the person leading it right now. But what we're saying is, if you empty other political parties by way of, putting fears in the minds of these people, or maybe pushing them, or maybe luring them into the party, it just destroys the very essence of democracy. Don't you think so?
Well, I want to tell you that it has nothing to do with luring or what have you. Nobody is forced into APC by force. Nobody is forced into APC by duress or whatever. Everybody comes into APC because of his conviction. And like just recently, we have about 3 senators that left the PDP for APC in Kebbi State. So we have virtually all the reps in Kebbi State, and the senators are all APC now. These are all people who are very powerful, people who have played a significant role in their political party and have emerged and won their elections. Despite the fact that the APC government is in place, but yet they believe in what Mr. President is doing, and they decide to come back to the APC.
Well, from politics to road safety management, on Wednesday, we spoke to current issues in road safety management in Nigeria. Our guests were RC Atu and Nina Agodu. Take a listen.
Now, it is until the 8th of June, that's when the new pricing will take effect.
1st of June, that's 8th of June,
yes.
Next month.
Yes.
Were there any consultations to this effect?
Of course, they've been having several meetings. The National Uniform Licensing Scheme, NULS, and also the Joint Tax Board in collaboration with other agencies that are relevant to production of driver's license. That we have the VIO. The Joint Task Board comprises of the Board of Internal Revenue, the Vehicle Inspection Officers, VIO, and also the Federal Road Safety Corps, and other stakeholders. Been having meetings. They've had series of other meetings. They had one in Lagos, and also had one in Port Harcourt, River State. It was after a lot of deliberations and consultations that they came up with these price adjustments. So it's not like they just woke up one day and decided to increase the price. And besides, we've been doing a lot of enlightenments, because once that particular thing was, they thought about it and it came to light, started pushing out even all the flyers, and if you go to our offices, you see it, they're like my own office, that is the driver's license center here in ENUGU Main at the sector command. If you go there, we already have the information in every office that you enter, at least to let people know this is what is going on and this is what we are expecting from this period. So yeah, so at least we've been doing a lot. Like now coming to the TV here to also talk about it is part of enlightening the public on what they should be expecting by the 8th of June.
The reason I ask that is because, I mean, I can't imagine asking someone, especially Nigerian, whether they would accept this increase, and they would say yes, increase it, because the economy is already biting hard, and so you would wonder really whether these consultations were really done well to the point that everybody accepted this the road unions, civil society organizations and the likes.
The consultation was widely done, not just just a group of persons. It cut across even out to the State Board of Internal Revenues. The State Board of Internal Revenue. Of course, the production of driver's licenses is even shared 50-50 with the states. For every driver's license that is processed or produced in Enugu State, the state government gets its own revenue from everybody that applies for driver's license. So the consultation will definitely get to all those people. And besides, you go to some of the offices where we have Federal Road Safety Corps, you also have the Board of Internal Revenue there, and we call it one-stop shop, where if you go, you get the VIO, you get the Board of Internal Revenue, and also have Federal Road Safety, either officers or marshals in the same place. So just in case maybe questions are asked, in case questions are asked concerning a particular thing, we'll always be there to, and if issues are raised and you need the attention of the officers or marshals there, they will definitely come to. And besides, this particular increase is not just about driver's licenses. It also includes the vehicle number plate productions. And there are prices, for instance, let me just take the price for driver's license. So it's not like the increase is too much. Most people will consider it to be high. Let me start with tricycle. Tricycle, we have just two categories of driver's license in terms of year of production. We have the 3 years and the 5 years. For the 3-year license for a tricycle, it was just within the range of 5,400 or something, but now it's 7,000 naira officially.
3 years.
For 3 years for tricycle. Then for 5 years for tricycle is 11,000.
Wow.
Yes, it was 8,600 or something then, but it's now 11,000 naira. Then for that of 3 years for driver's license for motor vehicle, it's 10,350 naira. Officially, that's the price you pay online. That does not mean that is the only money you pay for driver's licenses, because of course, if you are to enroll for a driver's license, you must go through the process of obtaining a driving school certificate. You must have gone through driving school, where you also pay some other money. And also when you're done, there are other fees by the state, where the state generates its own revenue, where you have to get 1 or 2 other documents to add to the online form, the ML18 form that you're going to get from our portal. Then we also have the 5-year driver's license, which is now, then it was 15,450 naira, but now it's 21,000 naira. So if you check.
Well, details on the increments on driver's license and other vehicle-related payments are available if you go on over to our social media platforms and take a listen to the full interview. All right, then on Thursday, our guest, Mazi Gabriel Nwachukwu, spoke to the concept of Obi in Igbo cosmology. You will want to take a listen to this.
Within a pure Igbo family, Igbo traditional family, where
all Igbo traditional family, or just a
through
community?
Igbo traditional families, people who identify with the traditions of Igbos, who want to practice traditional culture of the Igbos. There is a place that is built, after you have built your edifice, in every compound, in any compound, you have a place reserved, built specifically as a sacred place, as a traditional sanctuary. We can call it a traditional cathedral. It's a synagogue, equivalent of a synagogue in the Jewish worship, where the family head, the Diopala, and his brothers, even those who have built houses of their own outside the family compound, come together to commune with their patron saints or the ancestors to bring their needs, prayers, rituals. Obi also acts as courts of the ancestors. Whether it's any family conflict or disputes, it could be resolved there. In the Obi, it's just like equivalent of Madonna Shrine in the Catholic Church. The only difference is that in Madonna Shrine, because a shrine is Obu, some call it Obu, some call it Obi, some call it Eba. Like on the people call it Eba. Nguru. The only difference between Obi and Madonna Shrine in the Holy Catholic Church is that in the Obi inhabits the spirits of the ancestors, but in the Madonna Shrine inhabits the spirits of the Saint Virgin Mary and the Son, and it's a place of miracles. As places as the Holy Madonna Shrine is a place of miracles, prayers, rituals. Likewise, the authentic Obu as African traditional or Igbo traditional equivalent of a sanctuary is also a place of miracles, conflict resolutions, prayers, consultations. Because in the Obu, whatever you are doing there, the holy ancestors, they call it the traditional Igbo traditional sense, because the holy ancestors of the Igbos, of your family, if you are coming from, I'm from an Ichuku family, in Obunego, Ami Igbo no Monateze. So whenever we go, we have Obu in my father's compound. Whenever we go to Obi, there, the spirit of my grandfather, is there. Because in African school of thought, traditional school of thought, we believe that a human being is made up of soul, spirit, and body. Man does not really die. What he shares off is the mortal body. That's what I call it transition. So I believe that the spirit of Okoliki Iboka Anyomo as my paternal uncle, as my paternal grandfather, I mean to say, is there. The spirit of my father, Gabriel Okoliki Iboka Anyomo is there. Like what other triumphant ancestors are not. And no one I talk of ancestors as the core reason for instituting Obu. It means that whenever you are fucking there, you are doing anything there, they are present in the spiritual realm. They are there. So they are watching you. That's why families who know what they are doing, who want to be connected, who want to prosper and go far in life, apart from the demonization of the traditional institutions and the African values, or to connect with the Obi. If they have destroyed it, they have to erect one. If they don't have one, they have to build one, because that is the place of communion, like a kind of Eucharist. The Catechism of the Catholic Church, 956, says that the Catholic Christians ought to pray to the Saints Triumphant, like St. Peter, St. Paul, St. Anthony, to intercede, intercessory roles before God Almighty and Jesus Christ, because they believe that St. Peter, St. Paul are closer to Jesus Christ. Therefore, they can advocate for them and plead for mercy, plead on their behalf. Likewise, the traditional African saints, whom we call ancestors, who have lived good lives, righteous lives, died well, lived well.
Interesting conversation about the wealth of the Igbo culture and cosmology there, and you can get the gamut of the conversation on our social media platform. Finally, on Friday, Dr. Edwin Arum talked about the use and misuse of cybercrime acts in Nigeria. What is cybercrime and why is it being misused? Do take a listen.
They are just criminal activities that are perpetuated using the computer networks, or other related system with the intent to defraud or defame businesses or governments. So any illegal activity occasioned or perpetuated using the computer or the computer networks targeted at business, that's the financial aspect, targeted at the government, or even the reputation of individuals, we can call that a cyber crime. Now, before now, there have been several occasions of people defrauding others, like obtaining under false pretense, popularly known as 419, in the generations gone by, or about some decades ago. But now people do not go about defrauding people physically. They just stay in the comfort of their homes to manipulate the computer systems. And this has been going on for some time. Sometimes somebody calls you on phone, claims to be who he or she is not, and tells you, please make a transfer. Sometimes you go to the POS machine to make a transfer, and after that transfer, you now see deductions from your account. Sometimes you are doing some transactions online thinking you are dealing with real people. You won't know that you are dealing with some fraudsters. And because of the fact that many Nigerians are not so knowledgeable in these computer systems, they fall vulnerable to some of these smart people. And based on that, they lose money. So the government, in order to curtail this, decided that it is necessary to come by way of legislation to bring about a law that is all-encompassing. For instance, if you look at Chapter 3 of the Cyber Crimes Act, you will see several offenses that are covered as cyber crimes, even some things that people do not know about. If time permits, I can just run down some of those offenses, like computer-related forgery, fraud, even theft of electronic devices. Maybe somebody you are passing through or Holy Ghost, somebody picks up your phone. Even without any doing it, for the fact that the person has just stolen, it is not just theft or stealing under the law. It's also regarded as a cyber crime. Of course, we know cyber stalking. When people just come online to harass others using the internet, you might not have obtained money from them, but for the fact that you are stalking them using the computer system, it's already a cyber crime. Then we also have importation and fabrication of e-tools without going through the normal procedure, manipulation of ATM or POS terminals, and then electronic cards fraud, and several other things. Even child pornography is also captured as cybercrime. So the extent of this law is to make sure that some of these things are curtailed. However, there's a problem with implementation, because Nigeria is not devoid of laws. But our problem in Nigeria is when it comes to implementation of those laws, which is the second limb of the question you asked me. To what extent have these laws been used? I'll be very honest, the masses are yet to feel the import of these laws, because these cyber crimes are perpetuated every day
And they are coming up with new devices almost every time. Yesterday, I received a call, and the person sounded like a very old woman. I mean, yesterday. So I asked the person, what's his name? She said, I'm Mommy. And to the best of my knowledge, I know the voice of my mom. So whenever she calls me, I said, which of the mommies are you? She said, oh, don't you know me again? I said, no, help me to know you. By the time she saw that I was probing so much, the person dropped the call. Now, they would have engaged me in a conversation which would have led to probably a transfer of funds. Some others, very dangerous. You see a message pop up on your phone, and Nigerians naturally are impatient, because normally when a message comes up on your phone, you are supposed to check what the message is all about before you click. And some people what is this thing coming up? They just click, and once you click, they've already gotten access to your phone. But the law has not been able to get into some of these nooks and crannies. So based on that, in the area of implementation, the masses are yet to feel the impact of this Cybercrimes Act.
The institution that is actually used, or that is saddled with the responsibility to curtail these particular excesses, do you think that they're doing their job to that extent? Because up until some years back, I think it was just recently that the EFCC started getting into, cyber, criminality. It wasn't in their modus operandi from the beginning. But yes, because of the, the resurgence of some of these issues, it looks like the EFCC has been co-opted into that. But is there a specific organization,
now,
apart from the EFCC, that we usually hear?
Well, the police is also part of it.
Okay.
In short, as a matter of fact, when you go through the act, every security outfit is responsible with making sure or curtailing Cybercrimes Act. Now, there's a problem. When you are implementing laws, there are two things you should ask yourself as a law enforcement agent. Am I implementing this law to make the nation better? Or am I implementing this law to also benefit from the crime? That will now help you to know the extent of implementation. The way the security outfits go to implement this law is very terrible, if I should use that word. Now, most police officers go after the Yahoo boys because they are the popular people know as the cybercrime perpetrators. But like I told you, cybercrime has a wide range, wide coverage. Not only the popular Yahoo boys, but several other things that are done also considered. Let me just focus on the Yahoo boy syndrome. Most times, police officers go after them. And once they get them, instead of going through the law as provided in sections 45, 47 of the Cybercrimes Act, they catch those boys and go for their phones. When they collect their phones, they go through their alerts. And there is a kind of money they will see. They will now force them to make transfers to them. Now, let me give you an experience one of my friends had. He was preparing to travel to, I think, Spain then. So he went to Lagos for his visa. So as he was coming back, he didn't.
And that's all for our Saturday retrospect. I'm sure you got all the highlights from Monday through to Friday. Up next, expert interviews. Don't go anywhere.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Every second, every minute,
Many thanks for staying with us. We have been discussing issues surrounding family values. It is said that that the family is the fountain from where society itself draws its value system and its sense of identity. An individual is expected to learn and imbibe, certain qualities like discipline, love, sense of responsibility from the family. But we've seen a gradual decline in family values and blatant disregard for life, honor, and truth. Where really have we gone wrong in society? Well, this morning we are discussing decline in family values and its effects on national cohesion. Our guest, and I dare say my friend, Reverend Francis Ago, is in the studio to talk to us about this subject matter. He's a priest and, of course, a humanitarian. Welcome, Reverend Francis. Thank you again.
My sister.
It's always a pleasure having you on the seat.
Thank you.
I remember the last time we spoke, we touched on family values. But today we are going to take it from a different perspective, which is how, decline in family values has actually, tugged on the fabric of our national cohesion. So in your own experience, how really has family values declined with the passing, dispensations, maybe starting from, wherever, as far back as you can go? Do you think there's more decline, or do you think we are getting better? What are your thoughts?
Well, thank you, my sister. Really, we're not getting better anyway. Because, like I've told you before, as a missionary between the prisoners, what actually causes those things that made them to be there as prisoners? Family value. So, if we don't have decline in family value, much of the evil vices will not be coming up. So the evil vices are increasing because the family value has been declined or derailed or even abandoned. There are a lot of ways to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
So, before now, there are shared values once it concerns the family. What is even the family? You look at it, the components of the father, the mother, and the children. Now, before now, there are some elements of control in our family system, whereby the father takes charge, the authority, the order of what happens in the family. The mother is there as a subordinate to assist the man to train the children. But for today, what we are seeing is that we have been much engulfed with a lot of things. The man of the house is on the road. The subordinate of the house, the mother, is on the road. The children have been abandoned. And it is now affecting the moral growth of the family. Because if the parents were there to look at those children eyeball to eyeball, monitor their growing system, the Bible says, tell me your friend and I'll tell you who you are. Many of our parents don't even know who is the friends to their children. A lot of dangerous mix-up has taken place. And then the family is now a receiving point of it.
Okay, Reverend, you did mention something very important. You said the man is on the road, the woman is on the road. But I hope you were saying that the man is working, the woman is working.
Yeah, vice versa, whichever way.
Interesting. Now, we live in a dispensation where the society in itself frowns at women who call themselves stay-at-home moms. Okay. They feel the stress of the economic demands of a family shouldn't rest squarely on the man, which was what it was, in the days before now. So, in this state of quagmire, for lack of a better word, that we have found ourselves, and the man is not there, the woman is not there. How can they, and it's not because they are doing it because they don't know their roles, their gender roles, just the way the economy is. Then how can parents go back to the drawing board regardless of the fact that the man is working, the woman is working? How can they? Because we cannot, because the man and the woman, they are working, we forget our fundamental responsibilities.
Okay.
So how would you advise parents to go back to the drawing board and see to the emotional, spiritual, physical, and any other, aspect of their children?
Okay, thank you, my sister. You see, they cannot abandon looking for daily bread. But you have to be tactical, whatever you do. You have to, be in control of your actions. If a man is working and the woman is working, peradventure they may not be working at the same establishment, or maybe they may not be doing the same thing for their daily livings. They need to have a chat on how to go about their children, knowing fully well that these children represent them by tomorrow. Knowing fully well that these children are their properties. Like for example, there are some families, the children watches film from 12 midnight to every time, no limitation. Now, don't you think that those films that are watching, who is monitoring it? What are they learning from it? What is even the stuff of those films they are watching? There must be regulation. Even if the man is working, the wife is working, they should push themselves in a way that they'll have regulation to what happens to their children.
There must be a balance.
Yes, of course. There must be a balance. And it will help in training these children. Now, as a school administrator, there are sometimes you see some parents will pick up their phone and call you and ask you, are you going to be on lesson today? Why are they asking you are going to be on lesson today? Because maybe she's at Onisha doing 1 or 2 bits. So she wants to know if the child will not stay from school from 7 o'clock in the morning till like 5:30 in the evening because she's busy. No. Calculate yourself. Now, when even do you have time to sit down, joke with your children, discuss with your children, chat with your children, the family bond? Are they seeing you as a masquerade? Some parents have made themselves to be masquerade to their children.
All right, Reverend, it is said that when you know better, you do better. So as parents, when they know better, they do better. I'll give you an example. I've had an experience where a lady, she was in a car, she was carrying her kids, and then she wanted to buy food, street food, and she blocked the road, and she was, driving against traffic and blocked the road. So I instinctively told her to move down so that we can find a way to pass, that jam that she actually created.
All right.
And she looked out from her side of the window and started insulting me to the extent that she said, "You ugly thing." And it wasn't what she said, because I really don't care about what it was the fact that she was, doing all that in front of the children. So I asked her, are you not bothered that you're doing all this in front of your children? And the increase actually took on another level. So my thought exactly, do you think parents actually know better? And if they don't know better, what is the way forward? Because there are parents that their kids that are supposed to be in school will go home, come back. It even starts from primary level. They go to school, come back with toys that you didn't buy for them.
Okay.
They go to universities, come back with cars that they can't afford, and you don't go out of your way to find out how the child made this money. Now, if we have parents who don't know better, what is the way forward?
Now, corn can never produce cocoyam.
It's a law.
All right? Now, like the woman you gave instance of what happened, what transpired between you and her, if you look back to her background, you'll be able to find out why she did what she did. Fundamental issues. Maybe she's a kind of lady that grew up in between a parent that maybe at all times the father will be quarreling with the mother. She's learning those things.
What's the way forward for this?
No,
How
no.
would it?
What the way forward? The way forward
Because
is.
it's just not fair that kids don't get, the training that they deserve, so that they can imbibe those values that we're talking about.
One of the things we must do is to get back down to what I called who is your model? As you are growing, who is your model? Who do you imitate? If you see all this kind of music they put on televisions or radio, sometimes on their phones, and play some of these things that has no good rhythms. And you even see today, like yesterday, I went somewhere, I was telling somebody that a day is coming when nakedness will not be order of the day. Because people begin to see nakedness as, well, it doesn't matter. It matters. It matters. So the solution is going back to the drawing board. Now, as a clergyman we have been speaking out. Let other persons join us in the campaign. Even those who are on the social media, let them join up to find out that, if we leave it in this way, sooner or later, you will have more deteriorated society.
All right, Reverend, before we go into the larger consequences of, degradation of family values, let's talk about the root causes of this breakdown of family values. I'll give you an instance. You will see a child or a student read, get good grades, straight A student, and nobody recognizes him or her. Even to get a job is an issue. And then you see another child, probably a contemporary or an age mate, go on social media, like you mentioned, get naked, or go on certain reality shows, do all manner of things, and comes out, society applauds them, the government of the day gives them appointments as special advisors, and then the person who is reading, probably spending money on education, is wondering, what's the need?
Then those in government who are there.
I'm just trying to say, how can
because now those
how can we change
those in those positions of government who are there? What were their foundations of life? How do they even get there? Because you must begin to look at it from that point.
Okay, let me rephrase this.
Okay.
So the parents probably do not know better. Those in authority probably do not know better. How can the church come in to help the foundation of the family so it doesn't crash entirely?
No. The church has been there. But each time what we witness is that those who comes into authority of the government brings in some policies that cripples the church system.
What policies?
It is in history. Before now, our educational system has been handled by the church. Educational system has been handled by the missionaries. Now, government can come up and said, we are taking over the educational system. And while they take over educational systems, they are bringing on unfulfilled ideas, unachievable ideas. Now, pushing the church to the corner. If they should revise the idea, maybe the government will be at the point of sponsoring the schools, providing the necessary materials, but let the church now, yes, let the church now be at the point of manager. So that if the government pays the teachers the salaries and whatever, their allowances and whatever, so that those teachers will not be on lack for anything. But let the mission continue being at the manager. Then the man as the manager will be able to stand firm to know what to do and how to do it. Guided by the morals.
All right. If you can recall, Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore.
Okay.
Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore, he had a very peculiar way of governance, in the sense that he actually put morals into legislation.
Okay.
So do you think Nigeria should toe that path? I recall there was a time, if you can recall too, a female senator put forward a proposal about necklines of women, that if it goes below a certain length, that it should be penalized. And immediately she was shut down by other senators, saying that it's a thing of morals, it shouldn't be a thing of legislature. Do you think we should put, since our morals have actually degraded to this point, you think it's time to put it under legislation, so that if you do certain things, although they feel you should have learned from the home, but you did not. So if you do certain things, you'll be penalized by law. You think that's a way forward?
Even scriptures has some issue. Do this, don't do this.
But there were no punitive measures.
No. The issue of that is that even in the history, when God was dealing with the Israelites, there are some punishment that comes after disobedience. It is still that way today. There are things you will do, you will still be punished divinely by what you did wrongly. So if government on their own should now understand that there is no easy way to go by this except to have a law that will guide those things, then let's give it a trial. Let them even get closer, the church leaders, into what they are doing, so that the church leaders can now assist in helping them to put those legislative systems in a way that will carry it even as a campaign down to the church, down to the society, down to the families.
All right, so we mentioned a lot of solutions. We did mention about allowing the church to come close to governance, giving the schools back to the church, and also including morals into legislation. Are there other ways that society can boost its moral value, before we quickly go into the consequences?
Now again, I always like to let you know that we don't just come from air. We have a society where we come from. The traditional rulers, the head of the communities where we are, how do they handle those things? If a traditional ruler is somebody that is wayward in life and character, he can't instill that moral on anybody. It must go from that line. And once it goes from that line, maybe if there is a church in the community whereby the priest or the pastor there is shouting on top of his voice about the ills in the society, and the traditional ruler is doing a different thing, I think he must have succeeded in creating a parallel system of life to that people. But if there are communities whereby the priest or the pastor is on top of his voice shouting against immoral things, and the traditional rulers or the leaders of that community is another way backing up that idea, everybody will now come at a state that this is what we need to be doing, and we go with that direction.
How do you see improvements in moral values? How do you see it fostering national cohesion? Because right now, it's as though the Efik man does not like the BBO, the Igbo man, the Yoruba man, the Hausa man. It's as if there is no real cohesion, in the sense that we are all one Nigeria. Everybody seems as though it's to your tents, O Israel. How do you feel that imbibing morals at the family level can actually make the Yoruba man see the Igbo man and extend that hand of fellowship, and vice versa?
Yes, government has a duty on that. I read history as a subject while I was in secondary school time, and see, as a teacher these days, you see that some of the things they open up to pack up in textbooks for people to read as history, so are no more there. Now, those history of our time, you to study the culture of the North culture, Efik culture, this and that and that. It adds the value to what we are doing. Now, now we are doing, for example, the NYSC, for example. NYSC is an avenue whereby government is trying to bring that cohesion.
The question is, are the outcomes actually favorable?
Now, why the outcome is not all that 100% achievable or achieving is because that our political leaders, our political leaders who are not helping matters in that idea. Now, if you come to a position, maybe somebody who is a leader, a political leader, and he wants to appoint people that will assist him in different positions, how does he go about doing those things? Is he doing it based on the moral aspect of understanding that I may not have interest of my own people alone, but people who can do it? Because that which the eye sees gets into the mind. So if the political leaders are giving open room to people who can do what is necessary, that is logical, that is basic to get things done. I know during the time of Yar'Adua as a person, he was the kind of man that I cherish his kind of administration so much. He looks at the best. He doesn't necessarily consider where you come from. He looks at this person can do this. So if government at national level will now bring into those things, we have different tribes, different ethnic groups and that. But can we come to tell ourselves the best truth of the day? That what we are looking is a way of moving Nigeria forward. And the best way to do it is that we should now get off our mind on tribalism and talk about national interest. So that once we move with that direction of national interest, giving those people who can do it the works to do, giving them free hand to do it, I think we will achieve the goal we're looking for. But if we don't go that direction, we continue to move the whole thing and we continue to do that.
Okay, so we're here to help. We're talking about national cohesion, but we want to still go down to the basics because everything emanates from the family.
Yeah.
What are some of the indicators that parents should look out for in their children to know that these are warning signs and we need to check this now?
Okay. Now, even as a parent, today I think a child of 2 years in the school.
Yes, even a month.
All right.
If the mother is a working class mother.
Good. He or she leaves your house to school, or you take him or her to school, whichever way, and the child comes back from school. One of the things I do, even to my own children, is to watch their bag. The content of their bag when they come back from school. To ask you, who owns this one? How do you get this one? How come this one? Like I told you before now that many parents don't have even time for their children again. Because if you can't dictate those things, you see them using those things and you don't even care. Then tomorrow you see them coming to a house with a jeep from while he's in university. You don't even care too. Some parents will say, leave them, they are living their lives. But you don't know they are not living their lives. You are just spoiling them, assisting them to get spoiled off. Monitoring. Watching. You are to be the caregiver. You are the caregiver. You are the mother. You are the father. You are the parents to take care of them. And once that caregiving is not there, then the effect, you see it.
Now, most times, one of the challenges that parents and, of course, children have is, like you mentioned, parents do not have the time. Therefore, there is no really relationship. There's no, that avenue where a child is free to come and talk to the mother or talk to the father. They don't have that relationship. So the parent is listening to you now and he feels, oh, my child is way past this level of, checking bags and things like that. And we don't really have that platform, or the child doesn't come freely to me. I hear things about my child from others. What do you advise that parent to do going forward?
Every parent listening to me now should understand that we are the cause of our problem. There is an adage in Igbo who say that if you don't create that room for that child to know that you are the parents, the mother, the father, that he or she cannot overgrow you. You know, the foundation matters a lot. Even while they will be in the universities out of a few years, there are things they will be doing in the university, but because he remembers, I have a foundation, I have a system of growth, I have something that has been instilled in me, there are things they will not do. That's why the Bible says, train a child the way they should grow, that when they get old. I've said this before here. So, those things matters.
But Reverend, you know, the Igbos also say that anytime you wake up, that is your morning.
Your money, yeah?
So someone must have made that mistake, you know, at the foundational state. That doesn't mean that all hope is lost.
Not at all.
What can parents do going forward? You did mention practical things like checking bags. I loved that. What can they do? Maybe at the teenage years where they no longer carry bags as if they're in primary school. What can they do to foster that relationship? Because kids, actually, they say they are the leaders of tomorrow.
Okay.
So if a parent wakes up and realizes, look, I've missed it, you know, from this, you know, this time to this time, what can the parent begin to do?
Now, do you know that there are people who read guidance and counseling in the school as a professional course? Yeah. Our parents should, if you cannot handle those things, make close to those people. Let your children have close relationship with them. Get them involved in your matter that concerns you. There are some pastors and priests who are very good guidance and counselors. How often do your children have time to go close to churches and programs like that? Because it is an assignment. It is a duty that is called for. And as a parent, if you are not seeing those things that you are missing it, then there's a problem. But once you observe that you are missing it, what you now look for is a solution to that. And the solution is like going to people who can assist you do something better.
Reverend, how can we best, because Children's Day is coming up, 27th of May this month, how can we best maximize that day towards molding our children and taking them back to, learning, things like discipline, things like a sense of responsibility? People are no longer responsible. If there's an issue now, everybody's looking for who to blame. Nobody wants to take the responsibility. How can we use this day to create awareness and, mold our children towards being the leaders that we want to see in future?
Yes, I know that some years back, even now, we used to do Children's Day in some, field environment, an open place. I think what government should do is trying to get people who can talk to these children. Talk to them. Push that knowledge on them. Let them know what they ought to know and what they ought to be doing.
But Reverend, I don't want to cut you short. This thing they say that do what I say, but not what I do.
Okay.
Children, they model a lot after parents and adults and people, even government.
Okay.
So when it seems as though these values are not modeled to them and you just talk to them, do you think it's effective?
No, like I've said before now that it is a fundamental issue from the home. It's from home. Because if a father is not that kind good man, the mother is not kind good woman, then what do you think they are going to produce? But you talk about this issue of Children's Day that has been an annual ritual. Let me put it that way. So if it is possible that when the children were gathered together to celebrate the Children's Day, somebody with that passion can be invited to talk to them. Maybe out of 200, 2 persons may go home being a changed person. Why church organizes crusades and revival doesn't mean that everyone who comes to that crusade will just repent overnight. But peradventure, maybe after the message and by the wish of the Holy Spirit and whatever, then 2 persons can got the message clear and they will go in. And the Bible said that there is joy in heaven when 1 person. Are you getting the point? So you can begin to reduce those things by one person at a time. But leaving it in a title of not doing anything at all, you are creating a very I don't know how to put it.
Yeah.
That the society of tomorrow is there to suffer it.
Now, you did mention NYSC, that is a project or a program that was designed to foster, national cohesion. But we did also mention here that the outcome has not actually been what was anticipated. Now, what are some of the reforms, value-based reforms, do you think we can bring about, or people can even petition for in the NYSC to ensure that in the long run, it fosters the national cohesion for which it was established?
Well, sometimes now you don't have a restriction of where to serve or one not to serve before now. But because of all these killings, security, all these things, it's really affecting the whole system. And if the enthusiasm of going to be a copper is no more there, in those days of our own, you'll be struggling to make sure your name be enlisted to go for your service. And you'll be enlisted to go for your service to mix up with other people of the other tribe. Like myself, I did my way in Akwa Ibom State. Up to today, I still have some of my friends from Akwa Ibom State. I have some of my friends who are from the north. We are still in contact. I have some of them who are from the south. We are still in contact. That is the joy of it. But because of the way things have deteriorated, people are not more even interested. Somebody from ENUGU State even wish to serve in ENUGU. One, because of majorly insecurity, the unknown. So the founding fathers who established that idea did it to bring back the bond of relationship as a country after the Civil War. I know that it's in history. So if we can now fine-tune it in a way that enthusiasm will be rekindled again, that people will be safe talking about going for youth service. You have seen that sometimes it to be on radio, on the news, that a copper was killed, and that kind of a thing. So, but in our own time, they will call out that we are government property. That kind of untouchable, that kind of a thing, government property. And each place you will come, even within the villages, yeah, copper, that relationship. Your security becomes paramount to the leaders of the community because they see you as an essential person. Very important.
So what can be done better in the NYSC? So
what can be done better in the NYSC is still down to reorientation. Reorientation, letting our leaders of different states or different communities to know that these people are coming in to serve to foster the bond of relationship as a nation. So that even if nothing happens, they'll have it at the back of their mind that they are going to have corpers who are going to come from different states or different regions. So let them have a proper security measure for their interest.
Now, you're a humanitarian and you work in prison ministry.
Yes, of course.
How have you tried, or your organization tried to, because you provide a lot of services, because they have a lot of issues and needs, but how have you tried to speak to or to address, moral needs? Because you did say it was moral decadence that brought most of them to the prison. Is there any activity or program or project that is specifically aimed at, instilling moral values? But then you ask people that age, how easy is it to instill moral values they didn't get from the homes? What has that experience been for you?
Okay. Then you now know that there is first option and second option. The first option is that of the family. The second option is what we are doing. To be sincere with you, there are some of them who succeeded in getting back to what they should know.
Okay.
Because being there in the prisons or in a correctional center, they see themselves as some will even feel, well, what am I here for? What actually brought me here? Because in any living person that will repent, there must be some element of regret. And if you see such a person at that point of regret, you now have the opportunity of getting him to a better thing. So we've been dealing with them, we've been handling them, and some, even as I was coming to ENUGU this morning, I saw one of the emails that I've helped out to Oji River prison somewhere. He greeted me, and you know, we had little chats, and he was happy. Now he's doing something meaningful.
Great.
All right?
All right, Reverend, before we let you go, because I've been informed that our time is gradually winding up, the state of hopelessness that most people have actually, come into in the country, where people are saying, oh, there's no hope because nobody cares, there's no love, people are just committing crimes with impunity. I usually cast my mind back to Egypt and Israel. Israel, they were in captivity for 430 years, and then God brought them, freedom. Do you see Nigeria, moving towards that freedom, for lack of a better word? Do you see us emerging from this, shackle of lack of moral decadence?
Yes, but it takes one thing: commitment, love, and friendship. Commitment, love, and friendship. One of us are committed for a single goal, and we have love to ourselves. We'll expand our friendship scope. We'll get there.
All right, interesting. I think it was the Bible that says, it is rather the Bible that says that love covers a multitude
of
sins.
Yes.
So I guess it would be right to put it back to the church to probably tailor their messages more along the lines of love. Because when our messages preach love, it brings about transformation. What do you think, Reverend?
Yes, even from where I come from Oji River Diocese, we're going to have our synod this period, and the bishop of our diocese, Reverend Ike Chukwuebon, has been fashioning on the church dominating. All right? So because when the church dominates and does their things the way it ought to be, things will change.
Hopefully. Thank you so much, Reverend Famago, for your insights.
God
It's
bless
always
you.
a pleasure, talking with you.
God bless
Don't
you.
go anywhere. New Day continues right after now.
Every second, every minute. Pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. Completed and uncompleted projects. Bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Ever heard of the phrase, data is the new gold? Well, we live in an era where data management drives innovation and development. Hence, it has become imperative that countries, nations, individuals imbibe data management effectively. We're discussing the imperativeness of data management in Nigeria's progress, and our guest is Dr. Onyedokun Oyewole. He is a President, Institute of Information Management. Good morning, Doctor. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
Doctor, please, if you would, kindly tell us or define data management in very simple terms, because you are a statistics data analysis guru, but to a layperson, what is data management?
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. Data management, before I define data management, I think it's imperative that I try to describe a scenario where that would actually prepare the mind of the audience, talking about what data management is. Because when we talk about data, data has to do with what we generate in the course of our activities on daily basis, even per second basis. The program we're having right now, we're actually generating content which is also can be referred to as data. So as individuals, we talk about the data we generate in the course of our business activities at home, those, talking about budgeting, talking about, taking care of events and activities at home is actually, a process that generates what we refer to as data. So when we talk about data management, it's now talking about those information, data that will generate in the course of different kinds of activities that we're involved in, is what we're talking about. And that is what we need to consciously ensure that we're able to manage.
Where would you say Nigeria is currently in terms of effective data management?
Well, I would say that we're still at the awareness stage because quite a number of individuals, organizations, and even government entities are yet to begin to see the need for them to see data as assets. And not until when we begin to see data as corporate assets, it might be difficult, to have what we refer to as proper data governance in place. Data governance meaning that we have control over the data that we receive or the data that we generate and the data that we use to make day-to-day decisions. So in Nigeria, we're still at the awareness stage, and a lot still needs to be done in creating awareness both in public, private organizations, and also for them to be able to see and understand the benefits that they stand to gain by ensuring that they have proper data and information management in place.
So aside the Nigerian government, or what are the other, or rather, let me rephrase that, aside from the Nigerian government, what other stakeholders are important in ensuring effective data management?
Well, we all are stakeholders when it comes to data management, because even as individuals, it's our responsibility to ensure that the data we generate in the course of our business activities, or even personal data, that we ensure that they are properly managed. So everybody is a stakeholder. We all have got responsibilities, we've got roles to play, and we cannot perform all those roles effectively if we are not knowledgeable about how to go about managing data. And which was why I said we're still at the awareness level. A whole lot of people still need to be well educated as to understanding the impact and effect of data in whatever thing that they do, and how they can actually leverage on data to be able to get the best and also value for all that they are involved in.
Doctor, in your experience, what are some of the drawbacks that you would say are militating against effective data management? For example, I know that power is an issue in ensuring effective data management. But aside power, and of course elucidate on power, what other drawbacks and issues are militating against effective management of data in Nigeria?
Well, I would say infrastructure, just like you mentioned. Electricity is a major problem, but that is not enough. I think having enabling laws is also very key to achieving this. As a nation, we need to ensure that there are laws, there are regulations in place, that would ensure that organizations keep proper records of their business activities. And even in Nigeria, there is a Data Protection Act, Nigerian Data Protection Act, which mandates any organization collecting personal data to ensure that information is collected legitimately, appropriately, with limitations, and also being used responsibly.
Now, talking about data being used responsibly, there are some agencies or organizations that may refuse to give out data, when requested. I mean, what is the protocol to accessing data legitimately in Nigeria?
Well, there are certain principles that guide data usage and data protection. The principles are, limitation to data that are only applicable to what you need them for, and also ensuring that the consent of individuals which their data is being collected, is being sorted and is being approved, and also ensuring that data that are being collected are not being used for wrong reasons. So there are quite a number of principles that needs to be adhered to in order to have effective data governance and information management.
Well, Doctor, based on some of the issues we currently are dealing with in Nigeria, issues surrounding kidnapping, insecurity, insurgency, and things like that, how can effective data management directly reduce these vices that we have in our society?
Data has got a pivotal role to play in security, and having effective data, having accurate data and quality data would help the law enforcement agency, to be able to track down criminals, and even to be able to identify those that are criminally minded in the society. Because having quality data will be able to give them insight as to people that have the tendencies to commit crime. And from their antecedents, they will be able to unravel, just like the situation we have now where so many crimes are, the law enforcement agency are having a very difficult time to unravel the mystery behind so many cases. So having quality data in place will really help them a great deal to be able to stem insecurity, and also to be able to bring crime to the BRS minimum.
All right, Doctor. Instinctively, actually, I want to put something across, and also it's a question. Given the fact that data is almost everywhere, whether in its raw form or in its analyzed form, how can people unpack data? When information or inferences are drawn from data, it's easy to understand. But when you begin to see graphs and charts and these things, the layperson will just naturally switch off. How do you advise individuals unpack data when they see it? Because there's a lot of a lot of information on the internet. How do you actually, on face value, try to unpack data? Because you can't take every information or data you see, hook, line, and sinker. So what are your thoughts?
Yes, I think primarily what is required or what is necessary is knowledge. Knowledge, like they say, is power. Knowledge is power, and individual needs to have um, certain knowledge to be able to do certain things online. It's not just about getting the device or getting all these gadgets, connecting them to the internet, but it is important for individuals to ensure that they acquire the necessary skills when it comes to data protection, information security, and information management, because these are some of the tools that would actually help them in order to remain safe while they are online, and also for them to be able to have, insight into what they are supposed to do while online and those things that they need to avoid. A lot of times, people get into trouble online simply because of the fact that they do not have clear understanding of they are expected to take, online.
All right, Doctor, this is an era of social media. People have a lot of information on their social media profiles, emails, and things like that. How can a layperson, what are the basic tools that they have at their disposal that can help them protect their personal data on social media?
Talking about social media, social media has actually come to stay. And I think, like I said earlier on, education is key. Education is important. People really need to go beyond the ordinary to ensure that they acquire all the necessary skills, in the area of information security, cyber security, information management, data protection, and so on and so forth. So that is the only way you can actually guarantee their safety online and also their ethical interaction using the social media platform.
All right, Doctor, how do you advise that data management is deployed to boost, the economy? We've spoken to data management as regards, social media, as regards insecurity. What other aspects of the Nigerian existence can data management be, properly deployed and used?
Yeah, you'll agree with me that data, it's important and it's peculiar to any sector. It's not peculiar to any particular sector. It cut across sectors. So in order for Nigeria as a nation to take advantage, or any other country for that matter, to take advantage of data, they need to institutionalize data management. Institutionalizing data management, meaning that every organization needs to become data-driven, regardless of what they do, regardless of their sector, regardless of their discipline. Being data-driven will go a long way in ensuring efficiency, promote transparency, promote accountability, and also promote access to quality data for quality decision-making. The quality of decision being made is dependent on the quality of data that is being used. And that is why institutionalizing data management It's imperative, it's important, it's necessary, for any organization to succeed.
Doctor, let's take the civil service or the health sector as case study. A situation where you find out that people hardly understand how to use a simple PC, a personal computer, and we're talking about data. I know you did mention, that we are still in the awareness stage in terms of effective data management. But what other things do you feel should be put in place if we are to see effective data management, given the level we are currently? Take for instance in the civil service. What do you think?
Yeah, I think government has really got a lot to do in that area, most especially the lawmakers. There are still rooms for the enactment of some regulations and laws, that will mandate organizations to see records and information management as an essential aspect of their day-to-day activities. So enacting regulations and laws will really go a long way in making this happen and also ensuring that it becomes institutionalized. So those are the primary and basic things. Once they are in place, a lot of things will naturally fall into their places.
All right, Doctor, what has been your experience with cybercrime and things like that, phishing emails and a whole lot of things that happen on the internet based on data? What has been, do you have any peculiar stories that you want to let us know that people can learn from?
Well, there are lots of stories, and even as we speak, a lot of it is still happening and going on around the globe. But like I would always say, education is key. It's very, very important. Getting on the information superhighway without necessary knowledge is like putting yourself in the line of fire and putting yourself at unnecessary risk. So awareness education will really go a long way in helping to resolve that risk.
Yes, I understand, Doctor, but I would really love to hear one story concerning the cybercrime. I believe someone might actually learn from your story. So if you can just give us one story as to how probably it came to be and you probably tackled the issue, it will go a long way.
Actually, there have been series of cases where, not me in particular, but I've actually encountered a number of people complaining about their accounts being hacked on social media. And, if you have to do like a root cause analysis to look into the cause or causes of such a situation, you find out that individuals are always involved in their personal accounts being hacked. Because a lot of times we play ignorance into so many things by clicking on unnecessary links on social media or even opening attachments we knew nothing about. So those are some of the unsafe acts that I mentioned earlier on, which education can actually help to resolve. We've had a series of cases like that, and a lot of people have been victims where their accounts, are being siphoned by hackers. People taking advantage of their ignorance and taking money from their personal bank accounts.
We advise to a layperson, because everybody has at least one smartphone. You've actually talked about how to protect your social media accounts and information on your social media platforms, but how can you protect information on your phone? I mean, maybe step-by-step protocol or instruction that, being an expert, you could give to a layman handling his smartphone.
Yeah, basically, if you're using any device or if you are using devices online, you should activate a double factor authentication. It's very, very effective. It's very, very good, in protecting one online. And like I always say, it still boils down to the issue of education. People need to be educated. They need to know, they need to understand the do's and don'ts and be able to apply them. So having a double factor authentication on any of the social media platform is a sure way and the fundamental way of operating and using the social media safely.
All right, so this question I'm going to pose to you. is a little bit different from the ones I've been asking, but I'm sure you can handle it. Well, we understand what Silicon Valley stands for in the USA. Why do you think Nigeria hasn't yet come to have her own Silicon Valley here in Nigeria?
Well, primarily it's about commitment on the part of the government, and I think the government is actually trying. If you look at in the last couple of years, there has been a lot in the ICT sector. There have been so many things, but the government needs to work more with the private sector, to be able to establish that. It's not something government can do all alone. There is a need to ensure that the private sector is encouraged by the government, and even if government could give like grants and put in some funding into this area, it will really encourage a lot of private involvement and investors, to participate. And that is the only way in which that can be achieved successfully in Nigeria.
Given the last, challenges with the electoral transfer of voting in the last elections in 2023, how do you see data management playing out more effectively in the coming elections using the BVAS?
So, like I will always say, if you are not ready, you are not ready. I think as at the time it was deployed, Nigeria was not really ready for it because there hasn't been enough awareness and education, even training being done by the electoral body. And I think if we're going to delve into the use of any technology at any point in time, there should be proper deployment and ensuring that the stakeholders are adequately carried along, they're educated, they know what to do, they know what to expect, and they know how to apply whatever thing that's, they know how to apply and use the technology.
All right, Doctor, how would you advise voters who are also stakeholders in the electoral process to protect their data after the voting is cast?
There's nothing, I would say that it's the law enforcement that can do that. And if they are allowed to stay around to count the votes and declare the results, I think that would be fine. That is the only area, and I think that they do have inputs. But when it comes to, the electorates, having opportunity or power to be able to do anything beyond that.
All right, what about the issue of inculcating data management in schools curriculum, primary, secondary? Do you see it as an effective way of encouraging data management? What are your thoughts and your experiences?
That would be a step in the right direction because catching them young should be what we should be looking at as a society. Starting and introducing and giving people opportunity at that level will really go a long way in helping to build a culture of proper management and security of data and information.
All right, any last thoughts, Doctor, or any advice to Nigeria law enforcement, legislators? Because you actually mentioned that the government has so much to do in effective data management. What are your advice to the government and other stakeholders?
Well, my advice would be there is no two-way to it. There is no alternative. We've got no alternative. Data, in as much as human continue to exist, data will continue to thrive. And if data continue to thrive, it means we have to ensure that as individuals, as organizations, as governments, that we see data as an important asset, and as a result, put in place necessary budget for it, make sure that people are trained, make sure that we have enabling laws, and also encourage organizations, to imbibe global best practices in managing data. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Oyedokun Oyewole, for your insights on this subject matter. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, don't go anywhere. New Day continues right after this break.
Every second, every minute,
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Many thanks for staying with us on New Day. We have, because of public demand, an interview, very interesting interview and conversation about current events in Nigeria and how it has actually affected our image in the diaspora. You will want to take a listen to this. Welcome back. Well, before we went on that break, we're talking with Mazi Emmanuel Ukinwanko, and he's the chairman Arondi Zogo Patriotic Union National Congress North America. He's going to be speaking to us about events in Nigeria and the image of Nigerians in diaspora. Again, welcome, Mazi. Can you hear us clearly?
Yes, I can hear you very clear.
All right, thank you so much for joining us. Well, I asked earlier and I said you are someone who has... Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, very good, very good.
So before we went on the break, I asked a question and I said you're someone who has traveled far and wide, and you're someone who has carried and wielded the Nigerian green passport. What has that experience been for you? Has it been bliss all through, or there were some challenges based off of the fact that you are just carrying the Nigerian passport? What has been the experience for you?
Well, has been always a very big challenge, because immediately that people meet you anywhere in the world and you start having greeting and conversation, the first thing that comes out from them, they think about you. When they see you, they think what they see is 419. And it's not the best experience, but as somebody who has been traveling and who has lived abroad for so long, I'll be able to talk to them and let them know, yes, I am a Nigerian, but it doesn't mean that all Nigerians are 419ers. Many of us still have legitimate business, but I come out openly to tell them, well, if 419er will be a challenge to you because you want to make quick money and you think that you have met some Africans that you think they don't have sense, so you can go and get over them, and they will in turn get over you because of your greed. When an individual comes out and tell you, oh, I have an oil field, you give me $500,000 so I can bribe for you to get you 10 million. How do you think that is true? Because you're greedy. I tell them in their face, sometimes even when I go in to buy a pass and I meet like some managers and we have conversation, I tell them, you dabble into all these problems because of your greed, okay? Which is everywhere. Mind you, when you come to America, the Nigerians is one of the is the most successful and the most educated immigrants in the entire United States. So I tell them up front, check it. Okay, because of your greed, that's what puts you into that difficulties with Nigerians. That is always my response to them.
All right, thank you very much, Mazi. There's something you just said now that is very instructive, and I want you to elaborate a little bit on it. You said that that it is the greed, possible greed, and attitude of the white man, or the Westerner rather, towards the black man, thinking that they can actually have a field day with a black man or the Nigerian, and then they try to become greedy, and then this greed enables fraud. If I got you correctly, that it is the greed of the Westerners that enables fraud, and 419, like it's commonly called in our local parlance. I want you to elaborate on that. How endemic is this problem? And as a businessman, how have you been able to navigate that challenge?
Well, when I respond to them on that way, they know that what I'm saying is the truth. Because if they are not greedy, they would not fall into the trap of 419ers. Because it does not make sense that somebody will correct 500,000 upfront from you and give you 20 million. That is, you are manifesting your greed, and that way they will entrap you and we're able to succeed to take your money and giving you nothing. Doesn't make sense, if, even though I know it happens every day. If somebody comes and tell you that, oh, I have an airport to sell to you, and you will believe it, and went and borrow 20 million and then send to a person you have not seen, person you have not done business with before, to sell an airport that you never seen before to you. And when I tell them this way, most of the time, to be honest with you, they completely shut up their mouth and they go cold. Yes.
All right. All right, Mazi, you've mentioned that fraud, commonly known as 419, is a trend, one of the trends actually that paints Nigeria in a particular light that is negative, globally. Now, are there other trends? In my introduction, I mentioned insurgency, I mentioned political issues and crises, ethnic crisis, that actually scares potential investors in Nigeria. It scares them away from Nigeria. So aside probably fraud, 419, what other trends paint Nigerians in a bad light, abroad?
Well, the issue of all these radicals running around, Fulani henchmen, and different radicals in Nigeria. Because of that, 70% of foreign investors doesn't even want to dare come to Nigeria. For instance, I have a foreign country that wanted to come to Nigeria and build a factory, a kind of refinery for grease, for automobiles. And immediately, the military took over, and at the time, it was the time that General what's his name from Mina took over
Babangida?
government, and Babangida, yes. And immediately the company said no more, they are not coming anymore. Which is a business that has already been final for them to come and build a factory to be producing grease in Nigeria. Because of that, the company did not come again and did not even want to do business anymore in Nigeria. And that affects it. Other companies, like I've given you specific examples. Another company that makes fertilizer wanted to come to Nigeria and start the fertilizing business and build the factory and manufacturing it in Nigeria. But because of instability in Nigeria and the things they see, the barbaric nature of things that is happening without any kind of control, they don't want to come to bring their money and don't know what will happen tomorrow. There is crime everywhere in the world, but crime has consequence. We are now here in America. If somebody got shot here, in the next no more than 2 minutes, there is, if not 10, 20 policemen will be here. But it doesn't happen in Nigeria. Nobody cares. That is a very, very serious problem. And when they start questioning you from what they see, you do not know how to circumvent it, to tell them why it's happening, because it's an eyesore. But then they will tell you, but I see a picture of a woman on the road. Some people are beating her, and when we read what is the offense, and then the only thing is that she stole, and they are beating her in the streets. Sometimes they see it, the lady being burnt with tire and all those type of things. It's very, very unbecoming. It's an eyesore. And you have no answer.
Thank you, Mazi. You are the chairman. You are sitting at the helm of affairs in the Arrondissement Patriotic Union in North America. Now, tell us, are there some interventions through your organization to, improve the image of Nigerians in North America? Are there some interventions or activities towards cultural diplomacy to, improve the image of Nigeria and Nigerians, where you are located?
Yes, because the organization, and I've been in the helm of the affair of APUNCN of North America for the past, because of the COVID, I've been a chairman for the past 7 years now, and we've been involved so much in a lot of things, development in our community, which is around this zone, and getting involved because we have all these insurgents now in my community around this zone. And the organization is doing a great work, helping there to make sure that those people that is trying to harm our brothers and sisters in the community will not actually succeed. Because we are all in the diaspora, and we work together, both in the United States, in London, in Canada, in Germany, but just to name a few. All our people in the diaspora get together, have meetings. As a matter of fact, we're going to have meeting again today about 3 different sections of the organizations. We'll have at least 3 different meetings today with all the president of the organization all over the world, and
All right. I guess Mazi is experiencing some technical difficulties again from his end. All right, we'll continue right after this timeout while we sort out the technical issues. Please stay with us. All right, welcome back. We're still discussing with Mazi on the image of Nigerians in diaspora. Mazi, can you hear us clearly?
Yes, I think I moved too. Let me see if it's gonna be better here.
All right, please go ahead. Go ahead with your submissions.
Okay. So as I was saying before the technical difficulties started, so our organization is helping in a lot of ways to improve the community in general at home.
All right, Maz, if I can step in, it's in line with what you are saying. Can you give us clear-cut impact or outcome from your interventions? Because you have actually alluded to the fact that there are indeed interventions from your organization, but are there some measurable outcomes that you can share with us now?
Well, there is measurable actions, but some of them is in mostly in terms of security. And you know, when anything comes to security, it's a kind of things that, you know, is somehow something secret. Nobody wants to let the other one hand know what the other is doing. And I can tell you is because of people like this, our organization, that is why people of R&D Zog is still sitting in R&D Zog today. They would have been all gone or run out of R&D Zog. But the support of the people of R&D Zog in the diaspora made it impossible to remove the people of R&D Zog. Yes.
All right, Mazi, let's talk about the image of Nigeria. Back to our, subject matter, image of Nigerians in diaspora. Now, I was supposed to ask you to find out what your mandate or the mandate of your organization is. But regardless, is there any sort of advocacy by your organization over there in North America to improve the image of Nigerians and also to educate our people who live in diaspora to be able to position Nigeria in a better light? Any activity of any sort, any form of advocacy, please tell us about it.
Well, as I know, we are very much involved politically here in the States. And knowing the people in government, we do and put up a different view about our country, Nigeria, try to portray it in a very positive way by letting them know that any difficulties that is coming out from our country is not only because of the entire country, but of the making of few individuals. And when they look at our community here, they see the attitude and the performance of our community here. They tend to agree that what we are telling them is how it is, that is not something that is general, that is something that has happened because of some few individuals, all the community in general that is the same way. So they tend to agree. We are very much involved here, mostly in the big cities, New York, California, Chicago, Atlanta, Dallas, and so on and so forth. We are very, very much involved with the leaders politically. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mazi. But there are some countries in North America, or rather, yeah,
yes,
some countries in North America that have issued travel restrictions and advisories against Nigerians. Now, what are some of the steps you think can be taken to avert, some of these things in future and improve the image of Nigerians abroad? Even if the intervention is not coming from your organization, but generally, how would you advise Nigerians to conduct themselves such that such travel restrictions will not be, imposed on them?
Thank you. Well, it is something that is very difficult through everybody. When, if you look at our country, for instance, you conduct you can count with your one hand all the industries that is in Nigeria put together, if any, unless it's breweries.
Mazi, are you still with us?
Help. Seems
Mazi,
you
are you
lost
still
me
with us?
again. Yes, I am still with you. I'm hearing you very clear myself.
All right. Do you think this image issue Nigeria is experiencing negatively globally, that it has actually enabled or fueled racism in North America? And in what ways do you think this has, enabled racism in North America?
Well, because when somebody wants to, I can say, don't like you, or because he's a white, you're a black, he doesn't want to deal with you because of what he have heard about your country, and in doing so, you are showing that attitude that is they are afraid of. You are making them to look as if it's true by, even though they're trying to overlook the attitude, you will still continue to perform that same attitude. It's a very, very big problem, because you will be watching somebody in the airport, they're trying to search the person, and you feel embarrassed, and oh, why are you searching her like that? It's a lady. But before you know it, you see they find something on the person that you are trying to defend. Now, where do you go from here? You feel ashamed yourself, for you are trying to defend your own people. But then you go ahead, you don't blame the person, because he's only trying to make a living. You are not trying to say that is the only way to make a living, but probably has no other way or doesn't know any other way. Then he thinks that the best thing is to take the chance, knowing what taking the chance might lead to. And when you're trying to tell them that that is not the only way, I talk to people here in occasions where the people have convention, I will attend, then pick up the microphone and tell the people, please, everybody should find something to do. Do something legally. And I give them example. I said, when I finished high school in Nigeria, I was doing what is called clean boom. That is, go where they building a house and they pack cement, block, and then I'll be packing it and giving it to the people that is building. And at the end of the week, I get paid. It might not be so much, but it's mine. So I use myself to give them that example on the microphone to everybody to hear that there is some other things that you can do, at least to make a living, not only doing some illegal things that will put you and your children under the ladder. People will be looking at you all the same way, which we all are not.
All right, Mazi, you did mention when we started this interview that Nigerians are the most successful Africans in the Americas now, especially in North America. Now, how can Nigerians leverage this strength to improve the global image of Nigeria? You know, both Nigerians in diaspora, of course, those in Nigeria. How can we leverage on our strength as the most successful Africans in North America to improve the global image of Nigeria?
Well, it's not only Africans. I'm talking in terms of all the immigrants from all over the world. Nigerians singly, Nigerians are the most successful immigrants in the whole United States.
All right.
Both educational, financially, and otherwise. But that image of improper behaviors is still standing on its way. Whenever you meet people here, both sometimes in the train, sometimes in the airplane, first of all, when they see you, sometimes they walk to you and tell you, "Oh, I know you must be a Nigerian." He said to him, "How? Why did you say that?" He said, "Believe me, I know you are a Nigerian. First of all, the way you dress, the way you talk, I know you must be a Nigerian." And they're right. Because Nigerians carry their head up, regardless of the bad name that we have all over the world. But they still single us out wherever they see us, because Nigerians doesn't shy out. They are outspoken, and when they work hard. Go to almost every hospital in the United States. You must see one medical doctor, so many nurses, so many accountants that are Nigerian origin. Yes, that is positive.
All right. So finally, Mazi, thank you so much for your response. But finally, what message, given your experience and the fact that you're well-traveled, what advice would you give younger Nigerians, those in diaspora, those in Nigeria? What would be your advice to them towards nation building and building a stronger brand for the Nigerian state?
Well, my advice will be mostly for not only the young Africans or the young Nigerians. First of all, when I was with a couple of people, Africans today, and my advice to them is, please, you are in this country, work hard.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa's development. My name is Patrick Okibo, founding partner at Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory firm that's focused on addressing complex development challenges across the continent. Liberal democracy should be the final stage in political evolution, if we listen to Francis Fukuyama. Yet over the years, whilst many countries have taken to elections, democracy, which should be government of the people, by the people, for the people, has at best stagnated, but could be receding, not just in Africa, but across the world. In their engaging and intensely provocative book, How to Rig an Election, Nick Cheesman and Brian Klass discussed the limitations of national elections as a means of promoting democratization and revealed 6 essential strategies dictators and autocrats.
I lost you for a moment, but you're back. I'm not sure whose end it was on, I'm afraid, but let's keep going. We're back now. I can see you, you can see me. It's all good.
Excellent, excellent. So Nick Cheesman is a professor of democracy at the University of Birmingham and founding editor of the Oxford Encyclopedia of African Politics. He has authored more than 10 books focusing on democracy, elections, and development. Articles based on his research have won several prizes, including the Giga Award for the best article in comparative area studies in 2013, and the Frank Cass Award for the best article in democratization 2015. His book, How to Rig an Election, which we're discussing or are going to use as a context for our discussions today, was selected as one of the best books of the year by Spectator magazine. In recognition of his academic and public contributions, the Political Studies Association of the United Kingdom awarded him the prestigious Johnny Lewandowski Prize for outstanding professional achievement. In recent years, he has also won the Celebrating Impact Prize of the Economic and Social Research Council for outstanding international impact and the Josiah Mason Award for academic advancement. Nick is a frequent contributor on democracy, elections, and global events, and appears often in The Economist, Le Monde, Financial Times, Washington Post, New York Times, etc., and a regular column for the Africa Report and the Mail and Guardian. You can find more of his thoughts on democracyinafrica.org, which he founded and co-edits. Nick, welcome.
It's a real pleasure to be here.
Fantastic. Now, starting from just the question that's top of mind for many people, why should we as Africans continue to be bothered with democracy if it is so fractured, as I mentioned in my intro?
Well, one of the things that's interesting is that, in different parts of the world, democracy performs in different ways. And one of the things that I found in Africa is that although we would often talk about being disappointed in the performance of democracy, and, it is common now to say that democracy doesn't deliver, in general, most of the research we have actually shows 2 things. 1, most African people want to live in a democracy, and 2, countries that are more democratic in Africa actually tend to provide better quality services and do a little bit better on economic growth than their authoritarian counterparts. So maybe just an extra line on those two key points. If you're interested, if people who are listening are interested, you can go to the Afrobarometer website, afrobarometer.org. You can look up the figures for almost any country in Africa. I think they've got 39 to 40 countries now up there, and you can see, and support for democracy as a system of government is pretty high. It's been dropping a little bit. People are frustrated, but it's still pretty high. And rejection of other systems of government, rejection of military rule or one-man rule or one-party rule, is also pretty high. So we should care about democracy because people in countries that we're interested in care about democracy. But also, as I say, I think sometimes people underestimate what democracy has achieved and overestimate, the performance of alternative systems. So people will often say to me, but look at Rwanda. Rwanda's doing well. Wouldn't it be better if everyone was Rwanda? And I remind them, well, we have one Rwanda. And we have a lot of other authoritarian systems in Africa that have never come close to Rwanda. And actually, what I would say is true of Africa, which is broadly true of most places around the world, is that you get a very small number of authoritarian regimes that perform particularly well, and often they'll outperform the average democratic system. They'll be up there. But the vast majority of authoritarian systems are not doing that. They're right down here at the bottom. And actually, most democracies are in the middle. And so, generally speaking, I think we need to remind ourselves that actually most authoritarian systems are not Rwanda, they're Zimbabwe, they're the Democratic Republic of Congo. They're actually systems that fail their citizens in terms of the provision of public services. And when we see it that way, I think it gives us lots of good reasons to persevere with democracy, even despite the challenges and the frustrations so far.
And if we look at the Afrobarometer data, and you talked about it, it's beginning to taper out or maybe even drop a little bit in Africans' desire for democracy. Is this because we're asking, is it the way we frame the question? So here I'm thinking, if we went back to the mid-1990s and we asked the Chinese, what type of political system do you want? Do you want democracy or do you want communism? They probably choose democracy from the way it's defined. But it appears that a third way has appeared, which is this thing, call it whatever, with Chinese characteristics. Is it capitalism with Chinese characteristics or whatever the political system they're running with Chinese characteristics? Are we beginning to see some of that in Africa, i.e. what Rwanda is doing? Is he onto something? Yeah, I know if we take just the argument of liberal democracy, freedoms, etc., elections, is it also possible that what Kagame has touched on is an African way of arranging politics and arranging progress that we haven't did well enough?
Oh, it's a good question. Personally, I'm not sure that it is. And the way I try and get people to think about this is to say, well, let's see what would be needed to replicate what Kagame has done in Ghana, in Nigeria, in Kenya, for example. So if we went to Nigeria right now, is there any way we could get political elites in different communities, both religious and ethnic, around a table to agree that one of them, who would have to be by definition from one of those communities and not others, would be the president for the next 20, 30 years? Could we agree on that? My suspicion is you wouldn't be able to find a way of getting people in Nigeria to agree on that, because one of the things that people like is the rotation of power between different groups. And actually, when that's flouted, there's a great public outcry. Similarly, in Kenya, people right now are very frustrated with President Ruto. There are mass demonstrations, youth-led demonstrations. If President Ruto were to say tomorrow, I'm going to go the Kagame way, we won't have competitive elections, I'm going to control things much more, I'm going to win 98% of the vote in the next election, is there any way Ruto could forge consensus on that and manage that? I don't think so. I think actually in a lot of these countries, to try and do what Kagame has done would involve extremely high levels of repression and probably trigger civil conflict and maybe civil war, because you simply don't have a leader who has the political control, authority, capacity to be able to exert that level of top-down control over the political system. And the attempt to do it would probably lead to different groups coming into conflict with one another. So this isn't to say that I think everywhere we see an authoritarian model that's working, we should pull it down. That's not my argument at all. If the Rwanda model works for development in Rwanda, there are good arguments for saying that, there might be developmental reasons for doing that. Although, of course, we also know that Kagame is responsible for significant human rights abuses. And we have to keep in mind that some of Rwanda's economic success has come because of smuggling from the Democratic Republic of Congo. So some of Rwanda's success has come from its exploitation of resources in other countries. But I'm not suggesting that we should go into or encourage every single country that's authoritarian and is performing well to become democratic overnight. It's rather to point out that I don't think the Rwanda model could be replicated in the vast majority of countries in Africa. And therefore, I think actually a more feasible approach is to try and evolve the system that's there already into something that's more robust, more effective, more independent. The other thing I think we have to keep in mind is that, most of the data, and we make this point in the book, most of the data we have shows us that the longer leaders are in power, the more corrupt, idiosyncratic they become. So it's one thing to think that a leader is fantastic. And so, let's remove term limits and have him for another 4 years. 15, 20 years down the line, you often start to regret that decision when he won't go at the age of 80, 90, and so on. In places like Cameroon, in places like Uganda, we have real concerns within even regime insiders about presidents for life and what's going to happen and the need for actual political rebirth, which is stopped by that happening. And I think that's one of the things, again, we have to keep in mind, that one-party state model or that leader for life model with no term limits might look very good when a leader's performed well for a couple of terms. The problem with it is you then can't get rid of that leader even if they perform badly for 2 or 3 more terms. And I think people in countries like Chad and Cameroon would turn around and say to people in countries like Rwanda and Uganda, be careful what you wish for.
Mm. Interesting. So my question is, there was this whole great hope around the third wave of democratization in Africa, but we're beginning to see that taper out or even slow down. In your view, what are the factors that led to this? What are the factors that led to what you and Brian have coined quite perfectly as counterfeit democracies? What are the signs that lead to it, and what are the factors that conditioned it?
I think it's a couple of different things we need to put on the table. One, we know that a lot of countries didn't become full democracies in the first place. So it's not like the 1990s led to a set of really well-functioning democracies. We had some countries like Botswana and Mauritius that have been democratic in Africa since independence. We had a few countries in the early 1990s that made really good breakthroughs and became more democratic. But we also had countries in the early 1990s that kind of got stuck in a no man's land of transition without end, that didn't really become democratic, where leaders effectively allowed elections, but then sought to manipulate them very quickly, and where we never really saw opposition parties have a real opportunity to take power. And so one of the things we talk about in the book is the different strategies that leaders have used to manipulate elections and keep themselves in power, effectively instrumentalizing elections, right? Using elections to try and gain legitimacy, using elections to access international funds and to get international critics off their backs, but never actually being willing to lose, never really being willing to consider allowing a level playing field, and effectively consistently manipulating and winning elections that were flawed. So we've got that set of cases which were never democratic, and I don't think we've necessarily seen that much change in some of those countries. I think they're roughly where they were in the 1990s. What I do think we've seen is in some of the countries that had started to perhaps look a little bit better, we've started to see increasing concern in a number of areas. One of those is that we've seen growing media censorship and pressure on journalists over the last few years, particularly around COVID-19, when there was a sort of significant repression of human rights and free speech around the world as governments struggled to deal with COVID, but not just around that. We've also seen a lot of countries pass what is often called anti-NGO legislation or anti-civil society legislation. Of course, this isn't an African thing at all. This goes back to Russia and the foreign agent law, but this is legislation that's been passed in different ways around the world that has significantly weakened in a lot of countries civil society and its capacity to check governments. We've also seen, as we were talking about just a moment ago, a lot of countries remove presidential term limits, and so we've got leaders who are set on being presidents for life. And of course, one of the first things you can expect a leader who's set on being a president for life and has gone to the trouble of removing term limits to do is to manipulate the next elections, because you don't get rid of term limits and set yourself up as a president for life to hold a free and fair election and then accept defeat. So all of these trends have slightly eroded the capacity of societies and opposition leaders to be able to actually hold leaders accountable. And in that sense, Africa has seen some of the trends we've seen in the rest of the world. We have to remember that globally, we're in 20 years of authoritarian recession. We've seen around the world a decrease in the quality of democracy in supposed democracies like the United States. We've seen a decrease in the quality of democracy there. And we've also seen a lot of authoritarian countries get more authoritarian. You talked about China earlier, and it's interesting to think that, China had term limits. China had more checks and balances within power. Under President Xi, a lot of those things have been removed, and there's been a centralization of power under him. So in a sense, we could also say that there are signs of autocratization within China and within some authoritarian states. The one thing that we then need to say, and so I don't want this answer to be too long, but I think this is a really important point, is that we've also seen very different stories. We've seen Zambia, Malawi move towards democracy at precisely a point in the world where no other countries in the world did so. So during the COVID pandemic, Zambia and Malawi were the only two countries that most democracy ratings organizations said moved towards democracy. So here, Africa was actually leading the way in democratic breakthroughs. We've also seen in recent years, think about Nigeria 2015, Gambia 2016, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Senegal very recently, opposition parties winning elections in places where, we perhaps had thought they might not, winning elections in some cases that weren't completely free and fair. Those kinds of opposition victories, I think, are an important reminder to us that there is still a struggle for democracy going on. And actually, there is still evidence of democratic life and in some cases, democratic progress in a lot of countries across the continent. So one of the things I always say to my students is the one thing you must never do if you want good marks in my course, is to talk about Africa as if it's the same place, right? As if there's African democracy or democracy in Africa, and it's the same. We actually see really different patterns. We see countries that are moving slowly towards democracy, countries that are cycling between different crises, some countries that are authoritarian and getting more authoritarian, and there is no one African experience when it comes to the experience of democracy.
Fantastic. I really loved reading, how to rig an election. You use really poignant examples that brought the story to life, especially in explaining how the rigging works, so if you could help unpack that for, our participants on the different ways that elections are rigged across the continent and also across the world, especially the activities that happen pre-election day, that may have also already decided the voting even before the voting starts.
Absolutely, and we should always remember that the professionals and the experts we talk to in the book tell us that only amateurs rig elections on election day, right? If you're rigging an election on election day, you've got it wrong, because you should have been doing it a long time in advance. Why? Because, of course, rigging the election on election day is more controversial, more likely to risk violence, more likely to be seen by international observers, more likely to be reported by the media. So yes, if you're good at this, you plan your election manipulation many, many months in advance. If you wanted to give you a quick rundown of what you should be doing, well, first of all, you should be using gerrymandering. You should be trying to fix the boundaries of constituencies so your party gets more votes for the same seats. Of course, again, as you were saying, these are global strategies. The term gerrymandering originated in the United States. This was a classic strategy in US politics. And if you look today, there's still gerrymandering of districts and boundaries in the US today. So these issues are still significant. You use voter suppression. You try and stop your opponents' voters from getting on the voter register. Historically, of course, in the US, that was racial suppression, stopping black voters, and that's still a feature of US politics today. In the African context, that might be trying to stop voters, either urban voters, if they're more likely to support the opposition, like, say, Zimbabwe, or voters of a particular ethnicity that are likely to support the opposition, stopping them from getting on the electoral register. And these strategies are really effective because they happen well before the election. They're often things that don't get that much coverage in election media reporting. The other thing that's really effective, and we talk about this in the book with the case of Marco Ravalomanana in Madagascar, is, not allowing your most effective opponents to stand. I mean, Brian wrote on Madagascar and went to interview people there. And, one of the best examples is, basically where in Madagascar, you need to be able to hand in your election papers in person to stand, right? So you have to hand them in. No one else can do it on your behalf. So you've got an opposition candidate who's in exile who needs to hand in his papers, gets on a plane, flies to the country, thinks he's going to land, get out the airport, get on in a taxi, go hand in his papers, maybe, start campaigning or go back home. And no, because of course the president sees this coming, understands the law, doesn't want this candidate to be on the ballot paper. So what does he do? Closes the airports. So you get these, strategies to effectively keep the most effective opposition leader off the ballot paper, sometimes claiming that the opposition candidate hasn't filled out the form properly, sometimes using trumped up criminal charges to claim that they're not eligible to stand, sometimes, like in the case of Madagascar, actually closing all the airports so the plane can't land. And of course, if you do all these things, if you pick your voters, so you can see boundaries and you pick who your opponents are, then you could end up in a situation where you don't need to rig the election much in terms of violence or ballot box stuffing, because you've already set up a 20-30% advantage over anybody else. And then of course it's much more likely that international observers and international governments will say that the election was good, because it can look good on election day, because you don't need to manipulate at that stage. You've done it months and months in advance.
So in another book, the moral the moral economy,
Moral economy of elections,
of elections. You speak about you've got to be popular in a locale to be able to buy votes, right? But I think smart corrupt politicians are also moving beyond that, where they're no longer bothering about buying votes, but buying the judicial system, so you have rigged elections, or you have elections that are not up to scratch, and they expect you to end up in court. And by the time you get to the court, they've already bought, even up to the Supreme Court. Have you spent some time looking at this? And where I'm going with this is there a way out? Because at the end of the day, it's beginning to look like, the people are stuck, with a system that you try to solve it here, and, the smart politicians come up with another strategy that, nullifies all the efforts that have been made in the past.
It's challenging, right? I mean, people are smart. Political leaders are smart. We often treat them as if they're not, but they're often quite innovative, quite cunning. And leaders learn from each other, right? So Democrats learn from each other, but authoritarians learn from each other, and sometimes learn quicker and faster. I talked a little bit earlier about the anti-civil society legislation that's been introduced. That legislation has very clearly been passed through different authoritarian networks, and different leaders have taken it on board, having seen how well it's worked in other countries. We could say the same about, strategies that have been used for digital monitoring and censoring digital communications, finding a way of, pushing back against social media and so on. It's constantly, I mean, Brian describes in the book like a game of whack-a-mole, that game you get in a sort of children's playground, where every time you knock one of them down, it comes up somewhere else. You're constantly playing this game every time. And I remember talking to an election observer who'd done a number of very difficult elections, and he said to me, we're always fixing the last election. Every time we get to an election, we fix the two things that were really wrong. But the government has moved on, right? They've got a completely new way of manipulating the next election. So we're always sort of trying to put out the fire from the last one. They're starting a completely different fire in a completely different place. And by the time we realize what's happening, it's too late to put it out. And then, so we're always playing catch up. So on that sense, I think we have to be aware that it's a constant challenge, and democracy is never consolidated. That's what we see with the problems that the UK and Germany and Austria and America are having right now. It's a constant battle to sustain and build and strengthen institutions. And if you stop fighting, actually, it's very easy to have erosion, even in countries that we assumed were pretty stable. But I do have some hope, and some I do think there are the ways in which things have improved and got better. Let me give you one of the examples that I know best, because one of the countries that I've worked on for the longest time is Kenya, which is in the Moral Economy book. And I wrote my PhD on Kenya, and I've been going there and researching there for 20 years. I'd have told you that there was a Supreme Court in Kenya that in 2017 invalidated the election of the sitting president, and that a new election had to be held as a result of that, you would have said, "You're a fool, Cheeseman. You know nothing about politics. You know nothing about Africa. Get out of my podcast. Get out of my conversation." And that came about through very specific reasons, right? One of those reasons was that Kenya had a major political crisis, which made the political elite think again, the post-election fight crisis from the 2007 elections, the violence of 2007, 2008. There was a formation of a power-sharing government and a process with Kofi Annan and others involved around resetting and thinking about where the country would go. That involved questions about the new constitution. There was then bringing in internationals to try and mold a good constitutional draft. There was, I think, a sense within Kenya's political elite that they needed to re-legitimate the system, that this was an existential crisis. There was then, at the same time as that, the fact that President Kibaki, who was the president at the time, was standing down at the end of that time because term limits had been respected and he was going to respect term limits. So that meant that he was in his second term. Perhaps he wasn't thinking about a third and a fourth term, so he could allow the constitution to take power away from the president to an extent. And so all of a sudden, we got a new set of political institutions in Kenya. And then on top of that, there was a process of judicial vetting, and that meant that the judiciary had more quality and was seen as being more legitimate in the eyes of Kenyans. We got, a Supreme Court elected, and then we've had a succession in the last few Chief Justices who've been willing to demonstrate their independence from the government. And all of a sudden, Kenya has a Supreme Court that sometimes makes decisions that displease the government. This in a country that we would have talked about maybe in the 80s as having pliant institutions dominated by President Moi with classic neo-patrimonial politics. So I think that shows us that there are ways in which things can change. Now, it's also true that lots of things haven't changed, right? Kenyan politics still involves corruption. There is still clientelism. There is still vote buying. There is still aspects of, so I'm not suggesting that everything has changed overnight, but those institutions and the institution of devolution have, I think, become embedded in Kenyan political society and culture in a way that it's fairly unthinkable now that someone would remove them. Again, decentralization hasn't been, all good. In some ways, people would argue that decentralization has devolved corruption and devolved mismanagement as much as it's enabled and empowered people at the bottom. But what's really interesting to me is that it's popular with citizens, it's popular with governors and senators, and it would be very hard for a central government now to get rid of decentralization tomorrow, just like it would be very hard to get rid of the Supreme Court. So, what I'm saying is we can see in Kenya how institutions taking measures that actually enable those institutions to be a bit more independent, then popular support for those institutions rising can create checks and balances on the executive that then leads to a very different political situation. And Kenya, of course, is in a situation where President Ruto, when he put the 2024 finance bill, which was going to raise taxes on a number of people and was very unpopular, faced mass protests. And one of the things that happened as a result of that was that Ruto sacked his cabinet and removed the finance bill. Now, a lot of Kenyans who are protesting would say that's not enough. That's a superficial treatment of a more deep-rooted problem. But it's nonetheless noticeable that Ruto was forced to take a step back, to remove the cabinet, to remove the finance bill. So I would say in a country like Kenya, I start to see real prospects, not that things are perfect now, but that if those institutions can survive and keep getting stronger over the next 20 years, we'll have seen something else happen in the next 20 years that was unthinkable today, just as having that Supreme Court today would have been unthinkable 20 years ago. And I think there's a few countries in Africa, where that's happening. So as much as, yes, we're playing a game of whack-a-mole, they're always one step ahead. There are really challenging processes. I think it's possible to build institutions and to strengthen them. And maybe a final word on this is it's interesting to me, how many countries term limits have become institutionalized in. Term limits are pretty institutionalized in Malawi, in Zambia, in Kenya, and so on. In all of these countries, what we're not going to see, touch wood, is presidents set themselves up as presidents for life. We're going to see presidents having to stand down, new leaders coming to power, and that's going to create the opportunity to hold those new leaders accountable, but also to have different leaders from different communities come through government. And I think in all of those ways, actually, there are reasons to be more optimistic. So overall, despite my deep concern for what's happening over the last few years, I remain optimistic about the longer term.
I don't know why I'm not as optimistic as you are. I think what we've done is that we're beginning to swap the presidents for life to an elite class for life. And what I mean by that is you've got presidents who control all the institutions that can get you to power, and they hand over to their hand-picked successors who continue just running down the economy and not driving any real development or progress. And because there's this veneer of democracy, elections, etc., the people don't even have anyone to complain to, because the international community will be like, but you had elections. But it's also obvious to everyone that the elections were rigged. So have we really moved, or is it just a renaming of the same problem? Yes, we don't have presidents for life, but we have an elite class that holds on to power forever, and the masses can do little to nothing about it.
I think that's a great point. And I think the inequality in many African societies and the gap between the poor and the rich, and the way in which the rich sometimes serve as a self-serving elite that deliberately maintain economic and political systems that continue that inequality is, a major issue. I completely agree with you about that. And I think, that's where it's really interesting to think about, to what extent do we actually see genuine accountability and genuine changes? And I think there's two things that are important to think about there. One is, where do we see those structures from below that start to hold governments accountable, whether they're social movements or civil society groups and so on? And where do we see voters starting to push back more and trying to actually demand that accountability? And I think we do. If you look at young people, and especially young people in urban areas, you do start to see, for example, the expression and demand for a different kind of citizenship, which isn't based on charismatic leadership or ethnic affiliation, but is based on, the delivery of goods. You start to see, much more of a demand for a social contract in which governments have to perform for citizens in order to deserve the tax money of citizens and the compliance of citizens. And so I think, you're absolutely right, and I don't disagree, but here I'm also a little bit optimistic. So, what do I take from the Kenyan protests? The Kenyan protest didn't transform Kenya overnight into a more democratic or more egalitarian or less corrupt society. But what they demonstrated was the ability of tens, hundreds of thousands of young people to come together across ethnic lines, not simply being mobilized by an opposition party, not simply in Nairobi, but I think in something like 36, 37 counties out of 47 counties in urban areas, there were significant protests. So across a broad urban areas, we had significant protests from people who were explicitly campaigning on a cross-ethnic basis, demanding a different kind of politics, not just the repeal of the finance bill, but a different kind of politics to take Kenya forwards. And a lot of those demands have not been fulfilled by the Ruto government. But what gives me hope in that context is that that kind of political campaign, those kinds of alliances, which was explicitly about being Kenyan first and an ethnic group second, and explicitly about doing something that wasn't led from the top by a political party, but was something that was more organically done by citizens. Those are the kinds of things that we're going to need if we're going to transform societies and political systems in the way that you're talking about. Now, I think Kenya in some ways is in the slightly different place because it's historically had quite high levels of urbanization, reasonably high levels of education. So we've got a combination at the minute of, relatively high education interacting with urbanization, interacting with young people, and, that generating demands for greater accountability. And that might not be happening in the same way in other countries which have a much smaller urban population or much lower levels of education. And I think Kenya's also, of course, had, whether we count the Ruto transition as a genuine transition of government, it's had two transitions of government. So people perhaps believe that their vote and their actions can change politics in a way that maybe people in Rwanda or Zimbabwe or Uganda don't, because they've never seen the transfer of power at the ballot box. But I do think those kinds of social processes are the things that are going to be able to affect those kinds of politics that you're talking about. And so again, although I completely understand why you're more pessimistic, I think if we continue to build education and we continue to see urbanization and we continue to see the creation of these new forms of citizenship and these new demands, in 20, 30 years, we will see different forms of politics emerge. Now, I know that's not of great help to anybody right now who's, the idea that things might be better in 20, 30 years is very frustrating. I guess because I'm an academic and because I started working on this 20 years ago, and my project was actually, a study of Kenya and Zambia from about 1940 to 1995. Is that kind of, if we look in that longer term perspective, that's where I get my optimism from, not where we are right now.
Okay, so let me try something with you. I look at the NSAS demonstrations in Nigeria, young people. I look at the finance bill demonstrations in Kenya, young people. One got government to move, Kenya. The one in Nigeria did not. Lots of kids killed, nothing came out of it. And I think, what's the key difference? And I hazard the guess that it's probably because of Kenya's history with the bad elections that led to, all the people that were killed, and nobody wanted to go back to that. But in the Nigeria case, the young people couldn't show or muster any credible threats. So the government knew it could put down the demonstrations and nothing would happen. If my thesis is correct, my hypothesis, if it's correct, then it is really that credible threat that gets government to move. And that takes me to the second part of my argument, which is every time I see this bad politics happening in Nigeria and around the continent, my fear is that we might be setting up for a return to military rule, because that is the only credible threat that could upset the democratic cart right now. If that's the case, aren't we just teetering on the precipice of this cliff? And how does one communicate to the political class that we should really just backtrack from where we are? And it's a difficult communication to have, because it's a collective action problem. It's not like it's dependent on one person to decide. So I'm a bit lost with that argument, and very interested in what you have to say.
No, I think you make a really good point. And yes, I mean, there's a lot of what you say, that I agree with. In terms of, why were the protests successful in Kenya and not in Nigeria? I also think there's perhaps other things going on there. I think electoral and political geography is important. Nigeria is such a big country with so many different political spaces. And it doesn't have, in the same way, a kind of focal point on a smaller number of urban areas. And I think that plays a little bit of a role in this. You have a separation of Abuja from, key areas of protests like Lagos and elsewhere, which of course you don't in Kenya. Nairobi is both the main center point of the protests and the main center point of government. So I think there's a lot going on, but I also agree with you about what you say. We have, it seems to me, often quite complacent elites in Nigeria, given the extent of the security challenges, the extent to which Nigeria is teetering on the brink of state failure, as well as, democratic collapse. And you would think that that would be enough to shock Nigeria's political elite into more direct and concerted action. And yet we consistently see that it doesn't happen. I do think, the threat of military rule might be one of the factors that galvanizes people. I mean, of course, we saw recently in some of the protests, I think in northern Nigeria, some people waving Russian flags and some protesters talking about the need for a coup. So, that's something we have there. I wonder whether the government is a little bit complacent about the risk of a coup and doesn't think that that's a feasible outcome. Of course, it's also true in Nigeria that, at least older Nigerians appreciate what military rule was like. They know what life under military leaders was like, that it was often brutal, that it was often incompetent, that it was often corrupt. That it often didn't lead to economic growth. And so older Nigerians perhaps would be very careful about welcoming a return to those days. Younger Nigerians, of course, perhaps don't remember, we're not alive at that stage, perhaps aren't as fully aware of what military rule was like. And I think this is one of the really interesting questions, that we have to answer. So I see in some of the questions and in the webinar chat, people are saying, should we have democracy? Should we go for something else? We need another strategy for more rapid development. But Africa has tried most of the other strategies. I mean, if you look at the 70s and 80s, most countries in Africa were either military regimes or they were one-party states, right? You had the Zambia, Malawi, Kenya, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, etc., were the one-party states, and then places like Nigeria had military rule and individual dictatorships and periods of conflict. And, if we look at the record from 1960 to 1990, none of these authoritarian systems was really effective. I mean, there's very few authoritarian systems that delivered economic growth. Look at Zambia in 1990. It was poorer than it was in 1960 under a one-party state. Nigeria squandered vast amounts of oil money under military rule. So I think one of the things we have to also keep coming back to is, what's the prospect for a better type of political system that's more authoritarian to actually work? And that shouldn't be just a kind of speculative question. It should be an empirical question. Let's go back and have a look and ask that question. And let's really think about that question and get the data on that question. And that data generally tells us that one-party states and military rule perform worse in Africa than democracy does, despite the fact that democracy is frustrating people. In terms of the question you specifically asked about the shock and what is required for that shock, I think, yes, I mean, people forget that in the Kenyan context, two things happened. One, there was a genuine concern that the country could spill over into broader civil conflict that would look more like a civil war because of the unprecedented geographical spread of the violence. But second, I remember John Githongo telling me, around the time, people remember him as Kenya's former kind of anti-corruption minister, who was the star of the book Our Turn to Eat by Michaela Wrong, that one of the things that had happened around that election was that young people who had been on the battle lines, who had been committing violence or defending their community against violence, would stop in the road the cars of the middle class and take a tax. And basically what the young people would say is, you need to give us money because you're hiding behind your nice car, your nice gate, your big security, your nice house. You're not on the front line. We're doing this for you. You're causing this. We're not, but we're the ones who are suffering. And John always said that process had actually terrified a lot of the middle class. They understood not only was this a process that we might not be able to control in terms of the conflict between different ethnic groups, but this might be a generational and a class conflict within communities of those who are on the front line starting to demand. And those two things together perhaps are the things that encourage people to be willing to support a new political system that actually, changed the balance of power in a significant way. So maybe going back to, the Nigerian context, it's going to have to be a combination of those two things. Perhaps the fear of the system being replaced with a coup, combined with that fear of that bottom-up pressure. Now, again, it doesn't, what I struggle to understand is why that has not already happened. Because you would think with what's happened with Boko Haram, with what's happened with Biafra, with what's happened, in general, with the level of criminality and the expansion of criminal networks and everything we've seen, including banditry and the way that that's reshaped the economy. You would think that would be enough. That should be enough to be a shock. And that's, to me, the big puzzle about Nigeria is that the political elite haven't been more responsive to that and haven't seen that as more of a threat. And I do worry, as you, I think, do, that that's going to lead to a situation where, more profound political decay is possible. And, I think we have a hope every time we see a new leader. When Buhari was elected now, with Tinubu, that every new leader might just be the one to get it, right? Buhari, the disciplinarian, maybe he'll change his system. Tinubu, well, he helped to fix Lagos. Maybe he's got some ideas for the national level. And every time it doesn't quite happen, which probably tells us, I guess, that the structural barriers to change are also really considerable. They're not just about the individual at the top. This is a massive infrastructure going all the way down. But it does make me much more concerned. And I should say that my optimism about democracy in general is not there, for all countries. I'm very worried about Ethiopia right now. I'm really worried about Sudan right now. I'm worried about Nigeria right now. So, I'm optimistic in general about the continent and a lot of the countries. But when it comes to some of the continent's biggest countries, and in some ways are most important because they shape what happens elsewhere, I think we have to be really worried. And one of the things I wrote about a couple of years ago that I think we really need to think about is that, South Africa, Ethiopia, and Nigeria have a recession. The impact on neighboring states on their GDP is quite significant because a lot of those states trade with and get benefits from and, send people to work in. And if we see those sort of more hegemonic states in each region collapse economically, or in the case of Ethiopia, Sudan, into civil conflict, in the case of Nigeria, into criminality and economic stagnation, the impact on the region is really great. And if we then have a really problematic impact on the region, one of the consequences of economic downturn is it encourages people to look for alternatives to democracy. So one of the things I'm really worried about is that those poorly performing or stagnating big countries will actually make it easier for people to advance authoritarian arguments in the next few years.
Fantastic. And just to say that we're going to open it up for audience questions in a little bit. Just type your questions in the Q&A tab, not the chat. I see a lot of conversations going on in the chat, but the questions should go in the Q&A. But just another question to you, Nick. I saw one of your works, where you showed that there's a bit of a disparity in the way democracy is progressing, between, say, the Southern Africa and Western Africa versus the rest of Africa. What has led to that positive disparity in our case, and are there lessons, for us and for the rest of Africa to learn from how some parts are progressing much faster than the rest?
Thanks. I might actually throw this open to your audience, who seem to be super smart and engaged. So I might ask them if they can explain it. Let me just explain the kind of broad pattern, and then we can see if we can explain why the patterns come about. So, one of the things you see if you look regionally, and people might argue that regionally isn't helpful, it's not a useful lens, but if we were to look regionally, we would see that historically, West and Southern Africa have done better on democracy on average, right? So if you get the democracy score you would give to every country in the region, average it, they do a bit better. In Southern Africa, of course, you've got, South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, are often rated as pretty high quality democracies. Zambia and Malawi reasonably performing. We've seen significant transfers of power multiple times in Zambia and Malawi. Obviously, then there are countries that are much less democratic and open. Mozambique, problematic elections happening right now, Angola and so on. But in general, there's quite a lot of democratic states there that give a reasonably high average. If we were to go to West Africa, we would see a similar thing. Again, lots of countries that are not doing so well, but think historically places like Ghana, Senegal, Benin were some of Africa's more leading democratic lights. So in that sense, historically, we've had more democracy in West Africa. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it's glitching a bit, but I can hear you.
Sorry. Okay. So, in Southern Africa, if you think about, South Seas, West Africa has historically had some, Benin, Senegal, Ghana, maybe some of those are moving away now. Liberia has had transfers of power. The parts of the continent that historically have really not done so well have been East Africa and Central Africa. If you think about Eastern Africa, you've got Ethiopia, Rwanda, Burundi, Somalia, Djibouti, none of which have ever really been very close to being a democracy, then Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya. So the average is pretty low. If we were to look at Central Africa, again, a lot of countries that have either experienced conflicts, places like Central African Republic, etc., and very few democracies. Now, there's a really interesting question about why is that the case? So there's a different set of explanations that there could be there. One could be that a lot of West African societies had more decentralized systems of authority before colonial government. So this could be a little bit of a story about that. could be about how early democratic institutions were introduced. We know that democratic institutions were introduced much earlier into countries like Senegal and Ghana than they were into other parts of the continent. And maybe that early introduction of democratic forms of government made it easier to sustain a kind of democratic model later on. It's also possible that there are regional effects because of regional powers and regional bodies. So ECOWAS intervened in the Gambia to remove Jammeh from power, enabling a transfer of power. You could argue that West Africa has had slightly more conducive atmosphere and international relations for developing a democracy, as has Southern Africa, although SADC has often been sitting on its hands in terms of promoting democracy regionally. But you could argue that those two environments have been more positive for creating a new democracy than Eastern or Central Africa, where most of your neighbors are not going to be democracies and where the regional body is not going to see democracy as being something that it wants to promote. But I'd like to, I think it would be really interesting to throw this open to your audience as well. Why did we see historically Southern Africa and West Africa being more democratic and Central and Eastern Africa being less democratic? Is it just luck? Is it a structural reason? Again, these are broad averages, right? So there are democratic and authoritarian countries in each of these regions, but on average, it is quite pronounced. So I'd be really interested in what people might think about that.
And I'm sure they're going to discuss that in the chat room as we continue the conversations. But we've got some questions, and I've got 3 questions from Alana Henry. I'm going to try and compress all of them into one. And it's really about democracy. Does democracy really work in Africa? Yes, we've got all these elections going on. You call these regimes counterfeit democracies. The question is, the fact that we've got elections, does it mean that we have democracy, right? And another question he attached to that is, what does true democracy mean? And can this be sustained in Africa? And then he adds on the back of that, what does democracy mean to the youth? Because we've talked about the youth. What does it really mean to them? The Afrobarometer data, does it pick up on what the youth really want? Or again, is this that binary discussion, liberal democracy or illiberal governments? If you present that to anyone, they probably choose liberal democracy, but is that really what they're saying?
So that's a great question. Let's start on the youth. The Afrobarometer tells us that the youth are slightly less supportive of democracy than older groups. So if you look at the youngest demographic, the Afrobarometer will interview and compare that to older citizens, one of the things you'll find is that the younger people are actually slightly more skeptical about democracy. I think there were good reasons for that. Young people have, particularly people who are coming to vote now, have had a really difficult few years economically. They were often the first people to be sacked during COVID. They're more likely to be unemployed. They've been hit very hard economically by higher food prices and fuel prices over the last couple of years. And in many cases, of course, they don't remember, as we were talking about before, they don't remember the problems that authoritarian government generated. They also may be people who are quite impatient because they want to have an opportunity. And one of the things you talked about, which I think is completely right, is about, an elite, taking opportunities for themselves. But we often forget that is also about age. There's a generational process. We do have some parliaments where we see very old presidents with very old parliaments with incredibly young populations. Uganda would be a case in point. And so I think it's understandable that young people in some parts of Africa have become frustrated. They're still, I should say, on average, more supportive of democracy than any other system, but they are clearly frustrated by it. And we should be worried that young people are less supportive of democracy than older citizens. What do people want? I wrote a piece on this, and I'll try and find it and put it in the chat so that people can go and look at it if they're interested. I mean, I think people in Africa, broadly speaking, are in favor of elections. They're in favor of being able to speak their minds. They're quite supportive of freedom of speech, and they're in favor of systems that allow for the rotation of power between different ethnic groups. What they're also in favor of, though, is people in society and government pulling together to deliver development and getting things done. They recognize that they need a boost in development. And so people often will say that they're very supportive of multi-party politics, but after elections, they want people to come together and support the government in pursuing a clear long-term development plan. So myself and my colleague Sashura Shashua kind of define this or call this a kind of form of consensual democracy. People do want elections, they do want political competition, but they don't want unfettered competition that gets in the way of promoting development. They want people to come back together at critical moments to pursue that long-term developmental vision. That's kind of where we see people, and young people fit into that in terms of the political systems that they would appreciate. One of the things that is worth keeping in mind is the trade-off democracy for, better economic growth or for a leader that would get things done. And there is in some societies, in South Africa, we saw this recently, support for the idea that it would be better to have a leader that gets things done than it would be to have strong checks and balance, right? So people sometimes are willing to trade off a bit. This year, their first flagship report of the year, and the report showed that actually the thing that really undermines people's confidence in democracy is not economically performing badly as a government. It's actually the government doing things bad on the political space, on the political sphere. In other words, they tried to correlate, let's look at what's happened in the economy the last 2 years and whether an individual is supportive of democracy. And that was less important than whether the individual thought the government had manipulated elections or had been corrupt or had failed to deliver politically. So one of the things that we're constantly reminded of is that, yes, people want development. Yes, people want to eat. Yes, people want order and, a good government that deals with crime and so on. But most people, most of the time, want that to be balanced against a government that is fair, a government that allows criticism, a government that is representative of the people and is directly elected. And one of the things I always say to people is, why do we think that Africans have to choose? Like, why do we set it up as an either or? Why do we say, oh, you can have democracy or you can have economic growth and jobs? Actually, probably the reality is the more democracy you get, the more jobs you're going to get, because it's democracy, in my opinion, that's actually going to generate the processes that is going to create that economic set of opportunities. For example, going back to what we can learn from history, which were the countries that grew the most? Was Botswana and Mauritius. What were the countries that had the worst? So again, I don't think it's necessary. I do think that it's about, and you've said this a number of times, which I think is absolutely right. It's about making sure that you have the kind of democracy that actually enables you as the population to determine what's happening, to actually shape who's in power and to actually push for the delivery of those things. Now, it's interesting to look at what the record of some of those governments have been. If we actually look, and people sometimes forget this, there's a number of countries in Africa that introduced free primary education after the introduction of multi-party elections in the 1990s, partly because it was one of the main campaign messages of opposition parties and was then taken on by ruling parties. So if you look at countries like Kenya, free primary education was partly a function of the reintroduction of multi-party politics. So again, I think sometimes people have this idea that if we had more authoritarian politics, it would become more efficient, it would work better. Actually, authoritarian politics in a lot of countries prevented the government from feeling any accountability, so it meant more corruption and actually the provision of fewer public services. But yes, I think you're absolutely right that we need to be careful in not sort of presenting people with a binary. And actually, what we should be saying to them is not, do you want liberal democracy or this terrible authoritarian alternative, but do you want an economic model and a political model that has democratic elements, but also delivers more equality, closes the gap between rich and poor, provides infrastructure and services. And where I would be very critical of, the international community is that I think too often the IMF and the World Bank, both in the 1980s, but also today, are focused on, economic growth plus good governance, rather than providing jobs, education, lifting people out of poverty and reducing inequality. They would say that they're not. They would say that those are major priorities. But I think if we look at what's happening right now in the way that we're managing debt and the way in which that's forcing governments to cut their budgets, we're at risk of reproducing some of the outcomes of the 1980s, where debt basically played out in a way that undermined public services, hurt the poorest citizens the most, exacerbated the gap between rich and poor. I think one of the things we should be learning from history is that actually that's part of the problem. That weakens democracy as well as impacting on poverty. And we should support countries to deal with the debt crisis in ways that avoid that.
And I think in your response, you've answered a few of the other questions, especially one from Joshua Ode. I'm going to combine the question from Chibike Mbahurike and Benedict Oko, because both of them are really around, are there any international mechanisms that can put pressure on African leaders, who go through these suboptimal elections? Are there international mechanisms to put them under pressure? And I think in answering that question is also to think about how the West may have also lost or is losing its moral authority on preaching democracy when we see what's playing out, especially in America, in the forthcoming elections. And on the back of that as well, maybe you can touch on international observers, which is a mechanism that was supposed to kind of say whether elections are credible or not. But we have seen that many of these international observers are also hamstrung, in their ability to say what they're really observing. So it appears to me that we don't have any international mechanisms to help put the politicians under pressure, but I'm really interested in what you have to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think my one-line answer would be, the savior of democracy in Africa is not going to come from outside Africa, right? In almost all cases where democracy has been built effectively and sustainably, it's been built from within. There's two reasons why I think, we shouldn't place too much hope on outside forces.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Vari Kumo Ado. In the headlines, FRSC deploys officers nationwide for public education and highway usage. Saraki's panel meets Mba after Southeast threat to quit PDP. Vice President Vance urges decisive military action at Naval Academy graduation. And Senator Warren blasts Trump for making himself richer through crypto. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default. We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Federal Road Safety Corps says it has deployed officers across all formations in the country to educate Nigerians on the proper use of the highways as a solution to road safety issues. Deputy Corps Public Education Officer of the Commission spoke exclusively to Signature TV in Abuja. Correspondent Nasir Usman reports.
The Deputy Corps Public Education Officer of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Manu Eston, said the Commission is using different strategies to make sure that road users are properly educated on how to use the highway.
Public education is not just
one of the support activities of the FRSC, but it's a core mandate. It is also found in the FRSC Establishment Act. The first thing FRSC started with was sensitizing the public on the proper use of the road. Proper use of the road, in ensuring proper use of the road, first FRSC has deployed public education officers in all the FRSC formations who are responsible for ensuring that people are properly educated on how to use the highway. FRSC has deployed other strategies, including the National Traffic Radio. FRSC has been making use of several medias, including both the electronic and the print medias, just to ensure that road users are properly educated on how to use the highway. Manu outlined the procedures for road users and added that the Commission was collaborating with stakeholders to reduce crashes on Nigerian roads to make sure that they make them safer. FRSC also has been going on advocacy, meeting stakeholders, including opinion leaders, educating them and seeing to it that they also lend their voice towards ensuring that the people are educated on the use of the highway. Now, that was the beginning, and which is being sustained all to today and tomorrow. Before the commencement of enforcement, enforcement came as a secondary that is working peripetually side by side with the education that FRSC commenced with. Now, FRSC also has strategy to ensure that even after the use of the highway or in the event of crashes, they give you prompt attention. And that is why you will see increased FRSC presence in all strategic locations to ensure that time is not delayed when crashes are reported. He emphasized the importance of public enlightenment to ensure the safety of vehicle users and pedestrians and the need for advanced technology to manage road safety challenges effectively. In Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
The People's Democratic Party's Social Reconciliation Committee, chaired by former President of the Senate, Bukola Saraki, on Friday, met with Governor Peter Mbah of ENUGU State. A meeting which was held behind closed doors at the ENUGU State Government House was part of efforts to stem the tide of defections rocking the party. And the members of the committee at a meeting with former Governor of Bayelsa State, Senator Sereke Dixon, and former Governor of Gombe State, Ibrahim Dankwabo. Leaders of the party in the zone had in a communique issued after the Southeast PDP Zonal Executive Council meeting a fortnight ago announced the re-nomination of a former PDP National Youth Leader, Sunday Udo Koye, to serve out the remaining tenure of a National Secretary, threatening exodus should their decision not be respected. Tragedy occurred in Iseke Ihiala local government area of Anambra State when some yet to be identified accidents murdered a family of 4, comprising 3 females and 1 elderly man in their apartment. Spokesman for the Anambra State Police Command, Tochukwu Ikenga, confirmed the incident when contacted on Friday, identified the victim's family as Ichie Kennedy ENUGU from Ekuru Isheke. Ikenga said a joint security team has cordoned off the area for any untoward situation, adding that the bodies of the victims have been recovered and deposited at a mortuary while investigations continue. According to him, the command, while commiserating with the relatives and friends of the victims, is currently working on some clues to arrest the perpetrators. It was gathered that the killers invaded their apartment while they were sleeping, killed them, and left their lifeless bodies on the floor of their rooms. The reason for the attack is yet to be known. However, eyewitnesses in the area said the gunmen unprovokedly attacked the elderly man and his family members. Nigeria's National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu says the country has witnessed significant improvement in security under President Bola Tinubu's administration. He said this in his presentation at the All Progressive Party National Summit in Abuja, The body revealing on security achievements of Tinubu administration said the mandate sit at home in the southeast has lost esteem. According to him, Nigeria's security forces have neutralized 13,543 Boko Haram insurgents, with over 11,000 weapons recovered and destroyed in 2 years. Speaking on the insecurity and instability in the Sahel region, said most neighboring countries with Nigeria are on their knees. This comes as Governor of Borno State, Babagana Zulum, recently raised alarm over the resurgence of insecurity in the northeast region. The federal government has announced plans to sell 753 housing units seized from former CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele. The estate confiscated by the EFCC in December 2024 and handed over to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development was linked to Emefiele's alleged corruption. Minister of Housing Ahmed Dangiwa with EFCC Chairman Olanik Mekun Olukoyede inspected the estate and said technical assessment and integrity test will begin immediately. Once cleared, the houses will be sold to Nigerians through the Renewed Hope portal. Dangiwa showed transparency and accountability, urging Nigerians to support EFCC's anti-corruption efforts. Olukoyede described the estate as the largest single asset recovered by the EFCC, covering over 150,000 square meters. In April 2025, Emefiele's attempt to reclaim the estate was dismissed by an Abuja court. The legal team of suspended Kogi Central Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan has confirmed receiving a formal summons from the Federal Capital Territory High Court in a case filed by the federal government. Filed on May 16, 2025, the suit stems from alleged defamatory comments Akpoti-Uduaghan made during a live interview on April 3, 2025. The government cited Section 391 of the Penal Code, claiming her remarks could harm an individual's reputation. Witnesses include Senate President Godswill Akpabio, former Kogi Governor Yahya Bello, Senator Suku Akbayong, Sandra Duru, and police investigators. In a statement, our lawyer, Dr. Ehuge West Idahosa, said the legal team will mount a robust defense. He also called for Akpoti-Uduaghan's immediate investigation for alleged criminal defamation, incitement, and false accusation and actions likely to disrupt public order. Bello previously petitioned the police accusing Akpoti-Uduaghan of defamation and claiming she falsely alleged he orchestrated an assassination attempt against her. Up ahead, 20 suspects arrested over hacking of 2025 UTME results. Ibas calls for tougher punishment for oil thieves. Details of these and more after the break.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
The Department of State Services, DSS, and the Nigeria Police Force have arrested at least 20 suspects over hacking of a 2025 computer-based test, CBT, Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, UTME. Suspects are part of a syndicate believed to have over 100 persons who specialize in hacking of a computer service of examination bodies such as JAMB and the National Examinations Council, NECO. According to the report, security sources confirmed that the suspects have confessed to sabotaging the CBT system in order to discredit JAMB and discourage students from using CBT for future examinations to be conducted by NECO and the West African Examination Council, WAEC. The entire hacking process was to influence high scores for special candidates who paid between 700,000 naira and 2 million naira. The report further said that preliminary investigations revealed that several members of a syndicate own private schools and colleges and make huge sums of money from the special centers. River State Administrator Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas has called for stricter penalties against oil thieves to combat economic sabotage in Nigeria's oil and gas sector. Speaking during a meeting with the Senate Committee on incessant crude oil theft led by Ned Moko in Port Harcourt, Ibas said weak punishments encourage continued theft and deprive the country of vital revenue. He praised the committee's work and noted River State's progress in reducing pipeline vandalism through better intelligence, interagency cooperation and community engagement, highlighted plans to deploy digital surveillance systems and strengthen Port Harcourt's safe city security network. Ibas called for strict prosecution of offenders, improved metering systems and enhanced security funding, especially for naval operations in backwaters and international waters where large-scale theft occurs.
Your presence here today is not only significant, but timely, as the issue you are addressing is at the heart of our nation's economic survival and stability. Let me begin by appreciating you, Mr. Chairman, and the entire membership of this committee for your patriotism and dedication to the task at hand. Your mandate, which includes visiting all oil-producing states and select oil terminals across the country, is vital to strengthening Nigeria's economic base, particularly at a time when the federal government is pursuing reforms to reposition the economy through improved oil production to drive increased revenue for the actualization of Mr. President's aggressive and bold infrastructural development initiative across our country.
Wonka assured the committee's commitment to dismantle oil theft networks and delivering actionable recommendations to the National Assembly. 16 Boko Haram terrorists have been killed by troops of a joint task force, Operations Hadin Kai, as attempted to infiltrate the 25 Task Force Brigade headquarters in Damboa near Sambisa Forest. The troops of the Task Force Brigade, along with members of a civilian joint task force, also recovered weapons and IED-making materials in the operations. The attack happened on Friday when troops sighted a group of terrorists and immediately engaged them with sustained indirect fire. After approximately 2 hours of intense engagement, terrorists were forced to retreat. Several of the terrorists escaped with varying degrees of injuries, while 16 of them were successfully neutralized. Spokesperson of the Northeast Joint Task Force Operations Hadin Kai, Ruben Novangia, said the success was aided by the timely intervention of the air component of a joint task force. He also stated that troops have intensified offensive on the terrorists into the forest with the hope of neutralizing more terrorists. A statement issued by the Nigerian Army said troops responded to another intelligence report about insurgents' attempt to loot food supplies from a civilian vehicle near Ran, headquarters of Kalabalge local government area. During the said encounter, 6 terrorists were neutralized, while 1 AK-47 rifle and ammunition were seized. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency and the Drug Enforcement Administration of the United States have stressed the need to strengthen current collaboration between the two agencies in the fight against substance abuse and illicit drug trafficking. This was a high point of discussion during a meeting between the NDLEA Chairman Buba Marwa and the country attaché of USDEA, Daphne Morrison, on Friday in Abuja. In a statement by the NDLEA spokesman, Femi Babafemi, the country attaché of USDEA appreciated Marwa for the cordial working relationship and partnership between NDLEA and DEA. Morrison said efforts were ongoing to organize more training for officers and men of the Special Operations Unit of the NDLEA. She added that the USDEA was looking forward to several joint operations with NDLEA in already identified areas of interest. In his response, the NDLEA boss acknowledged the excellent relationships with Morrison's predecessors. Marwa noted the recent evolution of NDLEA in size of its workforce and expansion of operational and administrative structures. This, he said, was responsible for the remarkable successes recorded in its drug supply reduction and drug demand reduction efforts. He acknowledged the support received from DEA over the years, especially in areas of equipment, training, and joint operations, while expressing hope that more of such support will continue. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has announced the creation of an Artificial Intelligence AI division under the ICT department. The Commission made this known in a statement signed by its National Commissioner and Chairman Information and Voter Education Committee, Sam Olumekum. He said that the approval of the creation of a new division is to continue to harness the positive aspects of AI and mitigate its negative impact on elections. According to Olumekum, the division will enable the Commission to coordinate and maximize existing technology investments through centralized AI governance, and would also enhance decision-making through data-driven insights, risk management, and voter engagement. Foreign Affairs Minister Yusuf Meitama-Tugat met with German counterpart Johann Walderpol in Berlin to strengthen Nigeria-Germany relations in energy, trade, and migration governance. Germany reaffirmed Nigeria's status as a key sub-Saharan partner, noting it as the second largest trading partner in the region. Discussions covered progress in bilateral engagements, including the German-Nigerian Energy Partnership and the recently established Hydrogen Office in Abuja. Tugat highlighted Nigeria's vast economic and raw material potential and called for deeper trade and investment ties. Both nations agreed to enhance legal migration and skills mobility framework for mutual benefit. Tugat also met with German Development Minister Svenja Willem Alabali Randova and MP Nicolas Zepelius to discuss expanded economic cooperation, development partnerships, and migration frameworks aligned with job creation and skills mobility. The visit signals a renewed commitment to shared prosperity, sustainable development, and regional stability. Still to come, Trump threatens 25% tariff on iPhones not made in US, sparking backlash in New York. Gaza hospitals overflow with injured as Israel intensifies northern offensive. Do stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance addressed a Naval Academy's graduating class on Friday. Ceremony punctuated by traditional cannon shot and a Blue Angels flyover, saw Vance highlighting the administration's foreign policy achievements and evolving global power dynamics. Vance commended the graduates as future military leaders, cited the administration's successful ceasefire in the recent conflict as an example of decisive military power, pointed out emerging threats from China, Russia, and others, stressing the need for adaptation to technological advancements in warfare. Vance concluded by pledging judicious use of military resources and emphasizing the graduates' responsibilities as junior officers. His speech ended with congratulatory words for the Naval Academy class of 2025.
Past leaders sent our service members on mission after mission with no exit strategy no end in sight, and with little articulation for the American people or for the warfighters about what we were doing. The Trump administration recognizes that our most valuable resources, it's you. It's young people who are brave enough to put on the uniform and risk your life for this country. And we promise, I promise, to cultivate that resource, to protect it, and to use it only when the national interest demands. You will be junior officers, of course, answerable to commanders, captains, admirals, generals, and people like me. You will have to follow orders, even when you don't want to. But importantly, you are not just following orders. More often than not, you will be giving them. And just as I see you as our most precious resource, so you must see the men and women who call you sir and ma'am as your most sacred charge. Now, I'm sure some of you share my politics and some of you don't. But I know today I speak for a grateful nation when I say we are rooting for you. Naval Academy Class of 25, we are proud of you and we depend on you. Congratulations, Godspeed, and do great work.
Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts blasted Donald Trump for his dinner for meme coin investors, calling it an orgy of corruption. Senior Democratic members of the House and Senate held a press conference earlier to highlight what they described as Trump's corrupt crypto practices and to push for legislation that will ban such activities.
We are here today to talk about exactly one topic: corruption. Corruption in its ugliest form. Donald Trump is using the presidency of the United States to make himself richer through crypto. And he's doing it right out there in plain sight.
President Donald Trump has said that Apple will pay a 25% tariff on iPhones that are sold in the United States but not made in the country. The announcement sparked strong reactions in front of Apple's Fifth Avenue flagship store in New York. Residents voiced concerns about the broader economic impact.
It's just stupid. He's got something in his head and he just thinks everything's going to be cool, and it's not. And we're all going to suffer from it. And of course, he's a multi-whatever heir. So groceries don't mean anything to him. Nothing means anything to him. He's just the most corrupt president we've ever had.
U.S. President Donald Trump has expressed his concerns over Harvard University's financial practices and academic abilities of some of its foreign students during an executive order signing on Friday. Trump questioned why the country is paying billions to Harvard, which already has a $52 billion endowment, suggested that the Ivy League institution needs to change its ways. Trump also mentioned the possibility of future changes to immigration policy to allow more people to come into the country with a pathway towards citizenship. While he expressed openness to attracting the best and brightest from around the world to study in Harvard, he also voiced concerns about the quality of education at the university, specifically referring to students who need remedial math classes. President's remarks come amid an ongoing legal battle over his administration's attempt to revoke Harvard's ability to enroll foreign students. Trump, however, did not provide specific details about any immediate plans to stop other universities from accepting foreign students.
I do, but a lot of the people need remedial math. Did you see that? Where the students can't add 2 and 2 and they go to Harvard. They want remedial math, and they're going to teach remedial math at Harvard. No, wait a minute. So why would they get in? How can somebody that can't add or has very basic skills, how do they get into Harvard? Why are they there? And then you see those same people picketing and screaming at the United States and screaming at, they're anti-Semitic or they're something. We don't want troublemakers here. But how do people that can't, when Harvard comes out with a statement that they're going to teach some of their students remedial math, that's basic math.
U.S. President Donald Trump ordered the nation's independent Nuclear Regulatory Commission to cut down on regulations and fast-track new licenses for reactors and power plants, seeking to shrink a multi-year process down to 18 months. The requirement was part of a batch of executive orders signed by Trump on Friday that aimed to boost U.S. nuclear energy production amid a boom in demand from data centers and artificial intelligence. Licensing for reactors in the U.S. can take over a decade at times, a process designed to prioritize nuclear safety, but which has discouraged new projects. The moves include a substantial overhaul of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission that includes looking at staffing levels and directing the Energy and Defense Departments to work together to build nuclear plants on federal lands, a senior White House official said. The administration envisions the Department of Defense taking a prominent role in ordering reactors and installing them on military bases. The orders also seek to reinvigorate uranium production and enrichment in the United States, senior White House officials said. Trump declared a national energy emergency in January as one of his first acts in office, saying the U.S. had inadequate supplies of electricity to meet the country's growing needs, particularly for data centers that run artificial intelligence systems.
This executive order, among other actions, includes an invocation of the Defense Production Act in order to spur a closer collaboration with private industry to ensure that we have the fuel supplies we need for a modernized nuclear energy sector, and a number of other key building blocks to the overall nuclear industry that we're trying.
California's famous Pacific Coast Highway officially opened for all motorists on Friday, months after the Palisades fire ravaged parts of a scenic drive back in January. The opening comes on the eve of Memorial Day, one of the busiest travel holidays of the year. Drivers patiently waited in Santa Monica as police officers and traffic enforcement directed traffic, removing one of the major traffic checkpoints and roadblocks. Before Friday, PCH had only been opened to residents and contractors with a local permit, allowing them to maneuver through the burned areas. Over a dozen checkpoints are still established across the fire-damaged zones, where only residents have access. Work crews are still in the area cleaning up the debris, and a strict speed limit will be enforced for safety.
Very happy. I've been driving this every day to take him to school to Malibu High, and it'll be great if it opens up.
I think it's a mess. It's a dirt. Haven't you seen it out there? It's a mess. I live out it.
I don't know how it is because I always take this route, but today I don't know how it is, but it's today's traffic.
Doctors at Gaza's Nasser and Al-Shifa hospitals complained of overcrowding and a lack of supplies to treat patients as Israeli army intensifies its offensive at the north of the Strip. The World Health Organization said that Gaza's health system is at a breaking point as Israel's intensified military operations continue amid worsening mass population displacement and acute shortages of basic necessities. 4 major hospitals in Gaza have had to suspend medical services in the past week due to their proximity to incidents. WHO missions attempting to reach Al-Awada Hospital and a donation hospital were impeded. The 19 of Gaza Strip's 36 hospitals remain operational, while at least 94% of all hospitals are damaged or destroyed, WHO said, adding that only 12 are in a condition to provide a variety of health services. United Nations Chief Antonio Guterres on Friday said Israel has only authorized for Gaza what amounts to a teaspoon of aid when a flood of assistance is required, and again signaled that the UN won't take part in a new US-backed distribution plan. Guterres told reporters that without rapid, reliable, safe, and sustained aid access, more people would die, and the long-term consequences on the entire population will be profound. Israel says about 300 trucks of aid have entered Gaza via the Karim Shalom crossing, since it lifted an 11-week blockade on Gaza on Monday. But Guterres said that so far only about a third of those truckloads have been transported from the crossing to the warehouses within Gaza due to insecurity. Israel has allowed aid deliveries by the UN and other aid groups to briefly resume until a new US-backed distribution model run by the newly created Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is up and running by the end of the month. The UN says the plan is not impartial or neutral and that it will not be involved. Israel said its blockade had been aimed, in part, at stopping Palestinian militants Hamas from diverting and seizing aid supplies. Hamas has denied stealing aid. The GHF plan involves using private security contractors to transport aid to so-called secure hubs for distribution by civilian humanitarian teams. Guterres said supplies of 160,000 pallets, enough to fill nearly 9,000 trucks, are waiting.
Palestinians in Gaza are enduring what may be the cruelest phase of this cruel conflict. For nearly 80 days, Israel blocked the entry of life-saving international aid. As the world's leading hunger assessment found, the entire population of Gaza is facing the risk of famine. Families are being starved and denied the very basics, all with the world watching in real time. All the aid authorized until now amounts to a teaspoon of aid when a flood of assistance is required. The needs are massive and the obstacles are staggering. Strict quotas are being imposed on the goods we distribute, along with unnecessary delay procedures. Other essentials, including fuel, shelter, cooking gas, and water purification supplies, are prohibited. Today, 80% of Gaza has been either designated an Israeli militarized zone or an area where people have been ordered to leave. In other words, 4/5 of the territory of Gaza is a no-go zone for the people of Gaza. And so, beyond questions about the particular number of trucks at any particular moment, it is important to stay fixed on the big picture. And the big picture is that without rapid, reliable, safe and sustained aid access, more people will die, and the long-term consequences on the entire population will be profound.
Thousands of Yemenis took to the streets of Sana'a on Friday to take part in weekly protests held in solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza. A large crowd was seen in the Yemeni capital, filling the city's main square with protesters waving banners carrying large Palestinian and Yemeni flags. Israel's military said it intercepted 2 missiles launched from Yemen and that sirens had sounded twice across the country, including in Jerusalem and the occupied West Bank, as the Iran-aligned Houthis stepped up attacks. Houthi military spokesperson Yahya Sareh said a group launched a ballistic missile towards Israel's Ben Gurion airport and 2 drones towards the Tel Aviv area. Undeterred by Israeli strikes in Yemen, the Houthis said they will continue to fire at Israel, even though they have agreed to a ceasefire with the United States to halt attacks on U.S. ships in the Red Sea. Israel has carried out retaliatory strikes, including one on May 6 that damaged Yemen's main airport in Sana'a, and another last week targeting the Red Sea ports of Hodeidah and Salif. Since the start of the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza in October 2023, the Houthis have launched dozens of missile and drone attacks targeting Israel, most of which have been intercepted or fallen short. The group said it's acting in support of Gaza's Palestinians. A teachers' protest disrupted traffic near Mexico City Airport on Friday. Several nearby roads were blocked, leaving passengers struggling to reach the terminals. Many passengers resorted to walking down the empty streets with their luggage, while others waited to hitch a ride with police vehicles. Arriving passengers also reported difficulty securing taxis to leave the airport. Teachers who have been blocking several main roads in the city throughout the week are demanding a return to a solidarity pension system. The system was altered in 2007 to one where financial institutions manage pension funds. Additionally, the teachers are calling for a wage increase and a repeal of a 2019 educational reform. The Ukrainian defense minister spoke ahead what is expected to be the biggest president swap of the war so far. Said he hoped the exchange was a first step on the road to peace talks. Russia and Ukraine each released 390 prisoners on Friday, said they will free more in the coming days. The agreement to exchange 1,000 prisoners each was the only concrete step towards peace to emerge last week from the first direct talks between the warring sides in more than 3 years, when it failed to agree a ceasefire.
First of all, Ukraine is committed to a ceasefire. We are thankful to President Donald Trump for his initiative. We're thankful for all the European and American partners that are assisting us. At the moment, it's a first stage. We didn't yet achieve the ceasefire. Ukraine wants the ceasefire, and we hope that U.S. will support Ukraine in achieving the ceasefire. Ukraine wants peace. The first step is to, as we indicated in our Istanbul visit, we wanted a ceasefire. We were ready. We couldn't achieve it, but we're working on it. Second one is prisoners of war and civilians. We achieved 1,000 for 1,000. And the next, after this, if it will be successful, as I said, firstly is the exchanges, second is a ceasefire, and third step is a leaders meeting. Our president came to Turkey and he was waiting for a meeting, and after discussions with President Erdogan, he decided to send a Ukrainian team that was led by me.
Well-known Venezuelan opposition figure Juan Pablo Guanipa is under arrest for allegedly leading a terrorist plot, Interior Minister Diosdado Cabello said on Friday. Officials regularly accuse opposition of conspiring with countries such as the United States to commit terrorism, overthrow President Nicolas Maduro, and attack Venezuela's power grid. Opposition has always denied the accusations. Guanipa, a lawyer, a long-time politician, has been in hiding since the presidential election last year. Machado, who was barred from running for president but remains popular among many Venezuelans, is also in hiding. Electoral authorities and the country's top court backed Maduro as the winner, but have not offered ballot box levy tallies of votes. Opposition, which has published detailed tallies, says its candidate roundly won. Opposition and rights groups have decried a brutal crackdown, including arrests since the vote. 70 people, including foreigners, have so far been detained in the alleged plot to carry out attacks on Sunday's regional and legislative elections, Cabello added. Iranian and U.S. negotiators wrapped up a fifth round of talks on Friday, with mediator Oman saying there was some limited progress in negotiations aimed at resolving a decades-long dispute over Tehran's nuclear ambitions. The sides will meet again, though the date and venue still have to be decided. There was no immediate comment from the U.S. delegation at Friday's session in Rome. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said there was potential for progress in the negotiations after Oman made several proposals, but the talks were complicated and more discussions were needed. The stakes are high for both sides. President Donald Trump wants to curtail Tehran's potential to produce a nuclear weapon that could trigger a regional nuclear arms race and perhaps threaten Israel. The Islamic Republic, for its part, wants to be rid of devastating sanctions on its oil-based economy. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, had led the fifth round of talks through the Omani mediators, Iranian media reported. Both Washington and Tehran have taken a tough stance in public over Iran's intensifying uranium enrichment program, which could potentially give it scope to build a nuclear weapon, though Tehran says it has no such ambitions and the purposes are purely civilian. Tens of thousands of supporters lined the streets of North London to welcome home Europa League winners Tottenham Hotspur on Friday. The team, which won their first trophy in 17 years, held an open top brass parade to mark the occasion. Tottenham beat Manchester United 1-0 in the final in Lisbon on Wednesday to salvage some pride in the season, which has seen them amass their fewest points in Premier League history. The supporters of all generations were delighted to see them pass by with a trophy that ensures they will play Champions League soccer next season. Pascal Siakam scored a playoff career high of 39 points as Indiana Pacers beat New York Knicks 114 to 109 on Friday, taking a 2-0 lead in the Eastern Conference Finals. Siakam hit 15 of 23 shots, leading Indiana to a 6th straight playoff road win. Miles Turner added 16 points and Tyrese Haliburton had 14 points, 11 assists and 8 rebounds. Jalen Brunson led the Knicks with 36 points and set a franchise record with his 19 30-point playoff game. He also had 11 assists. OG Anunoby scored 16, while Karl Anthony Towns and Mikal Bridges each added 20 points. Indiana broke a tie with an 11-2 run early in the fourth, capped by consecutive 3 seconds from Ben Shepherd and Siakam, giving them a 94-85 lead. New York rallied late, closing within 1 point, but Aaron Nesmith and Turner sealed the win with clutch free throws. The Pacers, shooting 51.8% from the field, overcame a halftime deficit behind. Siakam's dominant performance. Game 3 is Sunday in Indianapolis.
He's a veteran who's been in these situations multiple times. He understands the importance of patience and being disciplined and understanding, you know, the NBA playoffs are a process. You have to keep working the process, you know, whatever your process is within the team. He never forces it, and when we get in a bind late clock, you know, he can get a shot up in the rim, and a lot of times it goes in. And so, you know, he's been great. Been great all year.
No, I just, you know, whatever was out there, I just took it. And I think what makes us special as a team is just we have different weapons, you know, and we're not consumed with who's gonna do what, you know. Like, we just go into the game and whatever the game, you know, however the game presents itself, that's how we go and take it and do it that way. And it doesn't matter who scores. And for me, again, I just trying to play my game, and shout out to my teammates just finding me and you know, making sure that, you know, I stayed aggressive the whole game, and again, it's going to take all of us to get where we want to get to.
Same thing. Just get ready for the next one. You got to be ready for the next challenge. We got to study the film, make our corrections, get ready to play again. And again, it comes down to a couple things. Going into the fourth quarter, it's a tie ball game, and you know, you just got to make better plays, more winning plays.
I don't know, man. I think you just got to talk to each other off the jump, be physical off the jump. You know, I think maybe we're just playing a little too soft in the beginning of the halves. Yeah, I'm not sure.
World number 1 Jannik Sinner is ready to make a splash at Roland Garros, having marked his return to tennis following a 3-month doping ban by reaching the final of Italian Open last week. Playing in his first ever since defending his Australian Open title in January, Sinner showed little sign of rust in his first 5 matches at the Masters 1000 event in Rome, before ultimately succumbing 7-6, 5-6-1 to Carlos Alcaraz in Sunday's final. It was the 23-year-old Italian's first top-level final on clay, with reigning French Open champion Alcaraz ultimately proving a step too far for Sinner as he continues his comeback. Sinner has been drawn in a packed top half alongside 24-time Grand Slam winner Novak Djokovic and last year's runner-up Alexander Zverev, and will face a tricky first-round matchup against home hopeful Arthur Sindernick on Sunday.
Sure, it was great after 3 months coming back, making final of. It was my first big final on clay, which is not to underrate because, you know, we worked a lot for that, but also it was a great feeling to be part of this final. We've seen a couple of things where I can improve, and the Grand Slams are just different. You know, you have to be mentally ready, physically too, trying to use the right energy. It's all about being consistent and solid. Yeah, let's see if I can do that.
Defending champion Carlos Alcaraz and world number 1 Jannik Sinner resumed the hottest rivalry in men's tennis at the French Open, where Novak Djokovic will fly the flag for the old guard at the clay court Grand Slam, enters the post-Rafa Nadal era. After Nadal exited the 2024 edition of a major, he won a record 14 times. Alcaraz emerged as Spaniard's heir apparent with his first Roland Garros title. Sinner showed little sign of rust in his first event back from a 3-1 ban for 2 doping violations, and fans will be hoping the world number 1 skirts through the draw to meet Alcaraz in the final. Despite all eyes being on the pair, Alcaraz on Friday said it was too early to compare his rivalry with Italian with those of some of the sport's biggest headbutts of the past.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna put myself or the rivalry that I have with Jannik, you know, at the same level that those legends. But I think for the people, for the tennis fans, I think it's great to have a matchup from some players that made them excited about watching that match. As you said, it was Borma McEnroe, Rafa Roger, or with Djokovic were the big 3 against each other. And right now, I think, you know, the people are excited every time that I'm facing Jannik or matches. I think it's really high quality of tennis, and I think for the people and probably the people who doesn't like watching tennis, I think it's something or a match that because of that I started to watch tennis. So let's see in the future how it's gonna be. Right now, for sure, I'm not gonna put ourselves, you know, into that table of that rivalries, but I think for the people are excited about watching our matches.
Barcelona manager Reins Legers on Friday said our side respected Barcelona going into Saturday's Women's Champions League final, but that they are in Lisbon to be the defending champions and walk away with a trophy. The Slaggers as close to a fully fit squad to choose from, bearing Lina Harting, who has a long-term injury, Laia Codina and Katie Reid. FWA Women's Footballer of the Year, Alessia Russo, echoed a coach saying they should not be counted out going into the final. Barcelona's appearance marks their 6th final in 7 years and a record-tying 5th consecutive year. A victory on Saturday will make Barcelona the 2nd club after Lyon to lift the trophy for 3 consecutive years. Meanwhile, Arsenal's journey to the final comes after a 15-year wait since their 2006-07 UEFA Women's Cup triumph. Arsenal secured a spot in the final after overcoming a 2-1 first-leg defeat with a 4-1 away victory over French side Olympique Lyonnais, winning 5-3 on aggregate.
Barcelona as a team, they're a really, really good football team. So we're very humble for the occasion, but also we are here to win. And we have to find ways to win, and I am convinced that the game will shift in momentum. And for us, it's going to be important that we deal with all moments really, really well in the game. So we need courage, we need discipline, we need to be switched on. We're going to have to make a lot of decisions.
To be here and to be in the final tomorrow, I think, like Alessia spoke about around the history of our club and what they achieved, you know, in 2007. And also all the club's done throughout that time to really progress with the game and to be one of the driving forces to push women's football forward. It's obviously so special to be here and to lead the club in this really special occasion.
We know that Barcelona are a top side. They have won on the highest level consistently, and we're well aware of that. But I have full belief in us as a team the journey that we've been on and some of the performances that we've put in this season. We know what we're capable of. We've been working really hard this week, and we've also enjoyed it as well, enjoyed being in a major final with your teammates that you work so hard with every day. So we're all really excited and prepared, and we'll be ready to go tomorrow.
That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
it is a reflection of a failed government. Because in a civilized climate, it is unheard of, despite what we are producing in the country, that today we are experiencing total blackout in the northern part of the country. But I believe with time it may extend to other parts of the country. So the government is not actually doing well. That is my own personal opinion. Because what effort are they doing? What led to it? It is not even made known to the public. Because sometimes they will just allow certain things to go bad, believing that the citizen cannot do anything. They are capitalizing on the complacency and without the self-satisfied nature of the citizens. That's my own personal take on it. As far as I'm concerned, the government is to be blamed. Because when they have made up their mind to render essential services to the people, what aspect of the country is working effectively with respect to the services being rendered by the government? I suggest they should even allow the private sector to handle this thing.
See, I'm from Adamawa State, Temsa local government to be precise. And since I was born, we've not had light, not until 2 months ago. Since inception, since Nigeria was created, not until 2 months ago. Not my own part of it, there are no bandits there. You understand? So we should stop the blame game. It's not the fault of bandits. Let's not give government upper head so that they will not have what they will use as argument against us. It's not the fault of bandits, it's the fault of the government. Because I remember there was even a time in my village when they
Thank God it's Friday. Welcome to another episode and edition of E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Swokonta. I have a whole lot of stories today, and of course I have two interesting guests who will be joining me here live. We'll be having some interesting conversations. So let's delve into the stories of the day. Nollywood actor Deyemi Okanlawan has spoken out regarding the Economic and Financial Crime Commission's EFCC recent clampdown on Naira abuse, particularly targeting celebrities. In a recent appearance on Nollywood on radio, Okanlawan acknowledged the necessity of respecting the national currency, emphasizing that cultural practices should not excuse illegal acts. Just because something is cultural doesn't make it right, he noted. We live in a society that generally lacks a culture of maintenance and respect for public property, and that includes how we treat the Naira. While affirming the importance of preserving the value of dignity of the currency, the actor questioned the EFCC's heavy focus on entertainers in light of the deep-rooted corruption affecting so many sectors in this country. Going after celebrities for spraying money at events feels a bit too much, he added. His comments come amid ongoing EFCC investigations involving popular figures such as Bobrisky and Cubana Chief Priest, who were arrested and prosecuted for Naira mutilation. Other celebrities include Iyabojo and AY Makun were also invited for a questioning over similar allegations. Okanlawan's remark highlights a broader conversation about the agency's enforcement priorities, urging a more balanced approach that tackles both public spectacle and systematic corruption. So this has been a trend to the point that EFCC said if peradventure you spend a 3 million naira once to an account, or you maybe receive 3 million naira once from somebody, you will be arrested. And I don't know why, but the Yemi's speculation is focused on celebrities because of course it is them that we've been saying that is arrested. Yabojo, Cubana Chief Priest, Bobrisky and the likes. And his worry is, why is it just the celebrities? Are they not seeing other people? And he's not saying they should stop the culture, but it's more like they're focused on celebrities and not the society at large. Because trust me, some events pay money and EFCC have not come to carry them. But by any means a celebrity does that, they are carried. And I think maybe they're starting with the celebrities because you have a fan base, you have fans following you, you have people that look up to you. So by right, you're meant to obey the law first so that other citizens would not do that, you know. So if celebrities that people look up to, you know, call them role models and stuff like that, you are breaking the law. What do you expect those following you to do? It's more like, oh, if you can do that, why can't I do it? But I think they should look onto that. You know, not just celebrities, focus on other civilians, focus on other people, focus on other society doing the same law breakage and naira mutilation. I think that's all he's saying. Okay, let's move forward. Justin Bieber is among the many fans celebrating Chris Brown's return to freedom, taking to Instagram to welcome the R&B star back after his recent release from a UK prison. Chris Brown marked his first day out with a photo of himself stepping off a private jet, sharing the image on Instagram with the caption, "Cook, remain humble." The post quickly racked up over 1 million likes. Among the flood of comments was one from Bieber, who simply wrote, "Welcome home." The two artists have shared a long-standing friendship dating back to their early days as child stars. Over the years, they've collaborated on tracks like Next to You and Don't Check on Me, and often supported each other publicly. Brown reportedly posted over $6 million in bail to secure his release, with his legal troubles temporarily behind him. Fans, including Bieber, are eager to see him return to the stage and continue his music career. Thank God he's out. Thank God Chris Brown is out. But you know, people will tend to wonder, maybe some has forgotten why he was arrested. He was arrested because he and his gangs, or let's say his friends, brutally beat somebody in a party, you know, and they said they tagged it unprovoked. You were not provoked, and you had to start throwing chairs at them, throwing shoes at them, beating them and all. That story is not really clear, you know, but I mean, it's what they told us, so we have no choice but to believe them. So that was why he was arrested. They tagged it unprovoked. You know, he wasn't provoked, they were not provoked, and they were brutally beating them, hurting them, throwing them chairs, throwing them shoes and all that. And this arrest happened in 2023. So he's out now, and Bieber is just that longtime friend, childhood friend, and childhood celebs that, you know, is happy for his friend and welcoming him back into the outside world of prison. So, and don't forget that Chris Brown has a tour. You know, he has a tour coming up, so he can't be in prison doing that tour. He has to come out and make that tour happen. So it's more like fans are happy that he's out, because I could remember I actually gave a highlight of that particular story, but we're all wondering how would that happen if he's still in prison. So thankfully he's out on bail. Actually, he's out, so let's keep our fingers crossed to see how his tour is going to turn out to be. On a documentary series hailing the work of wildlife rangers and featuring Britain's Prince Williams, who has made their efforts one of his main campaigning causes, will be broadcast on today. The six-part series Guardians, which premiere on BBC Earth's YouTube and social media channels, was the British heir to the throne brainchild and aimed to show the perilous work rangers undertake to protect the planet's most threatened environment. His charity, which headed up the project, said the series was developed by United for Wildlife, which was founded by Williams, and last year committed to a 5-year package to provide 10,000 rangers across Africa under its Nature Protector initiative. William has frequently spoken out about the illegal wildlife trade, which United for Wildlife say is thought to be worth up to $20 billion annually and is linked to violent crime, corruption, and trafficking. In 2022, the Prince paid tribute to Aton Mzimba, a ranger who was shot dead at a nature reserve in South Africa. Take a look.
I've had the privilege of meeting a number of rangers throughout my life, and I've seen firsthand the vital work they do. Yet their stories are often overlooked or misunderstood. The reality is that protecting our natural world has become one of the most dangerous jobs on the planet. The rangers we meet in this series are an inspiration to us all. Every day they take huge risks as nature's front line of defence, between poachers and endangered species, supporting sustainable human-animal coexistence, and fighting habitat loss. As they work to protect our oceans, our forests, our plains, our mountains, and biodiversity, they're also educating, community building, and furthering science. These are the unsung heroes, the true guardians of the natural world.
Iranian filmmaker Said Rostay, who received a suspended prison sentence in Iran in 2023, premiered his competition film, Woman and Child, in Cannes on Thursday. Written and directed by Rostay, the drama tells the story of Manas, a widow with 2 children, one of whom is a sweet but rebellious son who was suspended from school. Manas' boyfriend insists on a betrothal ceremony, but wants her to hide her children from his parents. A tragic accident tests family ties and sends Manas, played by Parinaz Izadia, on a quest for justice. While she reconciled with what motherhood signifies, in 2023, he was sentenced to a 6-month suspended prison term in Iran for screening the film in Cannes, judged to have participated in propaganda against the Islamic regime. Rostay, who also authored Just 6.5 and Life and a Day, was subject to censorship in filming, woman and child, according to Cannes Festival website. Take a look.
L'équipe du film Woman and Child, réalisé par Saïd Roustaï, cinéaste iranien, est présenté en compétition pour ce 78e Festival de Cannes. Avec nous sur le tapis rouge, le réalisateur Saïd Roustaï, ses amis Isadia, Soa Nias Doroska, Sinan Mohemi. Ils sont accompagnés de l'équipe de production Larry Jani, Eva Totlond et Ivia van der Steen. Et prix de la citoyenneté, Leila et ses frères. À ses côtés, Parinaz Izadia, comédienne iranienne, qui était également à l'affiche de La Loi de Téhéran, et plus récemment dans Paf Paf Pass, Le Dinosaure de Masoud Atiami, et Peyman Mahdi, acteur américano-iranien, a dit comme à propos d'Eli une séparation. Également l'affiche de 13 Hours de Michael Bay, Steven Zaillian. Il était déjà à l'affiche de Life and a Day de Saïd Roustaï Mahdi. Et donc, original, Sam Ombaché. Saïd Roustaï du Palais des Festivals, par la présidente du Festival de Cannes, Iris Knobloch, et son délégué général, Thierry Frémaux. Sur les marches du palais des Festivals de Cannes. Saïd Roustaï, entouré de Parinaz, Izadia, Soham Yasti, Peyman Mahdi. Un film présenté en compétition et réalisé par Saïd Roustaï. Dernière salutation au public canois.
NBC Universal owner Comcast aims to rewrite the travel itinerary with Epic Universe, a major new theme park in Central Florida, which celebrated the grand opening on Wednesday. The company held a star-studded blue carpet event on Wednesday with celebrities including Gerald Butler, Joe Magliano, and James and Olivia Phelps, who said the Harry Potter world is extremely realistic. An estimated $7 billion investment has doubled the resort size, adding 750 acts and populating it with familiar movie and game characters, which it owns or licenses. It features 5 themed worlds: the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, Ministry of Magic, Super Nintendo World, How to Train Your Dragon, Isle of Berk, Celestial Park, and Dark Universe. Epic Universe represents the largest investment Comcast has made in Universal's theme park since gaining control of the business in 2011. Comcast's big investment in parks is one of 6 areas that will contribute to growth. The Experience Group is experimenting with new concepts, including the August launch of a permanent attraction in Las Vegas, Universal Horror Unleashed. It includes 4 haunted houses inspired by movies like The Texas Chainsaw Massacre and The Exorcist Believer, a family-friendly regional park. Universal Kids Resort debuts next year in Frisco, Texas, inspired by Shrek Minions and SpongeBob SquarePants. Universal also has another major theme park resort planned by the United Kingdom, Comcast First in Europe. Universal's theme park business has been rooted in its movie making from its earliest days offering studio tour a century ago, when Universal Studios Florida opened in 1990. It promoted the park as offering the chance to ride the movies. Epic Universal opens to the general public Thursday. Take a look.
Never. If I could go back in time and tell 8-year-old me that this was going to happen, I mean, she would so not have believed it. I mean, it's just extraordinary.
Oh, yeah, we rode it a few times. They want to ride it again tonight. I don't know if that's going to be there, but I definitely
So much fun.
This is insane.
It's pretty, I think it's, I feel like we're both kind of disassociating a lot because it's so amazing and so cool, and to get to step back into a world that we've been in for such a long time already is, yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Hello, I like your outfits, well done.
Yeah, if anything, more than on set, because set kind of finishes here, and in the ministry here, for example, the building keeps going up and up. So it is, but it is literally like walking in set. It's that immersive. It is that much like being there, really.
I keep catching myself knocking the wall, because obviously a set's solid, but here it's solid, so yeah,
there's over 120,000 tiles, and James is there knocking each one like.
Hey, Joe.
Oh, you guys look the same outfit?
Was out. Yes, the weed was out. There's video. There's video. I think I lost a bunch of those too. Okay. We did just
Jesse.
Stuff you didn't see coming. And can you show us your vibe?
Don't worry. We've been in Epic all day, so it's been awesome.
Then you know it's good.
Yeah, come on, guys. Yeah. So much fun. Even Juju. 14 inches, you can ride it. I don't know how, but it was fun.
Is it like the head yours? Let's go open here. Thank you.
What are we here for?
Somebody had asked me early on, does it bother you that there's been so much coverage and so much already seen about the build and what it is? And the answer is no, absolutely not, because there is nothing like standing in it.
Universe, 8 years in the making.
Unexpected lift in the Department of Magical Creatures.
Almost 90 years on from the Spanish Civil War, a set of artworks held by the Franco regime have been returned to their rightful owners. At the ceremony at Madrid's Prado Museum on Thursday, 7 paintings which had belonged to Civil War Republican politician and Madrid Mayor Pedro Rico were formally handed over to his granddaughter after decades scattered across 5 different museums. Spain's culture minister Ernest Urtasun described the handover as an important moment of justice and reparation. When Civil War broke out in 1936, works of art were seized from wealthy families across Spain, ostensibly to protect the valuable works from damage, but in the Franco dictatorship that followed, thousands of pieces were not returned to their owners and ended up scattered across museums and public institutions. Following the 2022 law, public museums and government bodies across Spain have scored their collections for artwork confiscated during the Civil War and ensuring dictatorship, with over 6,000 works identified as far, according to Urtasun. The work include jewelries, tableware, ceramics, textiles, and liturgical ornaments, as well as paintings, sculptures, and furniture. 2 paintings, 2 Vatican, and the baptism were discovered in Madrid's Museo del Treje, a garment museum. The museum's director, Helena Lopez, said finding the 2 paintings owners had been especially tricky, as labels listing the owner had been removed. Take a look at that.
Más emocionantes, os tengo que decir a los dos que he podido presidir últimamente. La verdad, quiero deciros antes de empezar a leer lo que tengo previsto para hoy, deciros de todo corazón, como decía Javier, se celebra la primera feria del libro en el Paseo de Recoletos, se impulsa el desarrollo del transporte público, las grandes obras del trazado viario, los grupos escolares.
So today is a very important day because we have returned to the family of the first Republican mayor of Madrid pieces of art that belonged to the mayor and were never returned to him. So the grandsons were here today with us, and it's a very important moment of justice and of reparation that the Spanish government is doing to their families. Only in the Spanish museums that belong to the Ministry of Culture, we have already identified more than 6,000 pieces of art. So it's a lot, it's huge numbers. Of course, sometimes it's difficult to find the legitimate owners because it's more than 18 years ago that this happened.
The difficult part about this is that in the many years that we had these paintings that came to our collection, one of them in the 50s, another one in the 70s, the stickers with the name of the real owner, Pedro Rico, had been taken away. So we have had to do a very serious investigation. Well, no, it was a great moment, because we were looking for those paintings, and it was a whole project of the Ministry of Culture to give the areas what belong to them. So it was a great opportunity to do something that we thought we had to do. It's very emotional, and we met them today, in fact. And I think it's been, I don't know, it was very moving, from us to meet them finally and to be able to give them what belongs to them.
All right, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a very short break and I'll review my guests to you. So stay with us. All right, welcome back. You're still watching eVibes Entertainment Show on Signature TV. Happy birthday to each and every May born out there. I wish you every good thing of life. So right here with me live in the studio is Dara Water, who is the winner for Voices in Praise Initiative Music Competition, and Uche Yusi, who is the first runner-up of Voices in Praise Initiative Music Competition. Today we'll be talking about from talent hunt to a journey in gospel music. You know, Voices in Praise happened last year, December, and the competition started October. So these two beautiful young ladies, they released the music, you know, in the space of how many months? So we'll be having this conversation with them, telling us how their experience have been. Let me introduce them to you. So thank you for coming, Uche Yusi, Dara Water. How you doing? I hope you're not under the weather like me.
No.
Okay, so quick one, yeah. Dara, you're the winner right? So can you walk us through your experience so far from the talent hunt, before the talent hunt, then the talent hunt, and how you felt when you became the winner?
Okay, it was a roller coaster of emotions. Really started before the competition. I've always been a singer. I come from a family that sings, so music has always been part of my life.
Okay.
But it has been, in church, maybe a few ministrations outside. Well, a lot of ministrations outside actually, but nothing so serious that would put me on this kind of platform.
Yeah.
So I started like that, and then the competition came about. The link was sent to me by my brother.
Okay.
I was supported and encouraged to register by my pastor and my church, and I met good people. Hey God, hey God, I met a lot of quality singers, people that know their worth, they know their onions, and my morale was just going like this, going like this. Sometimes you would feel like, okay, I can win this thing, and tomorrow you're like, God, even if not 5th place, I will collect and go. So, but it was amazing, really.
Yeah.
It was amazing, and my self-esteem, I'll keep saying, was greatly impacted on. Like, I became more confident. I was like, okay, if I can do this, I can actually achieve greater feat.
Yeah.
Yes. That's
I like your courage. Yeah, I like your courage. So over to you, Uche. You see, did you always pursue gospel music? Like she said, she grew up in a family that liked music. You know, one thing with music artists, they always grow from a family that love music.
Yes.
So you too.
Yes.
You've always dreamt of being a gospel artist.
I've had the pictures. Like if I look back at pictures in the house, I'll see myself holding a mic, maybe in our church back then singing. And I remember one time we were watching a music video, gospel music video. I can't remember. I think that was Chinyere Udoma also. I can't remember. But we were watching it at home. That's the music video. Then my mom was like, Uche is going to do this. So I was confused. Like I was just a little girl then. So now it's like coming into place, and then it's like, okay, that's words spoken about my life, and that's
You know, mothers have a way of motivating our spirits most times.
Yeah.
All right. So, what's the most significant lesson you learned during the competition? Dara, you first.
Okay, I think something that would forever stand out for me is you can do it. You can. You have every capacity, you have every knowledge, you have every skill. Go, you can do it. That's basically the lesson I'm taking.
Okay, so you see.
It just makes me to stand on the scripture of I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Like no matter what it is, as far as the Lord is with you, definitely you can do it. And he has called you to do it, then you definitely do it.
You know, the way the both of you are sounding so confident that you had no challenges or what sort. I'm sure there is challenges.
Yes.
So tell us what your challenges were. Because you guys had a 2 weeks camp, or there about 1 week, 2 weeks camp, So what was the challenges you faced? Like you earlier said, you saw so many people that know their worth. So apart from that, what other challenge did you face?
Okay. I think the first thing would be that I lost my voice.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Like it's cracked?
It was so bad through the entire process. I don't know how I was singing, but I was singing. And I was singing. I think Uche can testify to that.
Were you both friends before the competition?
No, we met at the competition.
Yeah.
And you guys became friends in the competition? Wow. Okay, go on.
So, I lost my voice, but I just kept pushing the voice. And then we had camp meeting in church. I had to sing in camp meeting. I still had to come for every process. I had to attend camp meeting rehearsals and come for the training for the competition. So it was a whole lot for me. I don't even know how I survived. I think that was my biggest challenge, multitasking, losing my voice, and still trying to be on my A game so that I would not leave because of, maybe I underperformed. I did not give my best. That was my biggest challenge.
Would you say your voice being cracked is one of the biggest temptation of the devil, or God trying to check your strength?
I don't even know. I've been my mismanagement. I don't even know. But I know that it happened.
Yeah.
It happened. But the scripture says that all things work together for our good. So that situation worked for my good.
Yeah. So over to you, Uche. You see. Don't tell me the same challenge.
Okay, my own challenge was trying to balance it with work and trying to come for the the rehearsals, the
Okay.
trainings, because I had to take permission from work, and I was gracefully, like, it was just the grace of God that I had understanding seniors who could let me go out by that time to come home. So that was just the challenge. And then seeing people that are so just like different good people coming together and then to pick the best. So it was like, wow, that was it.
Okay, now you both are here.
Yeah.
The winner, the first runner-up, to the point that both of you released the song. Okay, so walk me through it. Yeah, have you, you know, how did your spiritual journey start? How did it start? You came from a family that sings. You too, from childhood, Chinyere Udoma was some sort of an inspiration to you, right? So aside that, what other spiritual journey did you go through?
Okay, this is a very sensitive question. I was born into a house of, my parents are pastors.
Okay.
So, you know, I had a soft launching pad into Christianity. My mom was an evangelist, my dad is a pastor. Then growing up in that environment, you will walk in church now. It's not like you have a choice. You will join departments, you will walk.
So you're those pastor picking.
Yes, I walked in church. I joined choir from, I think I was 9 or so.
Yes.
I joined the choir. And after that time, I came to school, and God was gracious enough to send me a mentor, a spiritual covering, my pastor now, Pastor Joshua.
Okay.
And he has been a guidance for my life. So I've not had to just be confused spiritually. I've been taught the word, I've been taught how to effectively pray. So I have a spiritual background right from childhood till now.
Okay, over to you, Uche.
Okay, it's my parents are Christians, so they started at when we were at a very young age to imbibe the word of God inside of us, let us know and learn more about the Christian journey.
Yeah.
So that's been a seed sowing.
Yeah.
And then at 12, I actually understood and accepted Christ into my life. So that was how the whole journey started. And
yeah. So both of you, you said you have a job, right? You work. I mean, you're graduates from ESUT, right? You have a job too. So how do you balance work and music now?
I thank God for my boss.
You two, you're laughing.
Exactly.
You have a testimony, Abby.
I thank God for my boss. He's
Okay.
very understanding. So when I just comment, sir, I have this, or I have a recording, or I have an interview, you'll be like, okay, just write me a mail. So that's to be official.
Yeah.
And you can go.
Wow. I think you're that lucky child, you know. What do they call them in the Bible? I remember. So over to you, Uche.
So I really don't know how I'm doing this, because this part of my work, it's like you hardly see someone balancing this both, but it's just the grace of God. And then having seniors that could just tell me, I could meet, I could talk to and explain that this is what I want to do, and then I'm being permitted.
All right. So before I ask my last question, both of you have released the music. You both are now gospel artists too. Yes. So you're going to sing for me. You'll sing yours and you'll sing yours. Then I'll ask my question. So over to you, Chidera Water.
Okay. I think I'll start from the bridge because this one is long. Cause every tongue in every nation stands at your command. You alone has the final say. Yahweh Sabaoth. The whole world will stand at attention at your word. Oh Jesus, Commander, you are.
Okay. That was short too, honestly. So over to you, Uche.
Okay, I'll just sing the chorus.
All right.
Okay. I'm dancing off my grave clothes. I'm dancing off my grave clothes. And I know you set me free. And you died on the cross for me. I'm dancing off my grave clothes. I'm dancing off my grave clothes. Lord, I know you set me free. And you died on the cross for me. I'm dancing off my grave clothes.
Nice. Both of you have beautiful voice.
Thank you.
So, Dara, what's the inspiration behind your song?
It's the word of God, basically. So it speaks of an army of the Lord, the end time army of the Lord, that would rise and only obey the commands of God. They would only come and move when the Lord says we should move, and they would stay when the Lord says we should stay, and they would achieve so much by obeying God, and God is the head, the general of that army.
All right, so you.
Okay, my song is about salvation. Knowing that
That's
salvation,
wonderful.
yes.
Okay.
So it's basically talking about what it is, what it means to be saved. That's knowing that Jesus died on the cross for us, and then it means that you're dancing. You should dance off those grave clothes of shame, of guilt, of sin, and then walk in the light of the Lord. So that's basically.
All right. So how has the role of community, faith, mentors shaping your gospel journey so far?
I think they play together. They all play a pivotal role. It's that they've been guiding me all my life. I've been in the right company since forever, from my house to church. And if you watch the video of the competition, you will see certain people screaming, overly screaming. Those were my people. They've been supporting all my dreams. Anything I want to do, my church, my institution, ESUD, they would just come out and they would just be there for you as far as you want to do so much. So one of the things it has done to my mind is that I know I'm never alone. I know I'm never doing this life alone or confused, because there's always guidance. There's always support.
Right. So Uche, you see, tell us how the community, your faith, or mentors has, shaping your gospel life ever since.
It has, to know that, like she said, you're not alone, and even knowing that Jesus needed people too for his ministry, so he had to take out time to select the 12, the closest, then the others. So it's just like knowing that the Lord has graced me with people that are supportive. My parents, very supportive. My siblings, my church members, my choir members, my friends, my very, very close friends, community of friends. So they are so supportive, and I'm just blessed to have them in my life. So
I want to ask an out-of-the-box question.
Okay.
Both of you are in choir, right?
Yes.
Have they been giving you microphone every single Sunday to come and sing as you become gospel music artist?
No.
So there's no weird feeling in church or anything. It's just same energy, vibes, and all.
Well, I think something wonderful happened for me.
Okay.
They rehearsed my song.
Wow! As a choir administration,
yes.
High five. That means your song is inspiring in their spirit.
That night, oh my God! They rehearsed the song. It was amazing.
Great. What about you? You see,
it's just the same thing, and it's like this is what we've been training you for. So it's finally happening. So that was just it.
Okay, I'm happy for the both of you. That's
you.
quite interesting. So we'll play some few games before we let you go.
Okay.
I'm supposed to play social media abbreviation, but no, we'll have a twist today.
Okay.
Wow. Yes, since we are doing gospel, let's go gospel.
Okay.
So who is the man in the Bible that was swallowed by a whale?
Jonah.
Now calm down, calm down. Calm down. Who is the oldest man in the Bible?
Methuselah.
It's so simple, Abby.
Right.
Who is the second king of Israel? Who was the second king of Israel?
David.
I forgot you're a pastor's child, actually. Okay, so how do I put this question now? Who was the king in charge when Jesus was crucified? How do I put this question? Who was the king in charge when Jesus was crucified?
You can say Herod, you can say Pilate. So it depends on where you're coming from.
So which one do you choose?
The king was Herod. Pilate was the governor.
Exactly.
So
Herod. Correct. Where was Jesus born? That's very simple, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. You guys have won. Let me change this whole game. Let's play the social media abbreviation.
Okay.
Calm down. TTYL.
Talk to you later.
You guys are jinxing. I think I'll be asking this question one after later. All right. OOTD.
Outfit of the day. Gen Z, I remember.
Okay. DIY.
Do it yourself.
Okay. Impressive. Name 3 fruits that has 1 seed inside.
Avocado. There's 1 seed.
1 seed. Why is my brain doing this to me?
Avocado, 1.
Okay.
There's 1 seed.
1 seed. Oh my god.
That's very... I should know fruits.
You know, she actually said avocado. You've not said anyone.
Give me time.
Okay. Your time starts now.
Okay. I think that's the only thing that came to my mind though.
Exactly.
Only avocado. What happened to mango?
Oh my god.
What happened to plum? Ah, Jesus Christ.
Sorry.
Okay, let me go more tricky. Let's do current affairs a little bit. What's the currency?
Oh my god.
What's the currency of South Africa?
Rand.
Okay. All right. The biggest ocean in the world.
Pacific.
That was great. I had so much fun with the both of you. You guys were just doing the same thing with me, the same with me. But no problem, it's fine. Thank you so much, Dara Water. Thank you so much, Uche UC. And I give you the biggest flowers you deserve. Go to the world and explore.
Thank you. Thank you.
The show has come to an end. This is where we draw the curtain. I'm sure you had so much fun with these 2 beautiful ladies, and I'm sure you got some insights in some of our stories. Join us same time next week for more insights, more stories, more drama on E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Follow us on all the social media platforms. Always tune in on channel 265 on SLTV. Thanks for watching. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Mokonta.
It is a reflection of a failed government, because in a civilized climate, it is unheard of, despite what we are producing in the country, that today we are experiencing total blackout in the northern part of the country. But I believe with time it may extend to other parts of the country. So the government is not actually doing well. That is my own personal opinion. Because what effort are they doing? What led to it? It is not even made known to the public. Because sometimes they will just allow certain things to go bad, believing that the citizen cannot do anything. They are capitalizing on the complacency and without the self-satisfied nature of the citizens. That's my own personal take on it. As far as I'm concerned, the government is to be blamed. Because when they have made up their mind to render essential services to the people, what aspect of the country is working effectively with respect to the services being rendered by the government? I suggest they should even allow the private sector to handle this thing.
See, I'm from Adamawa State, Temsa local government to be precise. And since I was born, we've not had light, not until 2 months ago. Since inception, since Nigeria was created, not until 2 months ago. Not my own part of it, there are no bandits there. You understand? So we should stop the blame game. It's not the fault of bandits. Let's not give government upper head so that they will not have what they will use as argument against us. It's not the fault of bandits, it's the fault of the government. Because I remember there was even a time in my village when they brought transformers. The same government didn't wire those transformers. Till we don't even know what happened to those transformers. For years, for more than 10 years, those transformers were there. Transformers bought with taxpayers' money, Nigeria's money. Transformers, brand new transformers. How they vanished, till I left my village, was going for Christmas for years, more than 10 years. The transformers were there. There was no light on the transformer. So let's stop the blame game. The government is our problem. The government should sit up and do what they need. The government should see government as
Hello and thanks for joining us. I am Obiora Ilo. Today in our program, we are featuring someone who is with you like all the time. He comes into your living room and most times you're excited about it. My pleasure to welcome one of Nigeria's film superstars, Emeka Enyocha. Emeka, you're welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
We want to start the story where the whole story began. At what point in your life did this romance with the film industry, at what time did it start?
It's no holds barred, isn't it? It started out of frustration. Because when I was younger, I love television, people, because it's all about your intellectual ability. But when you're, unfortunately, thank God we have bypassed that now. God has actually lifted us out of that quagmire, out of that shackle. You know, when you are from a poor home, a lot of things will actually come against you. It is only by the special grace of God that you will surmount them, which God has actually done. Because I used to tell people that as I live, God has done everything that He has to do for me. I'm just living by His grace every other day. Because where I'm coming from, you won't understand. It's like, you know, people will say silver spoon and all that. This one, there was no spoon. You know, it's funny now though, because we have actually overcome that. You know, when you're drinking akamo, you know, most people call it pap and ogi, you know, they force it down your mouth. You know, there was no spoon to, you know, that's how I actually put it most times. So it happened, you know, that it was only the industry that was the only thing that could actually put immediate cash in my pocket to do what I want to do, you know. Well, my auntie tried, she's late now, God bless her soul. She tried, put me in good school, GTC Port Harcourt. From there, you know, went to Bori. From there, came to Lagos. When I came to Lagos, wow, my coming to Lagos was to actually, you know, sojourn, you know, outside Nigeria. You know how it is now, looking for visa, doing that, doing this. At a point, I got fed up. I told myself, what is your problem? That was when the idea of movies came and model. I was modeling because then there wasn't anything I was doing then, you know. I had, you know, gotten my common entrance, my city and gates of London then, you know. So went to school now, went for extramural lessons, got my GC and all that. Took exams into the university. I got like I got admission 3 times. I couldn't pay for it. You know how it is. So, oh God, it's funny now, you know. But I told myself, these things that nature almost denied me, I will reverse it by the same nature, you know. Then my uncles then wanted to, they promised going abroad, this, that. All of a sudden I got tired. My friend, one of my cousins like that, an NTA introduced me to Mr. Tunji. Mr. Tunji, he was in NTA then. I've forgotten his my surname, Mr. Tunji. Then in a program called the Memorial Hospital, directed then by Mr. Last Iguafon. Then our payment was in check. If you don't have current account, you cannot. Not be when you get money, you go bank. You know, you must have current account. I could remember, I think I still have some of those checks that I could not withdraw. I think they give you that, I think they 25 naira, they give you bank draft.
Like artist fee.
You know, artist fee, 25 naira. I think the highest I got was it 30 naira or so, you know. And the problem now was the performance, the acting. Yes, I got the build, I got what it takes, the voice and all that, but now the ability to use it was a problem. I could remember those days, the first time we were 2, I think one of us out of the frustration of the industry, deviated, and he's a big boy now with so much money. But well, we thank God. So I entered set up Memorial Hospital. I was supposed to be the personal assistant to the director of the hospital. And in that hospital, you know what personal assistants, what they do. So there was a nurse that I was checking and all that, So something happened, okay? The stage was set. Action. If I remember my line, I will forget the act. If I remember the act, I forget my line, Everyone was so pissed. We took like 15 to 20 takes, Mr. Elastic Guavon just went, come, you can do this thing. Then Lancelot, Mr. Lancelot Imasra, my good friend, was also part of the production assistants on that set. He now called me, and because the girl was fuming, what is this? Then
where did they bring him from?
I said, I think with Mr. Last, I can't remember if it was Lancelot alone or with Mr. Last. I said, the word that made the magic was enjoy yourself. Just go there, enjoy yourself. Everybody was so shocked. Immediately I entered, I took the lines, did everything, the romance. Now you go to say romance. Yeah? Romance, nobody is smarting for you. So that actually started it. That started it. I continued going for auditions, home video, doing 1 or 2 crowd scenes and all that. Well, the actual thing was then, when you just pay you little money, you just save small, send some home, that time, how much did they pay you? 5,000, 10,000, when you do a good, you go and do rehearsals for like 2 weeks, Most times when I started getting better, so they were using me now as a tool, for rehearsing people. No, I'm not going to play that role. They just used me to stand by for the stars.
Okay.
They were not around then. So they didn't know they were training me.
So you were like a stand-in.
Yeah, yes. I read, audition there. You come read openly. It's not what obtains now. So, we started the sojourn and all that. Started like that till 2002, 2003. I got the big hit. That was like 10 years after. As I was going there, I got admission to LASU. It was the same Nollywood that was able to, by then, I done the muscle. My feet don't they reach 50, don't they reach, like that. As I said, smart what I be, and they save too, that was how I paid through school in LASU, theater arts, because I just wanted to do something, because I love this business. I can't do any other thing, but I can die for the business, because the business actually gave me all the knowledge that I have today, what I have acquired, the stage that I have been, everywhere. So, with that annoyance of not getting visa, I told myself, the first visa I'm going to get, I will not use it. It was like, so, I think they were going for, is it Setengi in South Africa or so, one of the film festivals. We all submitted our passport. Look at me having a South African visa without going for an interview. And also myself, I will not go. Everyone was saying, what did you paid for it? I said, I will not go. People don't know what I was like a rebel amongst myself. I was, you know. So what happened was that I didn't go for that trip. You know, now the visa issue is cancelled now. That, I mean, when you are, you go, they give you your visa and you go where you want to go. But the thing is that when I got that role, it's called End of the River. That
was a film.
That was a film. That was after 10 years. I just told myself, if you cannot make anything out of this, then the industry is not for you. The movie was Amako's film. I think I played alongside Julius Agu. That was when Julius's Okombo, his first musical hit came. So they now used the opportunity to. So we played that lesson that took my name off now, Eze Buna for one, you know. I did the movie. Funny enough, on that set, we had recorded for 2 days or 3 days. I don't know, there was no picture or there was no audio. So we had been in camp. So they were now contemplating how they would come and break the news after shooting 2 days, 3 days. No. So I said, when they came, I said, well, what will we do now? Let us wait for his camera, because he had rented his camera out. So they were supposed to finish, the people were supposed to finish like 2-3 days time. I was like, let's wait, why not? That was how that movie came out, and the rest is history.
Okay, I want to take you back. You know, you've talked about this humble beginning. You've talked about the sufferings you went through as a young man. Tell us about growing up. Where were you born?
Well,
what was it like? I mean, growing up under the wings of your parents. What were you looking forward to as a young person at that time?
Well, my growing up was modeled by my auntie, because she, God bless her soul, she was a lover of education because she didn't go. Unfortunately, she didn't have any issue. We were her children from my father's, she's my father's elder sister. So she now took us from my father as her children. You know, I knew her as mother until she died. She was there, took us to Port Harcourt because she got married in Port Harcourt, her husband died and all that, she couldn't have kids, and she decided not to remarry and face her family wahala, which the family was were the wahala that she had. So took us to Port Harcourt. She sells in Agri Road Market, fish and all that. We'll go hawk fish. She put me in one of the best schools, GTC Port Harcourt, Government Technical College Port Harcourt. You know, I was in boarding house, so that was where I learned everything. The holidays, I will come, do some sales, you know, and all that. It was. Then when I left Port Harcourt, my parents didn't have any choice there. I mean, when you know, he who pays the piper dictates the tune, you know. But I never forgot the fact that the values were there. My father, he's late now, his soul rest in perfect peace, he always told me that do not ever do anything that the police will come after you. Anything that you will do, make sure that the police does not come after you. And that meant, it didn't mean anything then, but later on it meant a lot of sense to me. That's why People will only tell you, Emeka, I don't know what that guy, I don't know what is wrong with himself. It's always, but you cannot find anybody that will tell you that I defrauded him. It's not possible. I am sorry, my trumpet, I have to blow it. I am one of the positive Nigerians, and I believe in my Nigeria.
These were the values you took away as a little
boy, growing up.
Mm-hmm.
I had every opportunity of derailing, but I just told myself, no. Even one of my friends always say, Emeka, I knew you as a naive young man, because there are certain things I couldn't see myself doing. I can't.
So how did you resist peer pressure? Because at that point where you had all these frustrations, of course, your parents were not well to do, your auntie was taking care of you, you had this peer pressure of younger people like you doing things that were negative. How did you resist it under those very unfriendly circumstances?
You know, what my father told me was actually at the back of my mind. Because I know whatever I do, that the police will come after me, nobody will come for me. Even if they come, there is no money to bail you. So I just told myself, man,
stay away from trouble.
Just stay away. The trouble you see, maybe young, normal mistakes and all that, you know. But the trouble that will land you into jail or behind bars, God forbid. I've not been behind bars all my life. I've not. You know, not that I am a saint, no. I have my shortcomings also, but there are something, my life is forgivable because I won't do anything that would make you cross it. It's not possible. I try as much as possible, even as an adult, even in the current situation in Nigeria, I try as much as possible. That thing still rings a bell. You will not believe it. My father, my mom never saw me with a girl until I got married. Who are you? Are you need a fear? May they see you with woman. How they go to see? How you go to talk about?
So those, you know, strict values, are they paying off today?
Definitely, they are. But again, they are. You know, it's like hard work. When you work hard, it takes time for you to reap it. Now, I grew up to understand that it is not only hard work. You also work smart.
How do you mean?
Taking advantage of every opportunity that comes your way. Because most times we're busy laboring like a lion and eating like an ant. That is because we have not identified, or we refuse to be sensitive. Big men are looking for whom to trust in Nigeria. I'm telling you. And they will, you know, big men, I mean, they will test you. Definitely. They'll test you with the money that they know that you need. And again, because it is not arrogance. It is because, like my job, I love my job. I can deliver anytime when it comes to entertainment. So I am very, very, you know, at peace with myself. Most people mistake it to be arrogant. Yes, they are entitled to their opinion, but I know that I know my job. Call me anytime. I'll wake up and I'll deliver.
Okay, you know, in telling your story, there was something that got me very interested. You started making money, your fees went up a little bit, but you still thought about going back to school. What was driving you? Why did you want to go to school? Why didn't you just want to spend your money, buy new cars, date the finest young women around? Why did you want to go to school? You were already acting. You were already being recognized. Why did you go to school?
Going to school again was one of the most difficult things that, I won't say difficult, most difficult challenges that I have actually come across in my life. You can imagine then, yes, I could be recognized by people. Then I had one old rickety Peugeot, you know, that I was driving to school and all that. You can imagine, in school, in class, lecturers will enter and begin to bombard Nollywood. And you can imagine how you will feel. Everyone will just be looking at you. Till even the students got tired. Any lecturer that comes in, Nollywood is this, Nollywood is that, Nollywood is this, Nollywood is that. Until one day, there was a convocation play. I was shooting one movie like that I had to do dreadlocks and all that. So I go, if I'm coming for the rehearsal, I pull it off and all that, go back. You know, it was challenging that period. When I mounted the stage and performed.
At the convocation?
At the convocation, yes. It was in school. Now, I thought that would have also lowered, or, you know, but, I mean, they were also trying to take some of them out from Nollywood. Maybe I belong there or I don't belong there, but it was doctored the way they were saying it. Until, sorry, Shola Fushudu was one of my lecturers. Then I had become a bit big in the industry then. There was a movie we were supposed to play together. And you know, when they say somebody here waiting for your hand. So we're now cast together. It was in ENUGU, this same lovely ENUGU. So he went, I was shooting in Lagos. I finished in Lagos. He was waiting for me on set. He was deliberate. He waited for like 2 days before I entered. I was playing his son, a very stubborn son and all that. So what I was interpreting in that movie was as a result of what I got from him in school. It got to say that there was this and I slapped him. I did very well.
In the
film.
In the film.
Yes. It was like a revenge. Oh. After that time, we now became colleagues. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So it was the anger. You can imagine. So going to school was not easy.
Did you at any time have some kind of inferiority complex?
Even without education, I've never had. Without education. Even before I went to school, when I speak, you ask, where did you study? When I tell people I've not gone to school, they say, why are you lying? You know, DK1 School was my lecturer in school, and God bless us, the man is lovely. He encouraged me. He said, Emeka, don't worry. He was one of our lecturers in school then. You know. So it was challenging. You can imagine that. They will come, wash you, wash your industry in the same classroom with your mates looking at you. No.
That was a theater arts class.
Yes, it was a theater arts class.
Yeah, of course. When Nollywood started, a lot of people had issues with Nollywood.
They still have issues, but they should come and change it. No way.
Okay, it's not like you hitting Hollywood from the outside. Come inside and change it.
A transformer must begin to transform within, not
from without. Okay, let me take you back, you know. Your parents, well, not well-to-do, but they had strong values, like the advice your dad gave you, stay away from trouble, stay away from the police. And then, this son of theirs goes into acting. Was it in conflict for them with what they had tried to make you imbibe as a young person?
They didn't have any. They don't have any reason to say no. If you say no, what is your alternative?
What was the alternative? I see.
What's your alternative? Do you understand what I'm saying?
So, but what was their reaction?
No, I mean, it's a thing of pride for them. You know, their son is seen on the television. You know, a family that was supposed to be nothing is seen all over the world. Come on, I mean, and I am not misbehaving because fame, fortune brings what? Insanity. There's this saying that you look for fame with everything you have, and when you have it, you cover it with your face cap and your sunshade. So, I had actually pinched myself. When you're going wrong, I try to. Most times I derailed and all that, but
something like a reality check.
Yeah, anywhere, if I'm indoors, I checkmate myself. I do things like someone is watching me, even when I'm alone. So that mentality, that thing actually, that mindset molded me to that level where, you know, I don't know, it's hard.
Okay, let's go back, you know, to your acting after End of the River.
Yeah.
I mean, your face was recognizable everywhere.
Yeah. After End of the River, I did Peacemaker. I'll tell you a story of Peacemaker. What happened to me after Peacemaker? After the movie came out, it was a movie that I passed out. As in, if you watch the last scene where I was in the hospital, I slept off.
Acting the scene.
Yes, acting the scene. I slept off because it was energy sapping. It was one of my artistic fulfillment in interpretation. The interpretation, and then I was, you know, with people that were, you know, they were there in the industry, you know, and you that is coming up, because if that movie fails, they will change it that you don't have luck. So any script that I have, I will begin to pray. Then I had no knowledge of seed sowing and tithing and all that. Now I put everything into it. I mean, you know, God, please help me. I sow a seed on the script. I pay my tithe. God is awesome.
So after the Peacemaker,
what happened? I was driving. Then I was living with my cousins in Shomolu. I was coming to Sule. I passed Yaba. After the railway, my Peugeot, the tire got busted just after the railway. So I now came down, was trying to fix the tire. When I got up, the next thing I said, "Boy!" One old woman started hitting me. She was crying. She was going to punish you. This, that. It will not be well with you. This, that. You did this to your brother. You did this to. And I knew it was because of the movie. Because the movie just came out like a week.
She had seen
it. Apparently, she was crying
and attacking you.
She was attacking me. I couldn't do it. I started shedding tears. I said, "Mom, what are you saying that film?" Everybody started laughing. Mommy, I make her do that. Oh God. Do my wedding. You know, Mommy, I feel. I was perplexed. You know, so that was, you know, what happened. That was in, you know, you can imagine Yaba.
Okay, so after that episode with the woman, at least you now knew that your face was recognizable.
Yeah.
Did that also now give you a new consciousness about, oh, from nobody, I'm now a role model, people could recognize me? You know, because you say something about always reminding yourself, I have to do the right thing when anyone was watching me. But now that you knew that people were watching, young people were watching, did it make you conscious of the role you had to play in almost everything you were doing outside the set?
Well, definitely. You know, when you have a particular lifestyle,
you forgot your cap.
When you have a particular when you have a see your own too. When you have a particular lifestyle and it has actually become part of you, everything good working with a sound mind. My being in the industry, I think it was just, you know, when God is actually trying to redirect you and all that, you will think that things are actually not working the way you want them to work. Definitely, with the success that came my way, I didn't have any choice than to actually continue in the manner that I have been living. The only thing was that I did not allow the public's expectation of me, how rich I would have been or I should be, affect me. For instance, if I'm walking my motorsports, there's nothing like that. I come down, take Okada, move. I go to the market. I buy things. People in the market, they don't see me as star anymore. They see me as their customers. I am now their customer. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, one thing is having a mindset prepared. When you have a mindset, there will be a little of deviation from that your mindset. When you tell yourself, for instance, I cannot slap a woman. There's nothing on earth that will make me beat a woman. When you have that at the back of your mind, that does not mean you cannot do it, but because you have decided not to do it. So whatever, I don't know if you are making sense, whatever that will provoke you into doing that, you had already discarded it before the person starts provoking you. So whatever that will make me not see myself as a role model, I had already taken it off before God gave me the leadership of being a role model. So I see myself as a moving example to our nation, our younger ones, and to everybody. I try as much as possible. Though most times, you know, you cannot get it right, but life is all about changes, positive changes.
Okay, let's look at the challenges in your industry. I mean, little boy, getting into the industry, growing, now you've logged decades in the industry. What are the challenges of Nollywood? What are the challenges of acting?
You know, they are too big. It's like the problem of Nigeria. Okay. I've been away from mainstream acting for like 2-3 years. In other countries that have the entertainment industry, it adds value to you. But here, Immediately you're out, you're forgotten.
Why is it so?
It's mentality. Everything in Nigeria is peculiar to its ways. If you bring Obama, come here, Obama will fail. You have to tackle Nigeria the way you feel Nigeria should be tackled positively. Because do you know why? We have more criminals than more just men. Criminals are men, you must not use a gun and all. We have plenty of people that out of frustration, out of poverty, desperation will come in, and when you are spiritually poor, there is no amount of money that you have that will be enough for you. Most Nigerians that steal our money, that go to also embezzle more, they are spiritually poor. So how much can you eat before you die? No, tell me. Calculate your living style. How much can you consume in a day? If you consume 10,000 naira in a day, you'll be like this. Averagely. The only thing, maybe build house. What is, but the spiritual poverty in us have made some of us cut our conscience, just flush it down the basement, so that they will not even think of, if God is talking to them within, it will not concern them.
Well, we've heard in Nollywood, of course, we've heard about funding inadequacy in Nollywood. We've heard about sexual harassment. We've heard about greed. We've heard about jealousy. And then we've heard about, forgive me, sex for roles and things like that. Were these things, some of the things you confronted, you know, growing up in Nollywood, are they still happening today?
I will begin from the last. Sex for role. Sir, I don't think, I tell you, I don't think whoever that is claiming that he or she has been harassed sexually, I don't think that they do not do whatever they did without their consent. Because if the way is being mismanaged, the way people have misinformed Nigerians about this sex for role in Nollywood, we would have had every week cases of rape. Sir, two consenting adults did something. Let's assume it happened. They did it willingly. Understand what I'm saying? I will not stand and watch anybody degrade my industry. I will not do that. I will not stand and watch that happen. It is, sir, it does not happen.
Are you saying that we didn't have cases of a lot of young people, especially women, being pressurized, as much as they're not raped, being pressurized to part with something to get a role?
Thank you. Pressurized. The economy is pressurizing Nigerians to be criminals. We are not all criminals.
So it happens, but it's not the norm.
For Christ's sake, even if I want a relationship without pressurizing, Excuse me? My wife, before I married her, I pressurized her. I pressurized her. She agreed to marry me. It is not by force. Understand where I'm coming from?
So what you're saying is that, well, if a young lady is being pressurized, she also has a choice to resist it.
Sorry.
And maybe walk away.
Sorry. This is your script, sir. Thank you. God bless you. Sir, I tell you, the reverse is the case. The girls are the ones raping the producers. Most of yes, we have some stupid producers. I understand that. I cannot cancel it. But I tell you, this is my 20-something years in this industry, in this business. I tell you, sir, they give themselves. Maybe the roads that they are thinking they will get was not what that was offered to them.
So they start complaining. Okay, let's look at funding in Nollywood. The government at the point stepped in. I remember that certain banks at the time tried to work out some, understanding with Nollywood to fund, but we have not succeeded so much.
This is the most interesting and important question that you have asked that I am so passionate about. Nollywood started without a foundation. Nollywood got occupied by too many interests. Now, the industry is bigger than the players. We are now widely accepted. But we got it wrong from the statement of the business. Yes, because it was like, let me put food on my table and do this way. And we were not foresighted enough to see today, yesterday. And yet we are still blind to see tomorrow, today. We have not seen it. One, piracy, it's a problem. Piracy is not the major problem. The major problem is structure. Structure. No structure. Sir, we have only 4, 5, 10 cinema houses in Nigeria. Where can that go? Now that the government has realized that Nollywood is an export that they need, and I'm sure by other countries have made them realize that what they have is the biggest oil you can think of in the world. Now, I have always said, yes, Nollywood has, exposed Nigeria, but negatively. You ask me why. Why? Because as a filmmaker, I go to my village, borrow money to shoot a film, and as a Nigerian that is suffering in Nigeria, whatever I am going to put, whatever script I'm going to write, with the anger, with the frustration, is what I am selling to the world. Negativity. Those days when we were not able to travel abroad, we thought the street of America was built with gold until we started traveling. Hello. They're not better. But what we exported was what people are using in churchiness. 419, voodoo, prostitution. Now, there is still time, there is still the avenue to correct all this.
How can we do that?
Beautiful. The government set up a committee. This 3 billion, we don't need it in cash at all. Go to every state capital, put one cinema house, a complex, make it small of 200 seaters, or even 500 in all the 36. So that means we have what? 36 cinema houses.
Would they be privately run, or would it end up the same way government things end?
Build it, give it to a private firm to manage. Now, as a filmmaker, I can go to anywhere and collect money and do a good film. I come. If it's 50-50, if the government takes 30 or they take 40, I take 60. Sir, by the time I finish showing, now it will correct. Now, government will be involved in the kind of stories that you do. Even before your film will be shown in that cinema. I'm not talking about them giving us money now.
Creating the environment.
Creating the environment. You will see things will normalize. We'll begin to export Nigeria in a positive manner. That before you see a film star in Nigeria, you do like this. No, but this is way everybody use us they play. Because we have left what brought fame and little fortune to us to face other things. That's why you see no content.
Okay, you moved on in the last 3 years doing other things.
Yeah.
You went into productions. What informed that leap? What informed that, don't call it digression or diversion? Or
No, it wasn't. It was as a result of this same anger. I was tired of the peanuts I've been paid, yet I'm not treated nicely. Everybody wants you to lick their boots as producers, as executive producers. I was tired. So a friend of mine said, "But I have this idea. Let's see if we can run with it." We started. It wasn't easy.
What was the idea?
He had the idea of the Patriot, doing a story on what NAFDAC is doing and trying to also sensitize Nigerians on this negative effect of fake and adulterated drugs and food products, because people were dying. And then there's an agency that was trying to sanitize that. He brought us up. That's a good idea. That was how we started. We did, that came out as Patriot. He won so many awards. We opened business together, started producing films.
A colleague of yours in the industry?
Yes, a friend of mine.
In the industry?
In the industry too.
You don't want to talk about him?
No, Chidi Wokabia. No, he was into private business. Then he now also shifted into, because he's a beautiful writer.
Okay.
So from there, he was, getting sponsors for that. We went to close to 120 companies, only 2 or 3. Viju Milk, Fixin, which other company again that, give us the seed money that we started with.
When you do things like this, and you look back where you started and where you are today, do you feel fulfilled in any way?
I'm not fulfilled yet. I'm not fulfilled yet because what I would have done better with money, I tried without money. Now that some comfort, some little convenience as per finances are coming, I wish I could do them better. Because that's na akpa ego nesi nwoke bi ike.
What does that mean?
Ako is money, gives a man confidence. Ego nesi nwoke bi ike. When you have money, you have confidence to do anything. So now that is coming, I wish to do those things that I did then, do them better. But thank God, there is still hope. I'm not satisfied. I am the best critic of myself. I don't get satisfied with what I do.
So the future is actually going to be better.
Definitely, the future is better. You know, and right now too, I am a hotelier. I'm a barman. I serve beer to people. I serve drinks to people. If you come, I'll serve you. You know, it's part of it.
Yeah,
it's part of giving back to the society.
Okay. You talked about your wife. How did it happen? I mean, you were in the movie industry. We hear the women run after you. You're like at that time you were hot, one of the hottest bachelors in town. How did you zero in on this lady? What was so different about her?
Well, my wife is an iconic figure. She's a heroine. She's angelic. She's my best partner. When you see us talk, you don't know that we are husband and wife. If we're in a meeting, they will deliberate that you won't know that we're husband and wife, we didn't tell you. So we have developed that synergy.
Let's end our conversation by asking you what your advice will be to a little boy that is as frustrated as you were many years ago and wants to come to Nollywood with his dream. What will be your advice?
It's tough. It will continue to be tough. Because if it's not tough, you can't win. Because success lies in difficulties. If you don't have a difficult situation, you cannot succeed. Every problem has a solution from that problem. And I'll end it with, don't also do what after doing the place will come after you. I am giving them what my father told me.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir.
You've been watching our conversation with Emeka Enyocha, one of Nigeria's super names in Nollywood. We've been talking about his life, his career, and the wonderful things he has done in Nollywood. I am Obiora Ilo from Abuja, Nigeria. Thanks for watching.
Hello, thanks for joining us and welcome to Inside Health, your favorite health show on Signature TV, where we break down complex health issues into bite-sized portions that is meant to help you take care of your health and your well-being. Well, today we are going to discuss a very topical issue on neonatology, captioned Silent Cries, Recognizing Life-Threatening Danger Signs in Newborns. Well, I'm going to introduce my guests and experts in a bit. I'm your host, Chigichi Agorom, and we invite you to be a part of this conversation. So go on over to our social media platforms on YouTube, on Facebook, go like, comment, share, of course, subscribe at Signature TV Official. We're also live on SLTV channel 265, and we also want you to download Signature TV app from your Google Play Store so you can be kept abreast with our latest programs. Don't go anywhere. Signature TV is here to serve you. And Inside Health continues right after this break.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken this move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Well, if you're just joining us, this is still Inside Health on Signature TV, and today we are discussing silent cries, recognizing life-threatening problems in newborns, neonatal newborns when they are born and they have issues. How do you recognize, how do you identify, recognize, and promptly treat these danger signs in our newborns? Well, with me is a consultant neonatologist and pediatrician. He is also the Provost, College of Medicine, ESUTS, ENUGU here. He's Professor Uchenna Ikochi. Good morning, Professor. Thank you for joining us on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chigi.
I beg your pardon. Good afternoon, rather.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
And thank you for having me.
Yes. I would say congratulations is in order. You just had your inaugural lecture on the 8th of May, if I'm correct.
Yes.
Interesting. And it was massively attended because I had to do my research, and what captivated me was the topic of your inaugural lecture, the travails of minors. And it got me thinking. So I'm going to ask you.
Thank you.
Who are the minor of minors? We understand minors, but the minor of minors, especially in a setting, a financially challenged setting like ours, who are those? Who are you talking about?
Okay, thank you so much. You are not the only one that had that challenge.
You had a very good, you had a very good play with words there.
Yeah, because a lot of people, when they saw that topic online, and he raised a lot of questions. People are saying, what do you mean by minor of minors? And I tell you, Chigi, I was the one that invented that terminology. You don't see it anywhere.
No, I have not seen
you can't Google it and find it anywhere. I invented it. They understand, because minor we know is anybody that is below any
certain age.
That's 18 years. Age. Then inside that minor, there is now the one I described out of my experience and practice as the minor of minors. These are the newborn. Do you understand? Because we are talking about minor as people who somebody who is dependent. You know, they are dependent on certain caregivers for their development and survival. Then we are looking at people who are now critically dependent for their survival and development. That is the newborn.
Interesting. It actually makes sense because with the other older minors, at least they could talk. They could describe their feelings.
Yes.
But with the minor of minors,
you are talking of somebody who is critically dependent. They are down the minor. If you in the category of the minors, you now have the minor of the minors.
Now, in a financially challenged setting like Nigeria, what are their travails?
Well, their travails are numerous. They are numerous. And when I talk about travails, we're talking about the things that cause morbidities and mortalities.
When you say morbidity and mortality, what do you mean?
Morbidity is the diseases or troubles, take it that way. The mortality is death.
Okay.
Do you understand? And in that my lecture, I singled out of my experience and practice 3 major causes of morbidity and mortality in this category of children, known as the minors, the newborn. And they are the asphyxia, the neonatal sepsis, and the prematurity.
Could you break it down?
Good. Asphyxia is, simply put, inability of a baby to initiate and sustain breathing at birth. As you and I know, when you breathe, you take in oxygen. And oxygen, through all the mechanisms, is what keeps the body. So if a baby is born, is not able to initiate breathing, is not able to sustain it, it goes into causing a lot of problems within the system. In fact, it affects all the systems because the oxygen concentration will go down, and that is the state we call hypoxia, and affects all the systems, ranging from the central nervous system to respiratory system to digestive system, all the systems in the body, all the organs and systems and functions are affected.
Interesting.
So that is asphyxia.
Okay.
And when you come to prematurity, that's a baby that came out of the mother before 37 completed weeks of gestation. Now, the mother's womb is the best incubator the baby can stay in and ensure good development and survival. So if the baby comes out before 37 completed week of gestational week, then that baby is described as preterm, premature baby. Do you understand? If you come to that category, we still have those who are extremely preterm, very
so it's a spectrum.
And it's a spectrum. You understand?
Okay.
So now, if the baby comes out and is being cared for in the environment, if the baby catches infection due to suboptimal care, the baby develops what we call neonatal sepsis, and is also going to affect the system. It's going to affect every organ function in the body.
exactly means?
Newborn infection.
Infection.
Infection of yes, presenting with symptoms and signs.
Okay, okay. There's
So-
a third category. You mentioned asphyxia, prematurity, there's a
And
third,
sepsis.
and sepsis.
Yes.
Now, what are those telltale signs, even if it's one each, that a caregiver or a parent, a woman, if she's conscious, could look at in her newborn and say, no, this is a
Now-
red flag.
now-
When it comes to asphyxia, what would she look at and notice? When it comes to of course, prematurity, it wasn't up to term. But when it comes to sepsis, what are those indicators or indication that shows that this child has an issue?
Okay. Now, let's start with asphyxia. I like this topic you gave this presentation. It's a silent cry.
Yes.
You know, in our environment, we assume that once a baby comes out, he should cry. That's the general thinking. Actually, well, cry, fine. Cry connotes that the baby is breathing. But we, the clinicians, are more interested in the breathing. You understand?
Interesting.
The baby should be breathing within the first minutes of life or be helped to breathe. That's the golden minute.
Is
So
that why
we
they are turned upside down? And
No. That's a very bad thing to do in delivery. You don't beat a baby. You don't need to beat a baby. You don't. It is criminal. And that is what I was trying to emphasize in my lecture. I said, these things are neonatal abuse. It's a newborn abuse syndrome. You can't beat a baby. Why are you beating a baby? A baby that is delivered properly should be breathing and could also cry. Do you understand? So when he cannot breathe or is not able to sustain, he may start breathing, but he's not able to sustain it. That is what we describe as asphyxia.
Okay.
Do you understand? And
so
I
you
told
notice
you
the
it can
child
cause a lot.
struggling with
Breathing. But, well, one of the other ways you can present, which is the major thing people are looking at, is the cry. So they tell you a baby did not cry at birth. Do you understand? But we said if he doesn't cry, but he's breathing well, there's no problem. Don't beat him to cry. It's not necessary. Do you understand? The only thing you could say, oh, he's not crying. Let's look closer. A trained hand should be able to observe and say, no, don't worry. Allow this baby. He's breathing well. The color is fine. The activity is fine. He will cry when he wants to cry. So don't bother. So this issue of turning the baby, beating, smashing and slapping the baby, giving an injection and all that to make baby cry. Why? Do you understand? Yeah. Do you
Interesting. Now, there's another key word in your team. You said resource limited settings.
Yeah.
Which means you restricted their travels to resource limited settings like Nigeria. Why do you think a limited resource has major impact on these children, on the minor of minors?
Good. I use that term, resource limited setting, because I did a work with some of my research partners in Canada and in Brazil. And we're looking at characteristics, clinical characteristics of babies that are associated in these three income zones, income countries. And
Canada,
yes,
Brazil, and Nigeria.
And you know what interested me so much? I found out that we got about 100 and almost 190-something babies. But Nigeria contributed more than 2/3 of that asphyxiated babies. So it's actually our problem. Yes. So it's actually our problem. That's what I'm saying, that asphyxia is really our problem. So over there, the incidence is very low. It's the problem there, but it's not as critical as it is in our environment.
Interestingly, when you pedal backwards, because asphyxiation, something may have gone wrong with either the childbirth or during gestation, which is outside of your jurisdiction, because that is OBGYN.
Good.
But is there any way pediatricians and OBGYNs can work together and identify asphyxia even before it presents?
Very good. You asked a very good question, Chigi. It is actually a collaborative thing. The issue of asphyxia cannot be tackled only by the pediatricians or the neonatologists. The obstetrician has to come in. In fact, after this, my lecture, we have started forming what we call Stop Asphyxia Movement.
Interesting.
Stop Asphyxia Movement, SAM for short. Do you understand? And that group is going to comprise of the neonatologists, pediatricians, the obstetricians, or any other health worker that is interested in saving the life of the philanthropists. We're inviting them to come and join
Majors and policymakers.
And policymakers, that's what I'm saying, philanthropists, policymakers, because we have to really fight this problem. Because it's our problem.
It is.
It is.
Talking about policymakers, in your lecture, the SSG to ENUGU State Government was present.
Yeah, he was present.
What was the major takeaway for him? Were you able to find out
in that lecture,
any action points?
Good, I will tell you. Because I was stressing the fact that you see now, asphyxia is our problem. And it's a bigger, in fact, it's #1 killer of newborn in our environment. But to my surprise, there's nothing like World Asphyxia Day. If you Google it, you will see it. You have World Water Day, World Women Day, World Everything Day, Everything Day. But asphyxia, because it's an African problem, it's a disease of the resource-limited settings. So I said in that lecture that this year we're going to start that in ESUT as ESUT Asphyxia Day, State Asphyxia Day. Then we will now move
this
it
deserves
further.
an applause.
Do you understand?
Well
we're going to move it further to a global.
Can it be pitched to WHO to adopt?
That's our target.
Interesting.
We are actually looking at, championing that, and to the extent that it will become a global issue.
Good.
You understand? So that we can have World Asphyxia Day, but we'll start with ESUT Asphyxia Day, ENUGU State Asphyxia Day. We're going to teach, make a massive education concerning asphyxia. What is the cause? How can it be prevented? How can it be handled? Do you understand?
And Signature TV would actually be on ground to help with.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you,
it's
because
something that
it
we
was
need
one
to
of the
talk
things
about.
that SSG actually picked up and said, work on this. Let's see how it goes.
Interesting.
So that we can tell people what causes asphyxia, how it can be prevented, since it is #1 killer of our babies.
Children, of newborn.
Yes.
Wow. But the issue, the newborn issue that is known everywhere, everybody knows about it, is preterm, premature. What actually predisposes a woman to having a premature baby?
There are so many of them.
Okay.
Do you understand? There are so many of them. If a woman is hypertensive and it can what we call preeclampsia, it can get to the level of eclampsia, and the baby can be delivered prematurely. The infection can cause it, congenital anomalies can cause it, chromosomal anomalies can cause it. Do you understand? Some of the things you can see that can dispose the baby coming out.
Yes. Another interesting aspect of your inaugural lecture was this pamphlet. You called it the Mother's Guide, Common Danger Signs in Newborns. You, of course, compiled it.
Yes, I compiled it.
Now, looking at this picture, there are a couple of pictures here. You talked about a child being unconscious, but I'm particularly interested with swollen abdomen. A child is giving birth to and the abdomen is distended. Tell us, what exactly are the causes, and then what are the signs that you look out for? I know sometimes most mothers, after they give birth, they are tired, some are unconscious. But maybe for the dads and for the caregivers that are around, what are the signs they can look out for to say, this child has an issue, we should call the attention of a doctor?
Thank you. You and I know that when you take in food, it goes through the system and you pass it out. If you take in food and it couldn't go out again, the abdomen will become distended.
It's an issue.
Do you understand?
It's an issue.
So if we're talking of what causes abdominal distension in the newborn, it is so many, ranging from the fact that maybe the anus is not patent. So whatever goes into the baby will not come out.
Interestingly, there is this time in the course of the child's development, while still suckling, it seems as though there's a window of 2 or 3 days that a newborn does not defecate. Is that a danger sign?
No, it's not. Don't go there, because when a baby is born, it could defecate within the first day, 24 hours. If it doesn't do that, there should be closer observation.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Okay.
There should be closer observation. If it doesn't defecate the second day, the third day, and you're seeing other signs, but you're sure that the anus is patent, So if the doctor have checked and see that anus is patent and everything is normal, then you keep watching. But if that is not the case, you have to do something. So a baby that is taking food, taking breast milk, should be able to pass stool. In absence of that, you don't start looking for the possible cause. It's either that the system is not patent, the alimentary canal is not patent, so whatever goes in could not come out, or the baby is infected, or there is other congenital anomalies within the gut that is causing that. So it is left for the expert to, through tests, through examinations and all that, find out what is the cause. But that is not the reason why I put up this thing.
Please tell us.
Why I said it is because I've worked a lot in the newborn life. I said I've practiced neonatology for the past 14 years as a specialist and 22 years as a doctor. So I've seen that when our mothers come with these babies, they tend to present with complications. Do you understand? Take, for instance, this baby that came with a distended abdomen. It doesn't just wake up and saw distended abdomen on the baby. Do you understand? This baby could have given a warning sign. Maybe a baby that suckles 3-4 times in a night, suckles only once. It becomes a warning sign. A baby that passes 2-3-4 times in a day could not just pass once, but is feeding. It becomes a problem. So that's the earliest warning sign for you to say, doctor, I observe these things in my baby. What is the cause? The doctor say, come, let's look at it. If it's something that can be nipped at the butt, that should be handled. If there's no problem, he will assure you. But looking at this now, this abdomen is distended, is embarrassing the respiration, is causing a lot of problem. Maybe the baby is already infected, or maybe have developed what we call necrotizing enterocolitis. The gut is already in trouble. Do you understand?
Yes.
And by the time it's coming to us, it's coming with numerous complications. The facilities, the bed space may not even be there to accommodate because we have a challenge of limited facilities, limited there and all that. So I put up this so that the earliest sign you can see should be a warning sign that will prompt a mother to rush to the hospital.
All right, can you just give us a list of the signs? We have talked about a baby not breathing well at birth. We have talked about distended, swollen abdomen. What other signs?
Let me help you. We're talking of the earliest signs. You're talking of looking at, babies don't talk.
Yes. That's why you call them the mind of minors.
Yes, that's why I call it. They don't talk. They are dependent on you to interpret their problems. But they can show you signs. They don't talk, but they have a lot of signs. But the signs are subtle to the extent that untrained hands don't understand it. And that's what I'm talking about, training our mothers. Let me give you an instance. A baby will show you signs through the cry. Thank God you talked about silent cry. The cry is supposed to be loud. If the cry is not loud, then there may be a problem. Do you understand? So cry is supposed to show a sign through his stooling pattern.
Interesting.
Do you understand? So say a sign through sleeping pattern. Pattern, activity, color. Do you understand? Then breathing. Do you understand? So these are the signs that the baby can show you. When there is any problem in these critical areas I've gone through, you should be able to suspect that this baby is trying to tell you, I'm sick. The cry pattern has changed. The stooling have changed. The sleeping pattern have changed. The feeding pattern has changed. The activity have changed. The color have changed. The breathing have changed.
No, some people may attribute it to growth of the child.
No. You are not meant to interpret it. Once you notice that change, take him to an expert. That's the problem we have. We try to interpret them. And by the time we are interpreting, it's giving us a baby's yellow. You saw a change in the color. Jaundice. Yellow. You go to interpret it, they'll tell you, no, every baby born can have that. Go and put him under sunlight.
Exactly.
Do you understand?
Exactly.
The third day, the fourth day, the baby will now begin to, start stiffing, refusal to suck, and they are coming with complications. I did studies in the newborn, and I discovered that most of our mothers that brought these jaundice babies, they don't present with it. They say, my baby is yellow. Rather, they will present with complications. The baby have refused to suck. The baby is now stiff. The baby is convulsing. They understand? So they present with complications. And the reason for this, why I developed this, we should actually look at those earlier signs.
Earlier signs.
And present with it, not waiting for the complication.
Now, you did mention that mothers need to be trained.
Yeah, they need to
I'm
be
still
trained.
going to get to the final action points of your inaugural lecture, because there must be action points from the lecture just to ensure that things go as planned. Now, mothers that need to be trained, what is the framework you plan to use to ensure that mothers are well trained? Because it's one thing to have a message, another thing to deliver the message in the right language to the right people. So is there a framework, just the way you mentioned your SAM, SAM, about World Asphyxiation Day? Is there any other framework for training the mothers? Tell us about it.
Good. The issue of training is very important. As a researcher, I don't advocate for things I have not proved. I've done a work that shows that training can make a lot of difference. It's an interventional study that I did in 2022. I went into a community, 2 communities.
Here in ENUGU?
Yes, here in ENUGU. I discovered, I interviewed them on how many of these mothers can tell me spontaneously danger signs they know in the newborn. And lo and behold, it was very poor. Knowledge of danger sign was very poor. To the extent that most of them, the few that knew something about danger sign, could only volunteer fever. Only fever. That's the only thing they know. But I can tell you that it's not only fever that is fact, there are so many of them. You understand? So, training, after that, I went back again, trained them, came back again, and
followed up.
You understand? And discovered that after that training, their knowledge increased. And behold, those who can now name up to 3-4 danger signs offhand increased. And those people actually attested the fact that once they see this danger sign, they took their baby to the hospital. So the right healthcare seeking behavior was seen in those people that were able to have good knowledge of danger sign.
How do you plan on sustaining this?
Yes, the more they have knowledge of danger sign, the better their healthcare seeking behavior.
All right.
The earlier they can present to hospital.
You know that I'm really impressed with the fact that you are basing your research on the fact that we are resource limited.
Yeah.
And another challenge that comes with this is manpower, capacity.
Yeah.
How has capacity, in terms of trained pediatricians, how has it actually increased the travails of the minors?
Yeah, it has increased the travail because you have limited.
Can you give me, well, a semi-quantitative estimate of the number of pediatricians as compared to the children? What are the numbers? Because we know that regular doctors, the numbers are just alarming. It could be one doctor to 200 and
2,000.
Oh, 2,000.
That's what we have now. Our WHO recommends.
This is not good.
WHO recommends 1,600. What we have in Nigeria is 2,000.
What's the case with pediatrics?
It's even worse. It's even worse.
It's as if doctors run away from pediatrics.
It's even worse, and it's worse with the neonatologists. Look at, if you go to our platform, you can only have about 250 something, entire country, neonatologists.
250
Yes.
something.
And I tell you, some of them are not even around.
So
this issue of Japa syndrome is a big trouble. As I'm talking to you now, many people are already packing their loads to leave the country. So we're training and they're leaving. And our people are suffering. So it's a big challenge. I must tell you, it's a very big challenge. Manpower in the healthcare sector is a big challenge. And what does it lead to? It leads to severe burnout syndrome for the few hands that are available.
Who are on ground.
So when you come to the hospital, you see doctors are already, if you don't control your emotion, you become, because you're seeing this one coming in with complaint, another one is coming, another one is coming, only on one person. So it's a big problem.
I'm glad the SSG was there to
yeah, we emphasized all these things. The lecture was very global. It brought a lot of things, a lot of issues into limelight on how we can help our people.
Now, while we were talking initially, you did mention something that was very important about your inaugural lecture. You said 2 major take-home. One is awareness training of the mothers. There's a second action point. I want you to elucidate on that action point.
Okay. In the inaugural lecture, I talked about training. That's creating awareness, global awareness, a very massive awareness of asphyxia and the cause of asphyxia and how it can be prevented. Then I talked about the issue of maternal education.
Yes.
Do you understand? And I said, if we're talking about maternal, I believe in grassroots, that I'm going to work with the Ministry of Health to develop a curriculum. Do you understand? So that we can begin from the secondary school to train our mothers to be.
Secondary school.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes, so that if you domicile maternal and newborn health, do you understand? Where you can bring in this danger sign and teach it to secondary school leaver, maybe from senior secondary school. As you're coming out of secondary school as a mother, as a prospective mother,
you're
as
already
you're already
knowledge.
with knowledge of danger signs. So that if you eventually finished and got married, the first baby you're having, you're looking out for it. That is how societies that want to solve their problem operate. It's not a haphazard thing. Let us start it from the grassroots. Let there be a structure. Do you understand? Let there be a curriculum that when they come into their civic education, or it can be a standalone topic taught as maternal and newborn health. Do you understand?
It could even come under civic education.
It can come under civic education. That's what I proposed in that my paper. You can see it here. You understand? So I said it can come in. I can work with the Ministry of Education to get it domiciled. It can be just few hours topic that be taught to these students, so that as they are coming out, they're already equipped with danger signs. They can even visit somebody in the house and see a baby in the house. I say, this is dangerous. Yeah. Take this baby to hospital. Do you understand?
Interesting. Now you've done a lot of work.
I've done a lot.
You're even a co-inventor.
Yes, I invented
What is NUA tape?
NUA tape is NUA tape. You know, when I say NUA, I said I used that word NUA because I want it to go far. NUA is in the Bible, even though it's not the same spelling.
It's not the same.
You understand? But when you hear say NUA is a common distance. So everybody knows. So I said NUA. I invented it with my colleagues. It's not just me.
Yeah, you were a co-inventor.
Yeah. On that.
Tell us about it.
N, it stands for, is already patented. Do you understand? It's a non-stretchable tape that can be used to identify babies that have low birth weight. Do you understand? Because birth weight is one of the signs that you can use to identify a premature baby.
But why use a tape when you can weigh the child?
Good. Go to our rural areas where 70% of the birth take place in the home. How many of them have weighing scale? How many of them know how to read it? How many of the scales are working? That is our problem. We should look at how to solve our problem. Indeed. I'm a grassroots person.
Indeed.
Do you understand? So I said, we develop this tape so that they can take it to the hinterland, take it to our rural people who the skills, or what the skills are bad, they can not maintain. Do you understand? So that if they get this tape, strap it up. And if it ends in the red zone, wrong. This baby cannot be managed in a non-standard facility. If it ends in the yellow zone, well, you can manage, but you must be looking out for danger signs. At the earliest prompt, you take the baby to where the care can be received. If it ends in the green zone, then you can comfortably manage but still be watching out for possible danger signs. So it is something we developed out of our experience and practice so that we can be able to attend to these babies at the grassroots, especially with poorly trained or untrained hands. Do you understand? Not specialists that are handling these babies. Because give it or take it, most of these deliveries are still occurring at home.
Interesting. Go ahead, sir.
So it's still occurring at home. And that is what another place, the engine that is manufacturing asphyxia. So in this book, I'm talking about how to promote facility delivery, how to make our mothers come to hospital to deliver. Don't deliver at home. You are not goats. You are not animal.
All right.
Do you understand?
Well, before I go on a break, I guess most of them don't come to the hospitals, not because they don't like hospitals, but some of them don't even have the transportation or the means of coming.
Good.
Now,
I must also tell you another thing that scares people away. If you go to hospital, even the attitude of the health workers can scare people away. So I said in this is my book, that we work on the attitude of the health workers to give them a receptive hand so that they can come. Then we should be able to, cost is a major thing in the resource-limited setting that scares these mothers away from the hospital.
Cost.
So government have to step in. they can subsidize.
Subsidize, yes.
They can offer delivery packs at a subsidized rate to these mothers so that they can come. They should also place a ceiling for the charge of normal delivery and cesarean sessions within the state. So you don't go beyond that. If you want to go beyond that, maybe because of specialist care you've given, you must clear with the Ministry of Health. I said I can work it with the Ministry of Health. But another thing I said that I'm also going to do is to make sure that these facilities that take care of births are accredited. Do you understand? So
isn't that the job of NMA?
It's a collective job. Okay. Both NMA, both State Ministry of Health can work on that, even if Federal Ministry of Health. So you have accredited centers for childbirth, and it will be designated in the signboard. Just as you see secondary schools and primary schools say accredited by, there should be accredited center for childbirth, so that you don't have any business entering anywhere, any place to go and deliver a baby if you don't see sign of being accredited.
Interesting.
Do you understand?
Interesting. All right, we're not done. Prof, you have a lot to give.
I have a lot.
I can sense it. We'll still talk more, but right now we'll have to go on a break. And when we come back, we're going to go online to find what people are saying about this topic, and we're going to discuss it, and then you're going to be busting some myths for us. All right. So do stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Inside Health continues right after now.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to my Doctor and I segment on Inside Health. Don't forget that we are still discussing silent cries and how to recognize life-threatening signs in newborn. So this is where we go online and then we glean some tweets online, and then we try to discuss it. So Ngozi Cares, a community health advocate, says this is heartbreaking but sadly not surprising. We urgently need better training for health workers in rural areas. When will the government invest where it truly matters? You know, like I said, the SSG was in your inaugural lecture. When will he give you a feedback?
Well, in fact, he said in his speech that we can work with the Ministry of Health, the Commissioner and the Ministry of Health, to see how we can kickstart this proposal. Do you understand? I've called the Commissioner for Health. He has invited me.
Interesting. Interesting. So there's light at the end of
yes,
the tunnel.
there is.
All right.
Definitely.
Moving on, Musa Baba 89, a concerned father says, I lost my son at 3 weeks because we didn't know he had an infection. How do we educate families better on newborn danger signs? I guess that's what we are doing here.
Good, that's what we're doing. And we have developed the Mother's Guide.
Yes.
You can see.
If the camera can just capture this, how can we make this available?
In fact, I tried as much as I can because I shared up to 700 copies of this in my lecture as a souvenir. And at the back, you have that.
Yes.
Look at it.
Yes, yes.
You can show. So that's what I showed. So anytime you see any of this sign in your baby, it is a danger sign. You just have to take this baby to the health center.
Hospital.
You understand?
All right. Moving on, Zainab Wright. Wow, I guess this is going on now. It says Professor Kochi's interview is a wake-up call. Why is neonatal care still such a low priority in national health discussions?
Because I told you, newborn is helpless. They are not political. They can't talk. When they cry, their cry is low because their vocal is low. We are only the one that should advocate for them. If they are politicians, if they have big money,
know how to fight for themselves.
They know how to fight for themselves and get into the policy makers. They understand. But I tell you another thing, because we are advocating for them. That's why we're doing all these things. And if we don't do that, if they don't survive, I wonder what will happen to the next generation. Because if we want to have the next generation, we must care for our newborn today. That's
interesting. Moving on. Hope for Every Baby, an NGO account says we must amplify this. No baby should die because of poor infrastructure or lack of awareness. We're working in Kano to train birth attendants, and others should join.
That's a good one.
Yes, yes.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
So,
Makina.
Yes.
Carry on.
So do you think community health workers, what should be their role?
Everybody have a role in this call, wake up call. Everybody.
So there wouldn't be any professional, squabble as to this is my area, you're not.
No, you remember that I said in the Stop Asphyxia movement, both the professionals in terms of healthcare and non-professional. If you don't have, if you can't train, you should be able to support. Do you understand? Because we are going to train on neonatal resuscitation, we are going to train on essential newborn cares and other practices that will enhance newborn survival. So training is part and parcel of it. Do you understand? Awareness, massive awareness, is part and parcel of it, of our mission.
All right.
Because when we bring all these things together, we should be able to stop asphyxia.
Hopefully. Interesting. Mr. Iken, a teacher, says this is a societal failure. If we can't protect our most vulnerable, what hope is there for the rest of our children?
He nailed it.
He nailed it.
He nailed it. So if we can't protect them, they're in trouble.
Well said. TT Talks Health, a health blogger, says, are there any mobile apps or local campaigns currently helping parents recognize early signs of neonatal distress?
Good. If you look at this book, this is my public inaugural lecture.
Yes.
I emphasized, I said, we have developed this today as a mother's guide. When I'm in a short while, there will be an app. That will educate our mothers on danger signs. It will be in their food, so they'll see it.
We'll have a
Last week, I shared it as a flyer, but soonest we'll have it as an app.
Wow.
Because we have to stop it.
I applaud your vision. I really do. And you will get all the help and the support you need.
Thank you so much.
Yes. All right. Adamama NG, a mother and advocate, says, as a mother, this hits hard. We need village health outreaches, not just hospitals in cities. When will rural mothers matter too? This is a very emotional one.
Very emotional. Very emotional. Because I told you, 60% or more of the deliveries actually occurs in the rural area. And that is where these asphyxias are being bred. So if we don't do anything to get them involved, let them know this thing is preventable.
Yeah. All right. Doctor, as a public health, a medical doctor, says, very timely, Prof. Kochi is right. Our system is reactive, not preventive. Training for traditional birth attendants must be scaled up urgently. Interesting. Fantastic. So many people sharing your sentiments.
Yes.
Yes.
Because it is hewn out of practice.
Out of research,
out of research and practice.
It's evidence-based.
It's evidence-based. We are not talking of something that is not with us. It is here with us. The knowledge is poor.
It is.
Because they will end up coming with complications and not the initial signs. So if we train them on how to recognize this thing as it comes, they don't have any business with complications. They will handle it. Jaundice will show you yellowness
of the eyes.
But they will not come. They will come when he has damaged the brain. And the baby is now an imbecile. So what can you do? Even with all the big facilities around, even in the best care centers, you may not be able to salvage that baby again.
All right. Lukman speaks. A youth leader says, this is beyond sad. What practical steps can young people take to support newborn health in our communities? Like you said, we're all stakeholders.
We're stakeholders.
Yeah. So what can young people even do? Which I should agree with you that awareness from school. So that a young person can see a child of a mother who is clueless and say, there's an issue here.
There's an issue here. And they will give you a clue on how to go about it. It's not
rocket science.
It's not rocket science. It is something doable in our environment. So as soon as this movement is kicking out, it's going to be very, very radical. We're going to have a radical movement to ensure that we stop asphyxia. We make danger signs known to practically everybody in our society. So that as soon as you notice it, you rush to a health care center and get care.
Yes. Obina Codes, a tech developer. Why don't we have a national newborn health tracker app yet? Talking from his experience. Parents need accessible tools to monitor baby health and symptoms.
That's technology.
That's technology.
Yeah, they have a role. I've told you about the app we're planning to develop.
Yes.
It's very important. Everybody should come into this fight. And I know that by God's grace, we'll get some huge success.
And a big amen to that.
Thank you.
ZCare Africa, an NGO representative, says we've been advocating for decentralized health education in Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. Wow. Health literacy should not be a luxury. So they're trying to decentralize knowledge in the different, because most of this
is fantastic.
Yes,
that's
it's a great
taking
job.
it to the grassroots.
Yes,
they will understand it better. Put it in the simplest language they can flow with, and it will make a lot of difference. It will make a huge difference.
Interesting. Now, the Mama Forum is a parenting group. Can we talk about postnatal visits? This is interesting. Many women never return to clinics after childbirth. How can we fix follow-up care? Because if there are some of these things that could actually have been identified if the mother had come for postnatal check. Yes. So, does the scope of the movement accommodate postnatal checks?
Well, it may not be, but it's not out of order. Do you understand? Postnatal care, postnatal visit. You know, the challenge of postnatal visit in our system is numerous. One, you talk of security, you talk of acceptance, you talk of availability of health workers to even do that. Do you understand? Because you're actually meant to go and survey the environment where this newborn is going to be cared for after leaving the hospital. Do you understand? And when you get there, you could also pick this danger sign because you're a trained hand and say, madam, this is a danger sign, let's go back to the hospital. So it's wonderful. Do you understand? But if we also train these mothers to pick it themselves and come, since we can say if Mohammed cannot go to the mountain should come to the mountain.
Still, the mothers can pick it up.
They can pick it up and now come to. So we're not throwing away postnatal visit entirely, but we're saying let's also even educate those who are, because I tell you, the mother is the best doctor for the newborn. Do you understand? The mother is the best doctor for the newborn. He stays with the baby 24 hours.
Sleeps, wakes up.
Yes, wakes up with the baby. So, the earliest danger sign the baby is going to show, he will show it to the mother first. It's only that the mother will not be able to recognize it. The cry has changed, the mother didn't recognize it. The color have changed, they couldn't recognize it. The stooling pattern have changed, he doesn't recognize it. Do you understand? The feeding pattern has changed, he couldn't recognize it. The activity have changed, the color have changed, the breathing have changed. So how do we make these mothers to understand this? That's all. So that they can come and hand this baby over to us at the earliest time.
To avoid complications.
All
right, finally, Ibrahim Kanu, a policy analyst, says this isn't just about hospitals, it's about governance, budgeting, accountability. Do we know how much Nigeria spends on neonatal care annually?
That's a problem. That's the issue. He's making a very big point.
A very big point.
Because I told you, the newborn is not a politician. So he may not be able to get a large chunk.
So from the health budget on health.
But I thank God for in our own local states. You see that the budget to health, in fact, the two major sectors that had the highest chunk of the health and education.
Yes.
And that shows a society that wants to develop. So our own governor is an action man. Do you understand? So if you want a society to go far in development, you must invest hugely in education and in health. And that is what we're talking about. So education is not just
health
education. And you see how type 2 primary health centers is springing up in all the world. So it shows you a man who really wants his people to survive. So kudos to our governor.
Kudos to our governor.
Dr. Barrister Peter Ndubisimba has done a lot, and he's still doing it. He's still on it. He's not backing. He's doing a lot massively to ensure that we have the next generation in Enugu State by giving us good health, good education.
Aren't we
so
blessed?
we thank you for that.
Aren't we blessed? Thank you.
You are blessed.
All right, so these are some myths. I told you you're going to be busting some myths because there are some misinformation that we need to correct based on this. Now, myth one says, if a baby is meant to survive, it will survive. More like saying, what will be, will be. If he's meant to stay, he will stay.
Thank you so much. Thank you. God give. God has taken.
Exactly.
In fact, just clean your eyes. Go and prepare for another one. Yes, because they see the baby as he's not contributing to the finance of the house. In fact, the mother can always bring out the baby.
Bring out, yeah.
Do you understand? So he can also bring another one. Just say, go. Don't worry, God, he has gone. Go and prepare for another one. It's not good.
The lack of responsibility.
You didn't know that one that is being wasted could be the next president. It could be the next minister. It could be the next professor. Do you understand? And because he's still at that stage, he could not talk. He doesn't have power. He doesn't have any energy. You just waste him. That's bad. Do you understand? Think of what he can be in future. Think of what if I was wasted when I was born. Do you understand? And I'm not a professor, and I've done a lot to affect.
So much work.
So, had it been that I was wasted, just think of the person that is saying it. Think of you yourself. You were wasted when you were born. You were not given the appropriate care, and now you have seen what the impact you've been able to raise in the society. If you are wasted, you won't be able to do that. Imagine that our own governor was wasted when he was born.
Don't even go
and
there.
see the massive development that is happening in Enugu State. Are we not blessed to have that kind of person?
Indeed.
So if he was wasted when he was born,
every child is precious.
Everybody is precious. So we shouldn't see that's the problem we're having. So they don't give that.
All right. Let's get to the next one because we're already out of time. Seizures. Of course, convulsions or yellow eyes in newborns are spiritual problems.
That's another issue. It's a spiritual problem.
It's a medical problem.
It's a medical problem completely. There's nothing spiritual there.
About it.
Do you understand? And I tell you about this illness of the eye. I've done a lot of study on it. And there are people who believe it's spiritual. One, they say go and get Otangele and put it there to clear. Put breast milk.
Eyeliner.
Put breast milk. Drop it in the eye. Who told you that? That is not the problem.
I guess this is what education and
good. We're going to do that. We're already doing that so that pigment that is causing yellowness of the eye is also causing damage to the brain. There's no place sonning the baby. Take that baby to the hospital. Let the experts see the baby. In a short while, if you don't do that, that brain will be damaged and baby will become an imbecile. You understand? So there's nothing spiritual. There's absolutely no spiritual issue.
All right. Next, how home remedies or traditional herbs can treat all newborn illnesses?
I must tell you, well, see local concussion. It has done a lot to our people, and I have a research on that. Do you understand? The issue of having all these congenital anomalies.
Why are these people who peddle local concoctions, why are they not being regulated?
That is failure of the arm that's supposed to regulate it. Somebody, if you go down the next morning, you go down to the village or go to your street, you see people peddling a lot of herbs, unchecked, and the people are drinking it. They say, drink this one, it will make you lose weight. Drink this one, it will make you conceive. Drink this one, it will make terrible, terrible things, and people are drinking it. And when they bring out their baby, it is
so sad.
It has a lot
There's
of
even more. Let's not go there. You drink it so that your baby will be lean, so you can come out the birth canal without causing much damage. Well, we're hopeful that education will do the needed work it needs to do so that mothers can do better. Only first-time mothers need to be taught about newborn care. And you would see that after the first child, subsequently they hardly come for antenatal because they feel they are now lords in this.
And do you know why I'm talking about the mothers? Do you understand? Because the mother is the best doctor for the baby. And I tell all the mothers, please get close to your baby. Do you understand? There should be rooming in. That's why WHO is advocating 24 for exclusive breastfeeding.
Yes.
Feed this baby with breast milk alone for the first 6 months. Breast milk contains everything that the baby needs. Do you understand? So stay with your baby so that you can pick these signs as early as it comes. I know that there is a mugo. Your grandmother will come, relatives will come, you have a house help and all that. Don't hand over your baby to your house help or to your mother-in-law. It is your baby.
It's your baby.
Hold him, hold that cuddle. Do you understand? Be very close so that you can pick this sign The bonding should be there. So you can pick this sign as you are his or her doctor.
What's the cure for laziness? Many mothers actually.
That's the issue.
Many mothers.
That's the issue.
Actually.
So they deliver the baby, they hand it over to the house rep. Hand it over to mother-in-law. And that's all.
All right, finally on myth busting, it's the mother's sole responsibility to keep the baby healthy. Is that true?
Yes, is the mother's soul is the mother's responsibility. The father should also not neglect that. It's everybody's responsibility. Because I said in that in fact my closing word in my inaugural lecture is that newborn care is everybody's business.
Responsibility.
It's everybody's business. Do you understand? If you're walking along the street, you see a newborn, you enter into any place, see a newborn being abused, please don't shy away from that. Raise an alarm. Newborn care is an emergency. It's everybody's business. Everybody, every stakeholder should be interested on what is happening to the newborn. So that we're able to save the next generation.
We've had a lot to talk about, Professor Ikuchi. Any parting words, advice, suggestion to a new mother or returning mother, anybody that is
what I
watching.
want to tell the people, people listening to us this afternoon, is that the killers of newborn in our society are largely preventable. Do you understand? And it's a wake-up call to everybody to join in this movement to make sure that our babies are safe. They are largely preventable through very practical, cost-effective steps anchored on public education and female empowerment. If we can champion that today, our babies will be safer.
Public education and female empowerment.
Good.
Well, that's the much we can take. Thank you so much, Professor Ikuchi. It was a very enlightening session.
Thank you.
I'll have you back here
some
other time because I sense you have so much more to give and the people need to hear what you have to say. All right. Thank you so much for staying with us up until this time. We want to hear from you. I'm sure you two are itching to say something. So go on over to our social media platforms at Signature TV Official. Go and drop a few words so that we can know what exactly it is that it's in your mind. Also, we are live 247 on SLTV channel 265. Don't forget, your health is your responsibility. I'm your host, Chigichi Agoram. See you same time next week.
Welcome to another episode of Gender Perspectives on Signature TV, where we unpack the complex ways gender shapes our lives, our relationships, and our systems. Now today we are diving into an often hidden but deeply damaging issue, which is emotional abuse, and the gendered realities that surround it. And so we ask, what happens when emotional abuse doesn't follow the script? When men are victims, when women are abusers, and people generally face harm that society doesn't even have words for. My name is Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and we'll continue this conversation after this timeout.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
we have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back to the program. If you're just joining us, you're watching Gender Perspectives, and we're still on the conversation of confronting gender realities of emotional abuse. Now, emotional abuse involves a consistent pattern of behavior which is aimed at controlling, manipulating, belittling, or isolating another person. And it also includes tactics such as gaslighting, verbal insults, threats, blame shifting, emotional blackmail, and, chronic invalidation. And while emotional abuse leaves no physical scars, its impact can be just as, if not more, devastating than physical violence. And yet, because of cultural norms, gender stereotypes, and silence, it often goes unrecognized, especially when it doesn't fit the traditional narrative of male perpetrator, female victim. But our background report will help us understand this a bit better.
Emotional abuse, while often hidden from plain sight, is a pervasive and insidious form of violence that leaves deep psychological scars. Unlike physical abuse, which is more readily recognized and condemned, emotional abuse can be subtle, sustained, and easily dismissed, particularly when viewed through gendered lenses. Emotional abuse involves a consistent pattern of behavior aimed at controlling, manipulating, belittling, or isolating another person. It includes tactics such as gaslighting, verbal insults, threats, blame shifting, emotional blackmail, and chronic invalidation. Unlike physical violence, emotional abuse often operates under the radar, leaving no visible marks but eroding the victim's sense of self, autonomy, and worth. While emotional abuse can occur in various relationships, including families, friendships, and workplaces, it is most commonly studied in the context of intimate relationships. In this context, the abuse functions as a tool for exerting dominance and power over a partner. Examples of emotional abuse include things such as humiliation and criticism like name-calling, insults, belittling accomplishments. Control and shame such as monitoring whereabouts, digital spying, gaslighting, making unilateral decisions. Accusing, blaming, and denial like trivializing feelings, blaming the victim for the abuser's problems. Neglect and isolation like eliminating contact with friends and family. Research and lived experience show that women are more likely to report emotional abuse, often alongside other forms of intimate partner violence. In many cases, this abuse is rooted in patriarchal ideologies that assign women subordinate roles, promote male entitlement, and normalize male control. Tactics like jealousy framed as a protection, or isolating a partner from friends and finances, are often dismissed as normal relationship behaviors, particularly when men are the perpetrators. Additionally, women face heightened barriers in living emotionally abusive situations, including economic dependence, child custody threats, and societal victim blaming. Men also experience emotional abuse, but social norms that equate masculinity with strength, stoicism, and emotional suppression create significant barriers to acknowledgement and help seeking. Many male survivors fear disbelief, ridicule, or being perceived as weak. As a result, the abuse often goes underreported or unrecognized. Male victims may face unique forms of abuse, such as humiliation targeting their masculinity or parental alienation during custody battles. When they do seek support, services are often ill-equipped or biased, reinforcing the invisibility of male victimhood. cultural norms, religious beliefs, media representations, and legal frameworks all shape societal understandings of emotional abuse. In many communities, women are still expected to be nurturing, submissive, and forgiving, which can pressure them to tolerate abuse. Men, meanwhile, may internalize beliefs that seeking help is unmanly. Even within legal systems, emotional abuse is frequently under-recognized, with many jurisdictions lacking clear legal definitions or adequate protections. When it is acknowledged, responses often fail to reflect the gendered dimensions of power, control, and vulnerability. Emotional abuse is not gender-neutral, even though it affects people of all genders. It is shaped by deeply rooted societal structures that influence how it is experienced, interpreted, and addressed. Confronting its gendered realities means dismantling harmful norms, expanding our definitions of survivorship, and ensuring that no one, regardless of gender identity or expression, is left invisible or unsupported. Only by taking an intersectional and inclusive approach can we truly address the hidden epidemic of emotional abuse. Addressing the gendered realities of emotional abuse requires tailored support and resources. While general services for domestic violence victims are crucial, recognizing the specific needs and experiences of different genders is essential. For women, this includes access to safe shelters, counseling that addresses trauma and the impact of gender inequality, legal aid, and economic empowerment programs. For men who experience emotional abuse, it's vital to have resources that acknowledge their experiences without judgment and provide pathways to support and healing. Breaking down societal stigma around male victimization is also a key aspect of effective intervention.
We're deep in conversation about confronting gendered realities of emotional abuse. And as our background report highlights, emotional abuse isn't always loud or visible, and it certainly doesn't always follow the patterns we expect. Society often frames abuse through a narrow lens, usually a man as the aggressor and the woman as the victim. And while that does not reflect many real experiences, it's far from the whole picture. Emotional abuse can be subtle and gendered in complex ways. It can happen to men who are often silenced by toxic masculinity and shame. It can happen to women, especially in cultures where speaking out is discouraged or where emotional control is normalized as discipline or love. Now, to help us confront these layered truths, we are joined by Ngozi Ebo. She is the Executive Director, Global Initiative for Development, Care of Women and Youth, GID Kowe, and she will shed more light on this issue and help us explore how gender influences not just who experiences emotional abuse, but how it's understood, responded to, and prevented. Welcome to the program. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. It's my pleasure. Okay, so let's start with the basics. In your view, what is emotional abuse, and why do you think it's often overlooked or misunderstood?
Yeah, your background has really done a whole lot of justice to the topic. You know, it's emotional, so you can't really hold it in your hands. You know, it's not like it's tangible. And it comes under a whole lot of guise, maybe protection for a woman, you know, being macho for a man. So most times it's swept under the carpet. I was in a meeting and some people were asking the team lead of that group, how do we deal with hurt when someone has hurt us? And he said, when you're hurt, just find a way to forgive and move on. You know, we just have nice ways of just saying, just move on. No. Are there measures? Can whoever has hurt this person be called? Can there be a dialogue? Can there be some form of pacifying of someone who feels hurt? We really don't go into all of that. Just go ahead, just forgive, you know, it's normal, you know. So we wave it off because it's not tangible.
Yeah. So what does this emotional abuse, what does it entail? What is it that will be done and it will be termed emotional abuse?
abuse is already something that contravenes someone's person. When you try to demean a person, it's a form of abuse. Whether it is through the words you've spoken to the person or through your actions, to that person, it's a form of abuse. You are trying to bring the person a little lower than the person is, as a human being. That's already an emotional abuse. How do we deal with it? That's your question?
No, like what are the things people do that will be called emotional abuse?
When you throw tantrums at people, when you demean someone's person, when you tell someone, I know you are so daft, you just can't learn fast. Some people don't learn as fast as others do, and we must have to understand, whether it's in a workplace or it's in a school, okay? No one should receive that kind of blame game from the other party. When all of that is done, you are dealing with someone's emotion. Or when you try to withhold something that ought to be for someone, let's say a husband who feels, okay, my wife didn't serve me dinner, or I didn't quite enjoy the dinner she served, so for that I won't give her money for food the next day. That's emotional abuse. You're dealing with her emotions. You're trying to let her know that you have more authority and you can determine whether she eats or not, that she is dependent on you. So when these things show up, then one form of emotional abuse or the other is already in place. Or when you don't feel someone's pain, someone is saying I'm pain, that you're like, get out. Why should this make you angry? It's so normal. Why should you be angry because of it? Is it just this? But we absorb things at different levels. So if I feel that I am not happy with the way you treated me, I do have a right to my feelings, and you shouldn't do anything to demean it or sweep it under the carpet or tell me that I'm immature
or overreacting.
Yeah,
because
why are you overreacting? I just said this now. Is that not what I told Peter? Then you now told John, and John says, no, I am angry. Why now? John, you're not mature. You ought to be mature. So when that happens, emotional abuse has set in.
Yes, and so that means that emotional abuse is not strictly for couples or married people. It also goes into friendships and relationships generally with other people. So how do you think traditional gender roles and stereotypes, do you think it contributes to this emotional
to a very large
abuse?
extent, it does. The culture of silence.
Okay.
Whatever is happening in your home, keep quiet. In Igbo parlance, they will say "dibundidi," as in when you get married, then you now learn to be patient. So if you maybe are so pressed in your home and you want to talk to your mom, she says, "Please take care of your home. I know what I went through with your father to get to this point." So traditional gender roles has made it normal for a woman to be abused, or a woman decides to go to a police station to report. They say, "Madam, go back home. It's a family matter," and it's dismissed at that point because of gender roles. Because you believe, what's wrong with this woman? I better go and cook for your children. Your own is to cook for your children. Whether you're angry, you're sad, whether you feel abused, whether you feel not heard or not listened to, go and cook for your children and take care of your husband. So traditional gender roles have so heightened it. A woman does not break kola nut. I was an MC at an event. When you got to kola nut time, they said, "MC, please shift. Let a man come and..."
That I think that's more of like the traditional part of it.
If I do not have a high self-esteem as a person, you are already demeaning me. You're telling me that no matter where I go in this world, as long as I am female, me and kola nut should not have, we should be parallel lines.
But is it an abuse to your emotions though?
Yes, it is. I am in the room. I am part of the meeting. So, okay, if they were sharing drinks, would they give me? So, why would you get to kola nut and you exclude me from it?
Okay. So, you've spoken about the women, But do you think these stereotypes also, affect men too when it comes to emotional abuse?
Yeah, but not as much as it does for women, because we live in a world where most people will say it's a man's world. So whatever a man does, it's fine. He's the head of the home. He can just do anything. In fact, if you try to abuse him, he will abuse you times 10.
But don't you think that this idea, like you said, it's a man's world? So don't you think they are also boxed in their own way when it comes to expression?
Yes.
And also, how, because they also have emotions, regardless of whatever society, tries to. And because of that idea, don't you think it boxes them,
Yeah, it does.
Because they also...
Yes, it does, but not to a large extent, because they have lots and lots of options in this world to deal with a woman. Whether as a brother, or as a father, or as a husband. They have lots and lots. In fact, there are many things you would want to do now. Let's say you're looking for a house and you are a single parent, you are female. They will ask you to go and bring a man figure before they will give you the house. So the man knows that it is his world. But at times too, there are few men that go through a whole lot of emotional pain, and because of their ego, and they've been told that men don't cry. Why would you cry? Crying is for women. So he bottles up a whole lot. At times suicide. At times I've heard of cases where a man just takes his suitcase and just walks away from the home. Just leave, oh woman, live with your children while I just take my leave. So these things can lead to outcomes like you explained.
So now, seeing how the society is, and the difference with how women are handled differently and men are handled differently, can you just talk about how men and women are socialized differently when it comes to how they express emotions and how they respond to emotional harm or emotional abuse?
Yeah, how we express emotions from birth. If it's a female child, you're already told, don't you know that you are female? So it keeps ringing a bell. Don't you know that you're female? And let's say you go for youth service and you're back. Somewhere at the back of your parents' brain is like, what's going on? What's next? Who is going to marry her? But for the guy, they are not thinking of who is he going to bring home. He should go and hustle and get money, okay? But for the lady, we finished training her and she's back to this house. Does she even have a relationship? So they have tried to wire us that way. So if a woman gets to 30 and she's not married, hey, all the alerts in her brain at every second will just be ringing, screaming. And so she can get into any kind of relationship just to answer that name, Mrs. That's, I think, more of the divorce cases we have is that society mounts a whole lot of pressure, especially on the woman to get married. So she just has to get married. The mom has to become mother of. The mom has to go for ENUGU, and if it's possible, outside Nigeria is better than within Nigeria.
Yeah.
So that makes the woman very vulnerable. At the time she is under her parents' roof, she obeys all the instructions from the father. She gets married. She's under the husband. She has to obey all the instructions. At no point is she a human being. And that's why it's difficult when you come to the career world for women to rise. It takes a man to rise. For a woman to rise, times 10. She has to work extra hard. Because society has conditioned her that you're not meant to lead. So when men see a woman rise, she's arrogant, she's too radical, she's assertive. But those same qualities are what the normal man would have, and they'll say, wow, you're doing so great. So how come the woman has it and she talks too much, arrogance and all? So that's how society keeps wiring women.
Okay. So from what you've said now, not just women but also wires men too.
Yes, wires them to know that they are the ones in charge, no matter what. I've had cases where women work and they have to go and submit their salaries to their husbands. I've had a case where a woman was empowered with as low as 50,000 naira. and she got back home. The man had to use something to break her hand because of 50K. So for the man, I married you, I paid your bride price. So whatever accrues to you, I am the one who should enjoy it. I should be the one to now give you if I feel that you need. It's crazy.
It's really crazy. Okay, so so far, right, our focus has been on the women. And I know I mentioned something about the men, but now I want us to maybe throw a little bit more light on men, because do you think men face unique challenges specific to them, the same way women have their own unique challenges when it comes to their emotions and how they are abused emotionally? Now, do you think men also face unique challenges when it comes to emotional abuse?
So true, they do.
Okay.
We respond to life differently because we are not the same. Okay, we all wear our gendered lens. The man wears his own and the woman wears hers. So there is no way we would feel our pain the same way. For a man, it's more like a pain of, I haven't arrived and I'm not happy about it. My mates have all arrived and I'm yet to arrive. So it's either he tries to do something to prove to society that he's a man, you know, and when he goes through some form of emotional abuse, he could go into drinking more, or partying, wildlife, just to see if he can take away the pain, or he could just put it all inside, or maybe look for a side chick so that he will live long.
Wow.
He will look for a side chick, not because but in fairness, there are some men who keep side chicks not because they ever planned to, or some men who have second wives not because they planned to, but they just couldn't contain the attitude or the character of the woman at home. So in order to find peace elsewhere, since society empowers them, you can marry 10, you can marry 15. Not like a woman. You can't marry 2 men. But for a man, he can choose, as long as he has his money, he can choose to marry 10. So he could just say, okay, let me try this side chick first for 3 years. If it works out, then I can bring her home. So he can react in any of those ways.
Okay, so that leads to the question, in what ways do women abuse men emotionally? Because in as much as men abuse women too, women also have, their own ways in which they abuse men. So what are those
ways? For some women, it's in what they say. And it's also in denial, okay? Especially when it comes to the family setting. A woman feels that you have not measured up as a man. Maybe she goes out in her office, she sees men and they drive good cars, and you, keke, you don't have. So when she wants to talk to you, she releases venom on you. And it's like, you are pained. It's not what you expect. And maybe you've been working so hard, but somehow life hasn't just been that fair to you. So she could speak some words to you. She could also deny you a marriage, maybe your sexual rights. She denies you, just because she feels that she made a mistake by even marrying you. And she keeps pushing it to your face that you are a mistake. And when she also does not recognize you as a head, because when we talk about these things, we're not saying that a woman wouldn't recognize who the head is in the family, okay? When she refuses to recognize that you are the head, or, has her own counter instructions, and she just pushes it to your face that you just can't do anything. These are ways that women abuse men.
Let's get a bit personal now. Have you encountered anybody, male or female, who has gone through some form of emotional abuse? And, do you have any experience as to maybe meeting somebody or having an encounter with somebody who has gone through this kind of thing, and how they were able to come out of it?
We deal with a whole lot of survivors in the work that we do. And let me talk about one of the survivors. She was a seamstress in ENUGU, and the Christmas period, this guy comes back to the village for Christmas and sees her and likes her, and before Easter or close to Easter, he performed all the marriage rites and took her to Lagos. She said she hadn't been to Lagos before, and she went into that marriage with everything in her, and on getting there, if she needed to step out of the compound, she needed to obtain permission. In fact, she couldn't leave her home when the man wasn't there, except for going to the market or going to pick up her son. But that for her wasn't even the issue. The issue was that each time the man would come back in the evening, I guess it's a public compound, the man would speak to her in ways she wouldn't like, beat her up if he feels there's anything she ought to have done that she hasn't done, to the point where I guess the man was into one form of cultism, to the point where her undies, her panties, she would suddenly start looking for them, okay, and she would ask the man, and the man would just give her a dirty slap for even asking where her undies were. At some point, no money, no business, nothing. Then she tried to escape. I don't know who told, I don't know, maybe someone in the compound told the man. The man came to the park, picked her back to the house. But eventually, over time, she escaped and came back to her family house in ENUGU. And we met in ENUGU when she told this story. So she said she was done with the marriage. So the first, she got in contact with her husband's people to say, we want to return the bride price. And those ones were like playing her. And so we took her to FIDA. FIDA said, go to the court, to the customary court in your village. Since you had traditional marriage, go there and return that bride price if they don't want to accept it from you. So that was what she did, and she had to start life all over again. She went back to her sewing business and began picking the pieces of her life.
Okay, wow, that's quite a story. That's a very sad one. Did it aside from the, because you mentioned I believe he also physically abused her during the course of that, but since we're talking on emotional abuse, were there any side effects or from that encounter, that experience, that because emotional abuse kind of makes someone feel like they are not enough, kind of reduces their self-esteem. So did it affect her in that area in any kind of way, or
okay,
is she struggling with some form of...
Maybe I should give you the other part of the story, because she said that when she came back for 4 to 5 months, her family made her stay indoors, not to come out, because she was looking so emaciated. She needed to get her psyche back, so she stayed indoors for 4 to 5 months before she started coming out to her mom's shop. A whole lot of damage was done to her, the psychological, for typically not for the Gen Zs, but for those who were born in maybe 70s or early 80s, when they go into marriage, they actually go in with all their heart and they're not wishing to come out, so these things, they look like they truncate somebody's life, truncate all your plans. After 10 years, you're back to square zero. You feel inadequate. Your self-esteem is at the lowest ebb that it can ever be. And for her, she believes all men are just the same. These are the side effects, that it had on her.
Do you think physical abuse and emotional abuse go hand in hand?
Once you see one abuse, there are many abuses that are around. They don't exist in isolation. So once you find physical abuse, check well. Psychological, emotional, financial, whatever is there.
It's all okay. So at the end of the day, one abuse takes care of the rest.
Yes, because by the time you hit a woman, you must be saying something. Stupid idiot. You're hitting her. Oh yeah, get out of this house. All manner of things. So they all go hand in hand. In fact, for that, tomorrow I'm going to give you money for food. Let me come back to this house and not eat. So emotional, psychological. So where do you want her to get the funds? Assuming you have stopped her from working. So once you find one, look very well. The other ones are around.
Well, do you also handle cases with men?
Yes, we do.
So have you handled any case?
The issue is that most men wouldn't want to.
Okay.
But I remember visiting at the House Committee Chairman on Education at the ENUGU State House of Assembly. We're actually planning to have, a men's roundtable. He shared some experiences some men had shared with him, and and said those men wouldn't want to come public to share. So if we could maybe organize a men's roundtable and we'll talk about it. Because men wouldn't just want to come out and say, my wife has been dealing with me. They'll be like, hey, are you a man? Or you're a woman?
Wow.
So their own form of recuperation is different from that of a woman. A woman can be telling everyone, I'm dying, he has not given me food. But not for a man.
Yes.
He wants to bottle it up and
protect his ego.
Yes. It's an ego thing.
Yes, it is. Now, coming down to our legal systems, you mentioned that the lady, you handled her case, you had to tell her to go to the customary courts.
Yeah.
Now, do you...
FIDA. FIDA is a federation of lawyers. They have branches all over Nigeria, and they do pro bono cases for survivors.
Exactly. So, do you think that our legal system, they adequately recognize and respond to emotional abuse? Because most of the cases are physical. So, but when it comes to this aspect of abuse, do you think our legal system actually, give it the attention?
Even the physical, let's even begin from the physical. Even the physical, so far, some progress has happened, but we haven't yet reached where we want to get to, even with the physical. At times, the story of Osinachi and the husband, and the fact that he's been sentenced to hanging, like we heard, and I asked myself a question: how come we haven't heard that someone who hit the wife and the wife died, was sentenced to hanging? This is the first time I'm hearing it. So does it mean that all other men, they found them not guilty? I still think that our judiciary, of course, is work in progress, but there is this thing about someone who has influence in society. When someone has that kind of influence, at times it looks like justice is not really meted the way it should be. But for the guy who doesn't have anyone to speak, you are the one who is at fault. All the provisions of the law will come heavy on you. How come we're just hearing of hanging for him? We heard of a case of a commissioner in Anambra State some years back who hit his wife until his wife died. I didn't hear anything again about that case. Nobody sentenced the guy to anything. So we still need our judiciary to,
a lot of work still needs to be done, because it's not enough at this point. No balance. That's a good one. And the media as well. Do you think that the media contributes to the normalization of, emotional abusive behaviors? Especially when the way it portrays gender in relationships and, things like that. Media, social media, all forms of media. Do you think they have...
Media is not out of the society. Media is part of the society. So if a media personnel doesn't understand what gender is about and protection of rights of women, he or she will be the first to even do the abuse. For instance, when someone tells you women dress well so that you're not raped, and I ask, would you go to a stinking gutter and scoop water and drink because you're thirsty? You won't do that. So I am not holding brief for women who don't dress well. in quote, whatever that you're dressing well
means.
Because dressing for the beach is not the same as dressing for church.
Yeah.
So I won't appear all dressed up for the beach, you know. So we all need to be schooled on all of these things. No, there is no reason that is justified for abuse. Not one. Because if a woman is not properly dressed, what's your problem? Go your way. Did she drag you or something? You can as well ignore. Do you know how many things you ignore when you're driving, for instance? Okay, so you would have, maybe you see where people are fighting, you stop. You now go and join because you saw people fighting. So just ignore and go your way. For that thing that you feel that is indecent is relative. It may just be that the weather for that woman is so hot and she decides to wear something that just have, just one slip and you're like, hi, she's even showing all her hands. Just pass and go. So if the media is not trained to understand all of this, they would keep re-stigmatizing a survivor. You were raped because you were walking on a lonely path. You were raped because your cleavage was showing. You were raped because you know you're beautiful and you now made up. See what
yeah.
So the media needs to be schooled to understand issues around gender and abuse.
Yeah.
No one has the right to abuse any
Anybody.
person. And when a case of abuse has been established, it's no more between the two persons. It's between the government and the abuser. It's no more Chike raped Mary. It's now, the matter is now between Chike and the government because it's a criminal offense, as criminal as armed robbery.
Yes, that is true. Now, in our day-to-day encounters and, our relationships with people, both whether in the family or, as married people, there are certain words, there are certain phrases that people use every day. It seems normal to them, but it affects other people. So are there, some of those language people use in everyday life that might unintentionally, be a form of emotional abuse?
There are so many. When a man looks at, marrying a career woman or a woman who is not a sit-at-home mom, if a man is not secure and if a man hasn't decided to let that woman fly, he will so hunt her. And he has enough reasons, backed by society to really hunt her. So you hear something like, and you call yourself the mother of this child, and you don't even know that your child does not have this, and you call yourself this, and you're coming back. Or if a woman now decides to join politics, oh my God. So your own is just to be following men about, and you say you're holding meetings at midnight. But if that woman is a nurse, she can go for her night duty. If she were to be in the media industry, she can go for her night shift. But if she goes into politics and goes for night meetings, there are many things. In fact, you could even tell her that from that meeting, just locate your father's house and just be going. So these things, you could say a whole lot. Or like I talked about a woman to a man, when you think he's not measuring up. As in, that story they told of an empowerment for widows. And a woman whose husband is still alive joined the line for widows. Last house. Yeah, he had even the hondo. When you hear such things, when some women actually say a whole lot to their husbands, because maybe the idea they had when they were getting married is that this man would solve all my problems times 1 million, and now you are in 100 of your problems he hasn't solved. So you see him as a failure. So you just treat him like one dog that you just got in the house to protect the house. Well, this is your food. Yeah, we don't have food.
Yeah.
Such things.
Okay, finally, before we go, What do you have to say to people who are survivors of emotional abuse and also people who emotionally abuse others?
Okay, for survivors, it's not the end of the world. You have gone through a season and determined not to inflict your pain on anyone. Most times what happens is that most people now inflict that same pain that they went through on another person, or you just want to make things difficult for others because it was made difficult for you. First, you have to understand that it's not because you are not worthy that all that happened to you happened. It wasn't because you were not a good wife, for instance, if it happened in a marriage relationship. So you need to understand all of that first of all, so you don't begin to blame yourself for the rest of your life. And so, okay, see now, all these other ones, their marriages are working. There must be something they are doing that I didn't do. That's why mine failed. No, no, no. Just come out from that and forgive yourself, look at it critically, learn your lessons, and move on with your life.
And what about those that emotionally abuse others?
Hi. Most times they don't even
They don't know.
They don't know. Whatever you do to someone that looks like taking away the person's rights by force, the use of force, because you did this, I won't do this. Even parents self, I remember in those days in school, maybe just that you spilled water on the floor. You will just hear, after all the school fees have been paying, look at how stupid you've been behaving. Just water that you just call the person and say, please, could you mop?
Yeah.
So
just to be more conscious of how we speak.
Be more conscious that no one really owns anyone. Parents of those days, not today's parents. Today's parents, they are on the other extreme. Parents of those days will tell you, as long as you're under my roof. And one day they still will die. So what's all this? So understand that you don't own anyone. Even the child that you gave birth to, you are not the owner.
Okay, we have actually run out of time, but thank you so much. I had, so much fun having this conversation with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll go on a short break and Gender Perspective continues. Welcome back. Well, emotional abuse is often misunderstood, minimized, or completely dismissed, especially when filtered through gendered stereotypes. And too many people suffer in silence because the abuse they're experiencing doesn't look like what society expects, or because they've been told it's not that serious. Now, it's time for one of the most eye-opening parts of our today's conversation, which is we're looking at the myths and facts about emotional abuse. And in this segment, we are setting the record straight. We'll unpack the common myths that keep emotional abuse hidden and the hard truths that need to be heard, whether it's about who can be abused, what emotional abuse really looks like, or why gender matters in how it's experienced and addressed. As we wrap up today's conversation, one thing is clear. Emotional abuse is real, it's harmful, and it doesn't always look the way we expect. It thrives in silence, and that silence is often shaped by gender norms, cultural expectations, and unequal power dynamics. Whether it's a woman being told to calm down or a man being told to man up, emotional abuse doesn't discriminate, but the way it's understood, recognized, and responded to often does. Now, confronting these gender realities means challenging what's been taught about love, control, vulnerability, and strength. It means listening differently, supporting survivors across the spectrum, and building systems that reflect the complexity of human experience. And if you or someone you know is experiencing emotional abuse, remember you are not alone and there is support out there. Thank you for joining us on Gender Perspectives. I hope you enjoyed this episode of the program. Make sure to follow us on all our social media platforms and make sure to stay tuned to SLTV channel 265. And until next time, I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Enjoy the rest of your day.
you know, in our universities now, I'm not just talking about Nigerian universities, all over the world, students come out, you know, with no jobs, you know, I served as a provost of a university in the US for 8 years, and part of my major responsibility was curriculum renewal, faculty looking at curriculum, and you know, you see still operating curriculum that has been outdated, and so when students graduate, there are no jobs. And so we put a number of things in place, which I can share, you know, and which, you know, that we can, you know, I mean, part of the thing we said we will do was that, you know, even if you're an English major, history, psychology, nursing major, before you graduate, you must have acquired a career-driven certificate program, a skills acquisition program. So you might be a nursing student, you know, and by the time you graduate, you get a certificate in content creating, get a certificate in digital analysis, get something that, you know, if you are not able to find jobs in your chosen field, you might start doing something, you know, it will help you to assist. So you are employable immediately upon graduation. That is one thing that we tried to do. And then we went in and looked at, you know, I told them then that I read English major, I teach African literature majorly, you know, but I know when immigrants, when students come into the US, they want to get employment. I mean, the competition, if you are a PhD in English from Harvard, from Medgar College, from City University of New York, the competition is so great, all right? However, if you get a degree in what is topical in the health sciences, then you are sure at the end of your educational career, you are employed. Very good paying job. And so we said, let us
You are welcome to Signature Television Unscripted program, a program where we discuss vital, ongoing national and regional issues, and we give you a lowdown of what is happening in our country for you to be properly guided. Today, we are going to continue on that trajectory. And my name is Mike Obane once again. With me in the studio is Dr. Stan Ukeje. Dr. Ukeje is an economist and public policy analyst. Dr. Ukeje, you are welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you. And our good friend is also here with us, Mr. Martinani, public affairs analyst. He has held several public offices in the past. Mr. Andy, you are welcome.
Chivubani,
thank you very much.
Pleasure to see you
Thank
once
you.
again.
Thank you. Like I said, it's going to be an exciting moment for our viewers out there. And well, you look at it from the point of view of a country that its people are suffering in terms of economic, because of the economic downturn, you know, in the country. A lot of families cannot feed themselves; they cannot feed well. But remember again that the primary purpose of government is providing for the security and welfare of the people. That is enshrined in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But here we are. You see those elected, those who we have elected, public officers, they don't seem to be concerned with the provision of security and welfare for the people. All they are talking about is how to capture power. We are in the year 2025, and many politicians are thinking about 2027. They are holding meetings here and there. And that brings us to the issue of coalition. Talk about coalition between among the opposition political parties. It's interesting to note that the PDP governors, governors, senators, and leaders of the party, a few days ago they talked about the issue of merging with other opposition parties to chase away the ruling APC government. But that is being spearheaded by the former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar. But somehow there is an opposition to that effect, to that plan. The PDP governors are saying, no, instead of building an opposition, let us build the party. And you do remember that the PDP was in authority for 16 years. So I want to ask, how do you feel about the opposition? I mean, the major plan, which is being spearheaded by Atiku Abubakar. Do you think it's something that we need, against the backdrop of the fact that the PDP governors, senators are saying, no, we don't need coalition, let's build a party? Do you think the PDP is able to build itself to the point of recapturing power from APC, Mr. Ani?
All right, thank you, Jivubani, for that question. For that poser, well, it's a big one. I don't know how they intend to go about it, but one thing I know is that PDP is facing internal crisis, and then most of the members are not agreeing to what each other are proposing. So basically, what I want to say is that while you have those who believe that there should be a merger, and then to enable them capture power in 2027, and then of course defeat the ruling party, there are still those who believe that they can still organize a house and still have a formidable front, going into the elections. So what I want to say is neither here nor there, and of course you still have most, within their fold. A lot of persons are members of APC and they are still members of PDP. I don't want to start mentioning names. It's already in the public domain. Even the blind can see, that PDP is having a lot of internal wranglings and then division, which will obviously affect them, to have a common front going into that merger, because you might end up seeing those who will agree and those who will not agree. Those who believe that they will lose what they've gained, the ground they've gained if they go into merger, and then those who believe that they will gain a lot if they go into merger will certainly be agreeable to a merger. So the issue is neither here nor there, and then until they settle what they have internally, even the leadership is still being contested. It just looks as if it's still in the cooler for some time. The Damagun-led PDP. Some people are still contesting it. But then now they face a major problem from the ruling party, which they believe is trying to erode democracy. Yeah. That's why it looks as if they are coming together to fight. And then Atiku seems to be everywhere. But then when the chips are down, at his age, is he going to allow certain persons fly the flag of the party? Or will he want to use his domineering influence and big thick pocket to, grab the flag of the party ahead of 2027? So the issues are neither here nor there, but as time goes on, we'll see how they...
Yes, thank you, Dr. KJ. Let me get to you. Do you think is timely? Is it do you think the time is ripe for elected, public office holders, the politicians, to begin to run from the north to the south, from the south to the west, talking about major, when they ought to be talking about how to build our economy, how to build the economy, how to make it possible for the ordinary person to put food on the table, how to generate, grow the economy to the extent that there will be unemployment and the reduction of the stress that we see among the youth. Do you think the government is not missing its track?
Well, what we generally call democracy here
is actually participatory government. And one of the checks on office holders is strong public opinion. Where there is a strong public opinion based on issues, you will find that those who are representing the people will respond. But because of the complexity of the country, opinion is manufactured and divided. I think there was a recent incident in Edo State where some people were murdered on suspicion that they were kidnappers.
Yes.
Uromi. You can see that it concerns some people. It doesn't concern others. Nobody has said from Elele that we knew when these people came to hunt and we knew when they were leaving. In fact, there's an account I read in Daily Trust that the Emir of Kano authorized them to go to, is he the Emir of Elele? But it is the complexity of the country that makes the country divided. If the country was better organized, opinion will matter. I remember when Jim Ngobodo was governor of ENUGU State, of old Anambra State, and there was mealybug infection on cassava. I think, if I remember very well, the government dropped everything it was doing. Professor Egbete was commissioner for agriculture, and the government tackled it. It tackled mealybug because it affected the people who they were governing. And if they didn't, if the government did not react, it would have been a negative. It would have been a negative. But if you look at Nigeria as a complex area, opinion is divided. So opinion is not one. This last election, I read from the press that Barrister Shagari, who was a former deputy governor, said that he will not be running mate to Peter Obi because Obi will not win in his area. Forgetting that his father or his uncle had Kweme as a running mate. Kweme didn't join him because he will win, but he joined because it was a party. If you join, you make effort to make your party win. But if you reject somebody, ab initio, your opinion cannot be the same. So, what does it mean? People in politics in Nigeria are careerists. They are not representing anybody. There are people there like job men. They are not. If they were representing people, issues concerning their people will govern what they do. Okay?
Yeah.
Let me give a final example. Bayo Nanuga, during the election, warned the Igbos never to interfere in the government of Lagos, in the politics of Lagos State. But he is now a spokesperson in a federal system in which Igbos are major stakeholders. If the Igbo politicians in APC represent their people, they will insist that the president should not appoint him, that they will leave the party, or they will continue to vote against his programs if Bayo Nanuga remains a spokesman for the president. But you can't see it happen because they are gone there to get money to build hotel, marry a second wife, get US citizenship. So what their people feel does not concern them.
Yeah.
So it is expected that the politicians will be maneuvering to remain in office.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to note that the Arewa Consultative Forum has knocked politicians already campaigning for the 2027 general election, saying it's too early to do so. They should consider the raging hunger and socio-economic hardship in the country should be addressed in the first place. So it's quite exhilarating. It's quite comforting to know that a particular segment of the country, like I did say, the Arewa Consultative Forum is asking politicians to cool down and look at the economic, first revive the economy of the country before delving into 2027 politics. And that brings us to the issue that the APC itself is a problem that the APC itself is having, and that is to one is talking about the warning by Ali Ndume, Senator Ali Ndume, to Tinubu, not to President Tinubu, not to talk, think that the former president is with him. But I mean, Buhari, the present president Tinubu, if Buhari didn't like Tinubu to be president, he wouldn't have supported him. So why would anybody at this point in time now say that there are differences, discrepancies? I mean, between, or rather, a quarrel between Buhari and Tinubu. Mr. Ade, do you think it's possible for that kind of, for us to get that kind of development under 2 years of Tinubu's agreement? What I'm saying specifically is that without the support of Buhari, for instance, as a president, Tinubu perhaps might not have become the president. And 2 years down the line, some people are saying that Buhari may not be, happy that Tinubu emerged as the president. So, what's your take on that?
Well, it's interesting, and then it's interesting times too. We are talking about a former president who has ruled Nigeria for 8 years as a Democrat, in quotes, and then from 1983, okay, to 1983 to 85
as a military head of state.
Ruler. So he has a lot of followership, a kind of a cult-like followership, if I may use the word, as a corner and as a Fulani man. But the point remains that talking about whether he supported Tinubu or he didn't support Tinubu may not be material at this point, because he has served his tenure and is now observing. Of course, you can notice that he's been quiet for some time, meaning that he wants to allow the president to run his show. And then because he ran his show, and then he had about, he's the one that told us about the dot in the circle, the 5%. And then he treated Igbos like a dung, a piece of trash. And then he gave Igbos maybe less than 5% of the appointments under his tenure. And then now this one is also taking a cue from him, and then having lopsided appointments also coming from majorly Lagos, not just Southwest, because the Southwesterners are even saying that they are majorly Lagos. So, but then I don't want us to dwell, whether he supported Tinubu at the outset or he doesn't want to support him. But the point remains this: Nigerians are suffering, and everyone is crying. And people are running from pillar to pole looking for a way out of this trouble. Remember, the opposition started coming together when there was almost an affront on democracy. And that was the Rivers imbroglio, which is still raging at the moment, having a part of the federation. This is a federating unit, for crying out loud, suspending a sitting governor, suspending the legislature, and of course the current administrator, which is unconstitutional, which is not known to law, has also suspended everything about democracy from head to tail. That's to tell you that there is a challenge. And that was when the opposition came together. P2Bs of this world, Atikus of this world, of course, Kwankwasos, everybody. In fact, there is no known voice in Nigeria that didn't condemn that action, except Tinubu and his loyalists, the Onanugas, those who are eating from the crumbs falling from the table. So it's obvious to our President Tinubu, that that action is not proper. But given that he knows what he wants to achieve with that action, he and that Wike, he doesn't want to back off. He is still allowing Ibas. Of course, Ibas is being challenged in court, and some of his actions have already been, contested in the court. Well, while we wait for how the court resolves, of course, his illegitimacy, the actions he has taken, the budget he wants to go and present, and all that, well, it's already, it will be sub judice for us to dwell into that. But then the point here is this: Nigeria is at a crossroad. and all Democrats must put their hands on the deck and see what to do to redeem the nation. If not, we don't know what will become of 2027, the so-called 2027 that everybody is clamoring for and looking for a united front. We don't even know whether it will happen, because it looks as if Nigerians have been caged. You can't protest, you can't do anything. You look at the other day, some people wanted to protest, you know, and then
so what do we actually do? So I'll come back to you.
All Democrats need to
I'll come
unite,
back to you, Mr. Andy.
And then
what do we actually do to redeem the country? We've talked about the declaration of state of emergency in Rivers State, which a lot of people, so many organizations have, described as unconstitutional. You know, and there seems to be, Nigerians are said to be docile, people. Remember what happened in France about 2 weeks ago when this party, the leader of
Le Pen
was,
they
banned her from contesting the next general election in France. The people protested. They said they were going to hold a public protest.
Yeah.
And that was the Supreme Court decision. But in Nigeria, they will tell you that if whatever the Supreme Court says is final. But over there, the highest court in the land had decided that Le Pen should not contest the next election. She was accused of having embezzled EU money.
Funds, yeah.
Okay, but her supporters came out and said they were going to the streets to demonstrate against the ruling of the highest court in it. But in Nigeria, they will tell you, oh, the Supreme Court has ruled and there's nothing we can do. Our hands are tied. Do you think we have gotten to that level where Nigerians will come out to, oppose some decision or decisions of the government, like the decision to disband the democratically elected government in Rivers State? What can we do? He talked about redeeming the country. How do we redeem the country when, if you come out to demonstrate, the army or the police will be sent after you? So what will Nigerians do or are expected to do to demonstrate against some of these government, anti-people policies?
Well, consistent with what I said before, the country is divided. It's not one nation. There are many nations within Nigeria. I think there was a time there was a crisis between Benue and Taraba, between the chiefs and Jukuns.
Yeah.
Danjuma remembered that he was a Jukun, and told his people to take up arms, that the Nigerian army is not neutral.
Yeah. To fight.
It's true, because he himself was not neutral when Ironsi was in power.
Yeah.
So people fight for themselves. I am sure that if Fubara was in the southwest, all hell will be let loose. So what you are seeing in Nigeria is what is called machine politics. The moment Fubara came to office, Disu, the current commissioner of police in Abuja, was posted there. So it's like Southwest trying to control the Niger Delta. The current commissioner of police there is also from the Southwest. Out of 36 or 37 commissioners of police around the country, only one from the Southeast, only one from the South-South. These commissioners of police, don't they have mates when they were recruited? Were they recruited alone? Where are their mates? So it's machine politics. You use office, you convert office to power. For instance, Mike, you are leading this discussion. If you convert it to power, you can talk from now till tomorrow.
Exactly.
And we'll become spectators. But people cannot react because, one, the country remains unbalanced. One of the things that challenged Nigeria into civil war was the unbalanced federation. in spite of the creation of states, one part of the country remains dominant. If I go back to the Edo State incident, the chief of the defense staff, that is the commander of all commanders, made a comment about the Edo State. But when people are killed in a Hamufu, it doesn't concern him. When people are killed in Jos, that one is family affair. Are you following what I'm saying?
Yes, yes.
Is the unequal relationship in the country. If during the post-election court decisions, Kano, where the NNPP won, there was a sheikh, somebody Bauchi. As the Supreme Court was trying to rule, he made a public statement that if the court ever dares to remove, that there will be consequences. Did anybody arrest him?
Nothing.
No. So it is unequal distribution of power. In other words, you need to organize the country in a way where the lions and the cows will stay in their different compartments.
Yeah.
If a cow strays into the lion's den, well, good luck to it. But if you leave it the way it is the voice of one person that will be, so you can't have a national opinion.
Yeah.
And like I said sometime here, football is popular, very popular, because the rules are known and it is followed. In the past, Radio Nigeria and radio stations in the north, especially the far north, didn't broadcast football matches because they felt, or their leaders there felt it was a rascally game. But because of its popularity and the openness, many people now play football all over the country. Our politics is not like that. It's machine politics. If you have money, you buy people. You ask this man, follow me. If you want to be my follower and benefit, I want you to abuse your father. After abusing your father, come, I will give you money. Then you go there, slap your father, come back, and you are settled. You tell your father, don't worry, it's politics, I will settle you later. So almost everything that is wrong in the country are done by public officials. The River State is a clear example. It started by the Supreme Court taking a decision that revenue due to River State should not be released to it. I don't know what it was thinking about revenue collection from River State.
Exactly.
You collect from me and say it will not be given to me. But this is also part of machine politics, because the people in the Supreme Court ought to know basic things. You don't need to be a lawyer to know that there should be equity. When you are doing it, there should be fairness.
And if
there should be inclusion.
If you deny them that revenue, how will the state governor pay salaries and
now the man who is there as administrator has even appointed people to be state independent electoral commission. I mean, how can it's just like a rogue coming into a house and allotting things to the owner? How can you say you are not elected, but you are trying to appoint people who will organize the election? It's machine politics.
Under democracy.
I mean,
it is for the.
Just to add to what Doc said, remember recently, the current president of America, Donald Trump, he slammed a lot of tariff on almost all the countries of the world, including with China having most of it, up to 104%. But then the point I want to make from there is that there was wide protests all over the world. And it didn't take 2 days, and Trump paused those trade tariffs for 90 days. That's the effect of protests and people voicing out their concern all over the world. And Trump saw that this is going to diminish his popularity and could affect his Republican Party. So he quickly paused it for 90 days. And then he was open for negotiation. The other day he said, I have a lot of respect for Jinping. He's my friend.
That's why I said, public opinion is very important.
It's very important. You get the mood of the people.
Once you demolish public opinion, you can't have participatory governance.
Exactly.
And I think South Korea gave us a very recent example. When the president of South Korea declared martial law, the police of South Korea refused to implement it.
Exactly.
And they went for an arrest of the president. I mean, You can see that the president has the commissioner of the inspector general of police in his breast pocket in Nigeria to be doing his will.
Exactly. And today he has lost his position.
Yeah, but that takes us to the issue of tariff, which you talked about, and the federal government has set up a committee to review the impact of the tariff imposed across the world, and Nigeria is affected. So how far do you think this committee can go in a situation where we have very few, where we import almost all that we use in the country? The only export that we can think about is oil, and oil is not being managed to the extent that it will benefit the country. So how far do you think this committee can go?
Well, Chivubani, I must tell you, he's amusing. He's interesting, because as a student of international relations, I know what we call a balance of power. These are people of unequal power, influence. What is our total export to? What are we taking to America? What are we bringing to America? Bring it on the scale, and then you see the scale like this. US is here and there. So we can only maybe set up a committee and beg Donald Trump to help us and to save us, because we are not doing enough for our people. We are not able. Even the people at the presidency and the rest of them, the ministers, which car they're driving, which country, where did they manufacture them? Some of them, they eat rice from some of these countries. They take toothpick, they use toothpick from these countries. They wear shoes from this country. They don't believe anything in that comes out of Nigeria makes any sense. They are not supporting our local refinery, local manufacturers. They don't even have power for them to run their machines. They are bad shoes. They don't even have roads for them to export whatever. No government incentive for them to thrive. Even the clothes, they prefer imported materials. Meanwhile, we have all these things here. Our agriculture is in tatters. You can see the Fulani herdsmen troubling everywhere. The other day, yesterday I was in a university, and I saw headers almost in all the compound of the school. I was like, wow. So they too come here. So what are we trying to say? We have not organized our house. We are just like tenants. We are, as a country with over 250 million persons, we are still unable to take advantage of our size, of our number, of our GDP, and bring about an economy that can even begin to do something. What can we do with US? All we need to do is maybe set up the committee, and then we're going to beg the envoy, US envoy to Nigeria, and then beg them to say, please, beg Baba. He's an unequal, this party, so there's nothing that can come.
Let me
Let's
come.
grow our economy.
Let me come over to you, Dr. Okeje. You're an economist. Can you, educate our viewers on, the import or the impact of this tariff issue? What is it all about? What is it all about?
Yeah, the imports tariff, some people even have export tariff, is a tax. It raises the price of a product. And economic theory is that the higher the price, the lower the quantity demanded. Specifically, the United States wants to raise the price of imports generally in order to increase their cost to compare with domestic production in the United States. That's their idea. Why are they taking this step? Trump has, more than enough enemies in the United States, mirrored by some section of the media. These tariff policies have been on. The one that Trump imposed in his first term, Biden increased it by 10%. But you didn't hear about it because Biden was in the good book of some media, and of course it was consistent with what Trump had done. So tariff is a trade barrier, and you'll find it in all cultures. Some people can use tariff, some people can use exchange rates. What is causing problem between the US and China is that China uses exchange rates to manipulate trade. It continuously depreciates its currency. It doesn't allow its currency to float. You know, Nigerians go to China to buy goods, but when you go to Owerri Road and ask for yuan, you won't find it. China collects dollars from Nigerians for import from China. They don't collect yuan. So we earn dollar from the United States and they will give it to China. China manufactures, sells to United States, and does not use the money to import from the US. They store it there and use it to buy US Treasury bills, investment. So, and the US have been complaining. The European Union started as a coal union in the 1950s between France, Italy, I think Belgium. There were 4 countries. Now, because of the power of the US as an economy, they felt that if the Europeans were to form an entity that has one currency, they can challenge the dollar. That was how they came to the euro. Now, but their problem is that they have multiple finance ministers. So they cannot come to a decision very easily. The US is aware, but because Europeans are the dominant people in the United States, they don't worry. But they're also manipulating trade with the US. The difference between China and the United States is that China is a country of natives. The US is a country of immigrants. You have Chinese Americans, you have Japanese Americans, you have Nigerian Americans, you have Igbo Americans, Efik Americans. All these people are in the United States, but still loyal to their country of origin. You get the point I'm making? So they tend to rig rules in America for their countries. But the Europeans don't do exactly the same thing, because, I mean, they know their country, they also own the United States. The Chinese are not that loyal. But the United States don't want, because trade is an alternative to conflict. Trade can be conflicting, but it's an alternative to war. If it were to continue, if it were in some countries, if the United States was a country of natives, they will exclude Chinese people from some of their strategic industries. They will ask Indians to leave their pharmaceuticals, because that's where they get the patent. They steal it and go back to India to produce what they call generic products. So America wants to play by rules. The United Nations, the World WTO, the United Nations Conference of Trade and Development, UNCTAD, and other agencies that govern trade have rules which the Chinese violate. They violate it. They have a trade. US, Canada, and Mexico have an agreement. That agreement emphasizes that people who work in producing products that are imported into their countries must be fairly paid. But criminal groups in Mexico manufacture products and smuggle it into the United States. Canadian companies owned by Chinese, bring in third-party parts, put it in products made in Canada, and export it to the United States. The US have been complaining. But, I saw the Canadian Prime Minister making a broadcast. That's the former one. His father was a former premier too. Making a broadcast to the United States people, telling them to remember that Canada and US are united. You will suffer if there are not too many countries that will tolerate that type of thing. US is so big and strong that it can destroy Canada in a twinkle of an eye. But they tolerate it. So US is a very tolerant country. Forget about what people are saying. Not too many countries will tolerate it.
Yes, Dr. KJ, I did hear the Canadian Prime Minister, the former Canadian Prime Minister, saying that Canada will retaliate, over the tariff.
The one they call Trudeau.
Yes, Trudeau. Over the tariff issue. Do we have a situation where Nigeria can tell US, we will retaliate Do you foresee that kind of statement coming from Nigeria?
It cannot happen because I told you we are doing machine politics. Professor Bolaji Akiyemi had been appointed chairman of Nigeria International Affairs. One of the first things he said was that the government should be careful not to confront the United States. But that is just academic. Three of us here, if we don't go to Obete market in ENUGU for the next 1 year, Obete will not know that we didn't come. So Nigeria is an infinitesimal player. The US has more oil reserves than Nigeria. In fact, I think only Russia has more oil than US. Why US is importing is that one, they want to reserve their own, and two, they have this politics of preserve our own, let us do green. But Trump says, why should we have oil and gas and we are not producing it? One of the things that China has taxed against the US imports is coal. But in ENUGU here, we are cutting down our wood instead of bringing out coal for firing. So we are not a trading country. There's nothing we can do. Like I said, this pause you have seen is because through the back channels, people are begging the US, because the US is the only market in this world where if you export to US, you will be rich. If you don't trade with the United States, you will be poor. To give you an illustration, in 2018, under Trump, the US and China, in order to deal with these problems, agreed that China will increase its imports of US goods by 200 million by the end of December 2021. By the end of 2021, when Trump was no longer in office, China had only imported 58% of what it was agreed on. Now, what the US did was to impose tariff under Trump to some specific Chinese goods. That's what's called specific tariff. You know what China did? They imposed tariff on US soya beans. US said, okay, no problem. But there was diversion of trade. They started importing that soya beans from Brazil. That's China. What the US did was to pay compensation to the soya bean farmers
in Brazil
for loss of market.
Okay.
In the end, after the price of soya bean in Brazil increased, the price that the Chinese consumers were paying for soya bean was equal to what it would have paid if it imported from the US at the same tariff rate. You can see that America is big, strong and reliable, to use the old Union Bank.
Yes, I agree with you that America is big. America is big. Nigeria is also big. But what the two elements that are missing is that of reliability and which other one? Strong. I think these are
being stronger,
being stronger and reliable.
Is what is missing.
You know, these two elements appear to be missing. But we are a large country, a country of over 200, a country of about 200 million people. It's on record that we have vast, mineral resources. You know, before we came in here, we were talking about the reserves. Nigeria has in crude oil reserve hit about 37.28 barrels, of crude oil. I mean, that Nigeria. So you find in Zamfara, you find, gold. In Zamfara, in ENUGU here, you find coal. You find all kinds of minerals, across Nigeria. We have very fine weather. The rains come at this time. The dry season come at its own time. We don't have all these natural disasters that you find happening in America and all the rest of them, like earthquakes and all that. It's a beautiful country. And I want to find out what are those elements that are, responsible for the underdevelopment of Nigeria. Why can't we grow as reliable, big, reliable, and like America, so that we when America speaks, we can now say we will retaliate.
Well, just to jump at your question, one of the things that one of the things that is missing is that we cannot conduct free, fair, and credible election. That is one of the missing link. Once people know they can get power by any other means apart from the votes of the people, they will always dribble the people when they come to power. So if Nigeria can conduct fair, free, and credible election, then those who want to lead the people will always strive to be men of integrity. People who will keep to their words, keep to their electoral promises. As long as people win by this other means, they come to power, they will dump the promises they made. They can do whatever they want to do. And of course, it looks as if the institutions are weak. We also have weak institutions that cannot, like you, Dr. Okeje, pointed out. The Korean police refused to implement the order of the president, the martial law, simply because they knew it was against the constitution. It was unconstitutional, and they refused to do that. But think about Nigeria. If the president says, do this, there's executive order or whatever, you see how the IGP will take gun and kill 100 persons. It doesn't. Nobody will take him to any court. No panel will be set up.
Are we saying a government of impunity?
Yeah, electoral. We've not been able to get our elections right. We've not been able to get our institutions to the point that they can stand. And whoever comes, even with what Donald Trump tried to do to roughshod America, but America stood strong and insisted that the law and the court must be supreme. And the constitution remained supreme. At the end of the day, he lost that election and cried foul everywhere, even though he was re-elected. Thanks to God. Those ones belong to him. But it was still the people that elected him. That means majority of the Americans still loved him in spite of losing the other election. And the beauty of democracy, they keep saying, is that those who lost yesterday can win today. And those who win today can lose tomorrow. Because people are free to make choices. Because Nigerians are not free to make their choices of who governs them at every level, that's why you see impunity. That's why you see underdevelopment. Unlike what we are seeing in ENUGU today, the governor promised he was going to change the face of ENUGU, and it looks as if he's changing the face of ENUGU without making noise. That is what democracy should be about. But you have in Nigeria as a whole, if someone is elected as a president, nothing changes in the north, nothing changes in the south, nothing changes in the east.
Are you saying we export the ENUGU democracy to the national level?
Yes, it's a model. Of course, the southeasterners should come and learn, including the security. In recent time, I've not had people being picked by kidnappers within town. It has gone down. And you could see DPR vehicles everywhere. They have monitors, and some of the streets are connected. So I keep commending Dr. Peter Mba for the wonderful work he's doing. It's a model that can be exported. So what are we trying to say? Let's get our democracy right. A situation whereby a president comes to power, he's looking for someone to put in a neck who will play by his own rule and not by the rule of the electoral body and the constitution is unacceptable. And
I think it has to do with our constitution, stipulations, provisions of the constitution.
The constitution is right.
The constitution has given the president the authority, the power to appoint the INEC chairman. I was quite impressed with what happened in the states, one of the states in America, where an election was conducted. To elect people into that state's Supreme Court.
Yeah, they
all
do
right?
that.
Instead of allowing President Trump to appoint the justices of the Supreme Court, which is what happens in the Nigerian, in Nigeria, where a president decides on with NJC and all that.
Just before you land, I want to say that even in America, the America we are copying, the democracy we are copying, even when a president elects someone close to him, but when it comes to that institution, he will be forced to play by the rule of that institution. He cannot come and manipulate the institution and then suppress everybody. Just like what we had last time. You have IRF, you have where records will be, voting will be dropping. And then somebody said there was electoral glitches and it didn't work. He says server. Somebody say you have a back end. You could go to your system and call it up, even if there was a... So, but then you see that there was lies, series of lies, rigmarole, until it looks as amazing has taken over everybody, and then we are still sleeping. And then 2023 has passed. Now we're in 2023.
Dr. KJ, do you think we get it, or we will ever get to that, position, position in our country, Nigeria, where the leader of the country can rise up to challenge what the American president says, or the Chinese president says, or like this tariff thing we are talking about? The Canadian people stood up and said they were going to retaliate.
It is not going to happen.
It's not. You think it's not going to? It's not going to happen in Nigeria.
Chinua Achebe said that they have put a knife in the things that kept us together. Things have fallen apart. I'm sure that if there was an Igbo Republic in Nigeria, what happened in Imo State would have been resisted by people from even ENUGU Ezike, that there is no way somebody who came forth can become the winner. But because they have put a knife on the things that keep us together, people will hear that somebody who won the election, who is already running, have been removed. Somebody who claimed to be a commissioner of police or deputy commissioner, that has information that INEC does not have, and the court accepted it. And the person who get that ruling is now the Chief Justice of Nigeria. You can't get it. One of the things that make for unity is solidarity. There was a time, I think under Abacha or Babangida, that one colonel, I think from the southwest, was made administrator of Abia State, military administrator. When he came, he tried to do some mago and removed this secretary to the government who opposed some contract he wanted to award. Of course, he removed him. But the person he appointed rejected the offer.
That's institution.
The man quickly recalled the man he removed.
Yeah.
Ebitu Kiwe was deputy to Babangida. It's all this manipulation that Igbo man has been giving chief of general staff. But when he came to the brass tacks, the man said, I will not take this from Abacha. If I'm the chief of the general staff and deputy head of state, on a national day, I should come in only before the head of state. Sure. Abacha said, no, I'm senior, I'm the different. He said, no. This is not a military engagement. That one passed. Babangida went to register Nigeria with...
I see.
He said, we never discussed it. He removed him. Did any Igbo person of responsibility condemn him for losing the post? He didn't go there for an Igbo person. But I am saying this as a citizen. We never discussed it. So his behavior was one of solidarity. He was not speaking for Igbo people. He was not speaking for Yoruba people. He was speaking for Nigerians. We never discussed this thing. How many politicians will say, this thing you are doing is not what we discussed? Mr. President, how can all the offices in the economic section be held by people from your place? How? They
are the most qualified.
That is solidarity. If you speak out, let me give you an example. In the 1960s or 50s, there was a committee set up by Zik when he was premier.
Yes.
They set up, they gave people appointments. The late Igwe of Halomona, but he was a barrister at Abakaleke. He wrote an opinion in a newspaper, Outlook, condemning the composition. He said that some people were not represented. You know what happened? Zik traveled from ENUGU to Abakaleke and met him. I said, my friend, you have access to me. Why didn't you tell me? That is an error, but we will correct it.
Yeah.
Imagine Zik, who had graduated in the 1930s from the United States, going to talk to somebody who he was above, but he knew that the man's opinion mattered. I talk about public opinion in participatory government.
Yeah.
So, the lack of solidarity is the cause of disunity, and when there is disunity, you cannot have a complete opinion. Or many of these NGOs you see, people who carry placard, they are recruited. People are paid 2,000. Come and demonstrate.
Go and do recall. Yeah. Go and do a field recall. Because
thank you very much. Thank you very much. Whatever has a beginning must truly have an end. We are coming closer to the end of our discussion today, and it's been quite an exciting moment discussing the affairs of Nigeria, lamenting over the lapses, lamenting over the road that we ought to have traveled that we didn't travel. And I believe Dr. KJ did say in his closing remarks, did say about unity, unifying our country, and having a common opinion, and getting the public, to have an opinion, a common opinion on an issue. And I believe that very soon we'll get to that point where when you see something, you say something in the interest of our country, Nigeria, because we've gone so backward, looking at the humongous resources that we have. We are still drawing back. It's not good for our country. It's not good for Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where we are going to call it, call an end to this day's discussion. It's been a wonderful time discussing with you, Mr. Ani. Thank you for coming.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Ukeje.
Well,
thank you for coming.
Thank you very much for leading the discussion.
Viewers, I thank you out there. Still get tuned to Signature Television. Thank you.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, NNPCL announces Port Harcourt refinery shut down. EFCC denies Olukoyede met with governors before defection. Vatican staff for the first time. A new batch of Russian prisoners released on second day of POW swap with Ukraine. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute.
The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited on Saturday announced a scheduled maintenance shutdown of Port Harcourt Refinery Company. This was contained in a statement by the Chief Corporate Communications Officer, Femi Shuneye. Shuneye stated that the shutdown is part of a plant maintenance and sustainability assessment aimed at ensuring optimal performance of the facility. Said that further updates about the development will be provided regularly through official channels. President Bola Tinubu has appointed Yazi Shehu Umaru Damfulani as Managing Director and CEO of the Nigerian Agricultural Insurance Corporation, NAIC. The appointment, effective from May 21, 2025, was confirmed in a letter signed by Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume. Damfulani, a seasoned banker and administrator, holds degrees in Business Administration, Arts and Management from University of Hertfordshire. He has previously served as Central Bank of Nigeria and as Zamfara State's Commissioner for Commerce and Industry. His appointment for an initial 4-year term is seen as a move to inject new energy into NAIC, which ensures Nigeria's agricultural sector against risks like drought and pests. Damfulani's focus will be on expanding insurance access for farmers and bolstering national food security. The People's Democratic Party's Special Reconciliation Committee, chaired by former President of the Senate, Bukola Saraki, on Friday, met with Governor Peter Mbah of ENUGU State. The meeting, which was held behind closed doors at the ENUGU State Government House, was part of efforts to stem the tide of defections rocking the party. Other members of the committee at the meeting were former Governor of Bayelsa State, Senator Sereke Dixon, and former Governor of Gombe State, Ibrahim Dankwabo. Leaders of the party in the zone had, in a communique issued after the Southeast PDP Zonal Executive Council meeting a fortnight ago, announced the re-nomination of a former PDP National Youth Leader, Sunday Ude Okoye, to serve out the remaining tenure of the National Secretary, threatening exodus should the decision not be respected. Nigeria's National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, says the country has witnessed significant improvement in security under President Bola Tinubu's administration. He said this in his presentation at the All Progressives Party National Summit in Abuja. Ribadu, reeling out security achievements of the Tinubu administration, said Monday's sit-at-home in the southeast has lost its steam. According to him, Nigeria's security forces have neutralized 13,543 Boko Haram insurgents, with over 11,000 weapons recovered and destroyed in 2 years. Speaking on the insecurity and instability in the Sahel region, said most neighboring countries with Nigeria are on their knees. This comes as Governor of Borno State, Babagana Zulum, recently raised the alarm over the resurgence of insecurity in the northeast region. The federal government has announced plans to sell 553 housing units seized from former CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele. The estate, confiscated by the EFCC in December 2024 and handed over to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, was linked to Emefiele's alleged corruption. Minister of Housing Ahmed Dangiwa with EFCC Chairman Oladipekun Olukoyede inspected the estate and said technical assessment and integrity tests will begin immediately. Once cleared, the houses will be sold to Nigerians through the New Hope portal. Dangiwa assured transparency and accountability, urging Nigerians to support the EFCC's anti-corruption efforts. Olukoyede described the estate as the largest single asset recovery by the EFCC, covering over 150,000 square meters. In April 2025, Emefiele's attempt to reclaim the estate was dismissed by an Abuja court. A legal team of suspended Kogi Central Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan has confirmed receiving a formal summons from the Federal Capital Territory High Court in a case filed by the federal government. Filed on May 16, 2025, the suit stems from alleged defamatory comments Akpoti-Uduaghan made during a live interview on April 3, 2025. The government cited Section 391 of the Penal Code, claiming our remarks could harm an individual's reputation. Witnesses include Senate President Godswill Akpabio, former Kogi Governor Yahya Bello, Senator Sukwu Ekpeyong, Sandra Duru, and police investigators. In a statement, our lawyer, Dr. Ehuge West Idahosa, said a legal team will mount a robust defense. He also called for Akpoti-Uduaghan's immediate investigation for alleged criminal defamation, incitement, false accusation, and actions likely to disrupt public order. Bello had previously petitioned the police accusing Akpoti-Uduaghan of defamation and claiming she falsely alleged he orchestrated an assassination attempt against her. The Nigerian Academy of Science, NAS, has inducted 11 scientists as fellows and called for collaboration to strengthen the science, technology, and innovation ecosystem. Induction took place during the Academy's induction of fellows in public lecture in Abuja. The new fellows include Professor Abiodun Adebayo, former Vice Chancellor of Covenant University and a Professor of Biochemistry, and Professor Aina Olubokola, an expert in aquatic toxicology. Others are Professor Bosede Afolabi, Professor John Aneto, and Professor Olatubosun Arinola. NAS President Professor Abubakar Sambo said induction represents the Academy's commitment to promoting excellence in Nigeria's science and technology sector.
Those inductees are the best scientists the country has produced who have qualified to become fellows. And the guidelines we put are very stringent. That is why anybody who has succeeded to become a fellow is really a distinguished scientist that is capable using his own specialization to profile policy frameworks, science and technology wise. We have been trying to evolve within Nigerians crop of science and technology innovations because we have a NAS Gold Prize that we advertise and call for nominations. We also arrange annual conferences, which we call NAS Scientific Conference, which has become a flagship. And each year we bring a theme as sub-themes, and we ask Nigerians that have contributions in those areas to submit their abstracts. And the best abstracts are the ones selected.
Research Director of the National Space Research and Development Agency, Professor Babatunde Rabiu, called for regulatory agencies to build internal structures that promote inter-ministerial and inter-agency collaboration.
In order to be an active player in emerging technologies and to ensure sustainable institutional development, Nigeria cannot afford to be inactive in promoting innovative research. I talk a little about strategic partnership and sustainable institutional development before going to recommendation. Strategic partnerships and sustainable institutional development. Major problems threatening the future of our institutions of concern, that is the tertiary academic institutions, as well as the R&D institutions. The major problems threatening them, their future, the present and future. The problems confronting them and the ones that are threatening the future are funding, human resources, and infrastructure.
Well, one of the challenges we have with younger scientists today is that a lot of young people are financially. You need to take care of yourself financially before you can really be able to conduct work. But all the same, young people need to be focused. They need to not allow themselves to be distracted by the current challenges we have in the country. The future is great, so I will encourage them to be focused and look out for what the future holds for them, rather than being distracted by the immediate challenges of today.
The Department of State Services, DSS, and the Nigeria Police Force have arrested at least 20 suspects of a hacking of a 2025 computer-based test, CBT, Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, UTME. Suspects are part of a syndicate believed to have over 100 persons who specialize in hacking of a computer service of examination bodies like JAMB and the National Examinations Council, NECO. According to the report, security sources confirmed that the suspects have confessed to sabotaging the CBT system in order to discredit JAMB and discourage students from using CBT for future examinations to be conducted by NECO and the West African Examination Council, WAEC. The entire hacking process was to influence high scores for special candidates who paid between 700,000 naira and 2 million naira. The report further said that preliminary investigations revealed that several members of a syndicate own private schools and colleges and make huge sums of money from the special centers. Up ahead, Lagos seals 3-story building for illegal wastewater discharge. Côte d'Ivoire Embassy calls for collective measures to end fake news. Details of these and more after the break.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads.
Every second, every minute.
Corps says that deployed officers across all formations in the country to educate Nigerians in the proper use of highways as a solution to road safety issues. Deputy Corps Public Education Officer of the Commission spoke exclusively to Signature TV in Abuja. Correspondent Nasiru Usman reports.
The Deputy Corps Public Education Officer of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Manu Eston, said the Commission is using different strategies to make sure that road users are properly educated on how to use the highway.
Public education is not just one of the support activities of the FRSC, but it is a core mandate. It is also found in the FRSC Establishment Act. The first thing FRSC started with was sensitizing the public on the proper use of the road. Proper use of the road, in ensuring proper use of the road, first FRSC has deployed public education officers in all the FRSC formations who are responsible for ensuring that people are properly educated on how to use the highway. FRSC has deployed other strategies, including the National Traffic Radio. FRSC has been making use of several medias, including both the electronic and the print medias, just to ensure that road users are properly educated on how to use the highway.
Manu outlined the procedures for road users and added that the Commission was collaborating with stakeholders to reduce crashes on Nigerian roads to make sure that they make them safer.
FRSC also has been going on advocacy, meeting stakeholders, including opinion leaders, educating them, and seeing to it that they also lend their voice towards ensuring that the people are educated on the use of the highway. Now, that was the beginning, and which is being sustained all to today and tomorrow. Before the commencement of enforcement, enforcement came as a secondary that is working pari passu, side by side with the education that FRSC commenced with. Now, FRSC also has strategy to ensure that even after the use of the highway or in the event of crashes, they give you prompt attention. And that is why you will see increased FRSC presence in all strategic locations to ensure that time is not delayed when crashes are reported.
He emphasized the importance of public enlightenment to ensure the safety of vehicle users and pedestrians and the need for advanced technology to manage road safety challenges effectively. In Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
Lagos State Wastewater Management Office sealed a 3-story residential building in Ilasa, Lekki Peninsula 2, under the Tiosa local government area for unlawfully discharging untreated wastewater and fecal matter into public drains through the use of a pumping machine. Enforcement action was made public via an official post on the Lagos State government's Facebook page for an incredible tip-off from a whistleblower. The building's occupants were found to be discharging waste at night into surrounding roads, drains, and a nearby lagoon, posing serious health risk and violating environmental regulations. Authorities described the incident as a deliberate act capable of spreading communicable diseases and endangering the local ecosystem. General Manager commended the whistleblower for taking action and encouraged other residents to remain vigilant and report similar violations. He emphasized that all reports will be handled with strict confidentiality and reaffirmed the agency's commitment to protecting public health and the environment. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has denied claims that its chairman, Ola Olukoyede, met with an incumbent and former governor 48 hours before they defected to the All Progressives Congress, APC. Claim was made by Paul Ibe, spokesperson for former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, during a recent interview. Ibe alleged the meeting occurred at a government lodge in a south-south state, but did not name the governors. In response, EFCC spokesperson Dele Oyewale dismissed the allegation as baseless, stating Olukoyede is apolitical and has consistently upheld the agency's neutrality. Oyewale urged the public to disregard Ibe's claims as imaginary. River State Administrator Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas has called for stricter penalties against oil thieves to combat economic sabotage in Nigeria's oil and gas sector. Speaking during a meeting with the Senate Committee on Incessant Crude Oil Theft, led by Ned Nwoko in Port Harcourt, Ibok said weak punishments encourage continued theft and deprive the country of vital revenue. He praised the committee's work and noted River State's progress in reducing pipeline vandalism through better intelligence, interagency cooperation and community engagement, highlighted plans to deploy digital surveillance systems and strengthen Port Harcourt's safe city security network. Ibango called for strict prosecution of offenders, improved metering systems, and enhanced security funding, especially for naval operations in backwaters and international waters where large-scale theft occurs.
Your presence here today is not only significant, but timely, as the issue you are addressing is at the heart of our nation's economic survival and stability. Let me begin by appreciating you, Mr. Chairman, and the entire membership of this committee for your patriotism and dedication to the task at hand. Your mandate, which includes visiting all oil-producing states and select oil terminals across the country, is vital to strengthening Nigeria's economic base, particularly at a time when the federal government is pursuing reforms to reposition the economy through improved oil production to drive increased revenue for the actualization of Mr. President's aggressive and bold infrastructural development initiative across our country.
Walker assured the committee's commitment to dismantling oil theft networks and delivering actionable recommendations to the National Assembly. Oyo State Commissioner of Police Johnson Adenola has pledged justice for 13-year-old Kehinde Alade, who was killed by a stray bullet from a police officer. He made a promise during a joint press briefing with Commissioner for Information and Orientation, Dr. Oyelade, and Chairman of Oyo State Road Transport Management Authority, Adekoya Adesagba. Alade, a senior secondary school 1 student, died on May 20, 2025